He was just a third-rate villain in an online novel, but his power was so great that the main character couldn't develop. Now, he's come straight into the real world, questioning the author about his tragic ending. It turns out that just now, Nam, eager to finish his story, arranged for the strongest villain to die at the hands of the hero. A conclusion many readers wanted, but to him it felt like trash, far from the ending he envisioned. But because of money, he had no choice but to do it this way. As the last word was written, a strange sound echoed, and Nam U Hyun shuddered. No one should be here at this hour. But when he went to the door to check, all that was there was silence. Feeling uneasy, he tried to reassure himself that it was just a drunk passing by. But as he turned to go back to his room, a strange piece of paper fell at his feet, reading, "This is a gift. Ask for it when you need it." Before he could decide between a TV or a fridge, the paper emitted a dark aura, and Azan Odell appeared before him. Yun, witnessing the strange scene, exclaimed in shock, "What? Why is he here?" Azan Odell didn't answer, only offering a bitter smile before asking, "So, this is how I die. All that time, all that effort, 10 years of honing my sword, just to avenge those who destroyed my family, my loved ones, my friends. I lost everything, but why? Even though I've let go of everything, the result is still failure. You, Hyun, should understand better than anyone, so there's no point in me saying more." Before Kwaman could say anything else, Azan Odell immediately cut him off. "So, please." The dark energy then enveloped his entire body as Azan Odell continued with a helpless smile. "Please, help me. Only you can change this fate, and I will follow you." He felt trapped in a web of lies, then merged with the body from before. He slowly opened his eyes, then sat up, scratching his head. I just fainted? Suddenly, the room's ambiance felt foreign, confusing him. He looked at his wrist, wondering about the strange attire. He gets out of bed and slowly walks towards the mirror, wondering what's going on. He observes himself, the strange red hair and that cunning smile. The moment I saw those cold, fox-like eyes, I knew I had transmigrated. Azan Odell, the most powerful villain in my novel, and in a few days the assassination attempt will occur. The Azan family possesses demon blood, a mixed lineage descended from devils. Thanks to this power, we were one of the kingdom's greatest families, but we were ruined by the 6 great houses, and so, the Azan bloodline. Now, I'm all alone as Azan Odell. This is Azan Odell's story and the reason he became a villain. He tried to get revenge but failed, so he brought me, his creator, here. In a few days, I'll be killed by the knights of the 6 great families. Helpless, he activates his status window. Odell was one of the strongest characters in the novel, but still no match for the abilities I created for the protagonists. The status window displays his information: half-demon insectoid, chaotic settings, talent for transposition 1, attributes of fragrance, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, and mana 341. No matter how charismatic the villains are, I never intended for them to defeat the protagonists, let alone use me. Unable to control mana, I never thought the very thing I created to make him terrifying would backfire on me. He runs his hand through his hair and notices the paper on the bed. He's taken aback. What's this? Wait, that's the note that appeared before Odell sent me into the novel. I completely forgot about it. Even if it doesn't help, I can't be picky. I remember it said to look at it when needed. He looked, only to find it blank. Where did the words go? Crap. Is this how it ends? Notes appear on the paper. Author, if you don't know how to use the gift. Answer yes or no. He read this and cursed, "Author, you bastard, you're Odell." But the paper replied, "Write yes or no on the paper." Annoyed, he says, "What? Are you ignoring me now?" Fine, he thinks. I'll play along. He writes yes, and it promises to guide him, explaining that it will answer anything written on the paper, but some questions will cost money. Surprised by the answer, he thought, information trading, so it knows everything? The paper stated, the more important the question, the higher the price. He then made a proposal. Tell me how to return to the real world. The paper quickly refused. Impossible. Annoyed, he cursed, damn it, I can't rely on it for anything. So show me how to use mana and Odell's attributes. He decided to deal with the urgent matters first. As soon as he finished writing, mana emanated from him. The paper said, no payment required. Your body has already learned to control mana and use attributes. Do you accept? He said yes, then smiled. I can feel the mana. The first attribute, the power to nullify a person's senses with darkness. After activating it, a black hole appeared in his hand, bringing him joy. Success. It's usually bigger, but this size fits perfectly in my hand. Next is the power to restrain opponents with my aura and killing intent, and it works again. Knights and trained soldiers can resist, but it still works on ordinary people. Now, I just need to master Odell's unique ability, Shift 1. Swap 1 is actually the ability to switch places with any object, making it the most deadly assassination skill. Swap 1, lock on. A magic circle appears beneath his feet. Satisfied, he could only pinpoint within a 20 square meter radius, pathetic compared to Odell's power in the novel, but with training. He looked ahead, deciding to try the armor. He quickly used position swap, teleporting himself. He thought his body would merge with the armor, but instead he was thrown backward. A loud crash echoes as he's knocked flat on his back. Damn it, it seems it won't be that easy. Outside, a group of riders approached, while inside he remained determined, vowing to try 10. No, 100 times if necessary, to survive. The soldiers roared, urging each other to finally kill him. Meanwhile, at the Axon family estate, a group of people entered. The sight of so many people worried the two servants as the tall man with fierce eyes looked down and asked, "Where is he?" This was Count Leon, captain of the Pentest Knights. The servant stammered, He's in this room." Inside, he heard the commotion but said nothing. Leon wondered, "What's his condition?" The servant reported, "He hasn't moved for days." Leon, now even more curious, smashes the door open without hesitation. Seeing this, he nonchalantly sits in the reception chair. "The day has come, Fuse. You don't intend to let a kid survive, do you?" Leon openly scoffs, "How ridiculous. Eliminate him." A soldier immediately obeys. "Yes, Your Grace." Not letting himself be bullied, he quickly uses position swap designation, causing the soldier's sword to glow and confuse him. He then uses position swap teleport to appear in front of him, stabbing him in the neck, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Leon is shocked as his soldier is defeated in the blink of an eye. He crosses his arms and orders, "What are you waiting for? Get him!" The soldiers charge forward. He quickly burst from the room, hurled his throwing knives to the ground, and used position swap to teleport, landing safely. He decides he must reach the Axon Forest. Leon, seeing his escape, orders his men to give chase. In the Axon Forest, he runs for his life, gasping for air. Even if he's lucky enough to escape the Knights and the territory, he won't survive. So, instead, I'll go through the gate in this forest to the demon world, which is currently suffering heavy losses in the war with humans. If I show enough talent, they might accept me. The problem is, the forest ranger heard the noise and is suspicious. Have they caught up to me already? Leon's soldiers have entered the forest, and he orders them to spread out and find him as he hides behind a tree, observing, realizing the map doesn't specify where the gate is, but he's sure it's nearby. Unfortunately, he steps on a twig, creating a sound that alerts his pursuers, and the area is immediately destroyed. Fueled by Leon's power, he raged, "You slippery bastard, so you were hiding here." But before that, he had used his ability. To escape, I have 1 or 2 more position swaps left. I have to find that gate. Damn it, maybe there's a way. He wrote on the paper, "Tell me the exact location of the gate to the demon realm in the Axon Forest." And the paper replied, "That information isn't free. Pay with 100 gold coins or an artifact of relic rank or higher." Suddenly asked to pay such a large sum, he panicked. "Auntie, hey, you bastard. How am I supposed to get that now?" Just as he finished speaking, a shockwave rushed toward him. The impact sends him crashing to the ground in agony as Leon stands over him with a blade, asking if he ran to save his life. Axon Pass, today you die here, whether you like it or not. Even beaten to a pulp, he still has the nerve to say, "Don't, you're killing me." He stubbornly said he wouldn't die, thinking there was still one way, a gamble between life and death. Seeing him like that made Leon wonder, was he still resisting to the end, even though he was the head of the family? He gripped his sword uncomfortably. Why were they acting so high and mighty when they were just a bunch of adults ganging up on a kid? Or maybe you should become a babysitter. Oh, but I guess that's too much to ask of you. His taunts enraged Leon, who replied, "I was going to send you off painlessly, but now I'll pierce your heart with the sword Count Leon bestowed upon me." He lunges with his sword, shouting for death, while our hero smirks, knowing this is his chance. As Leon lunged, he swiftly produced a piece of paper to block the attack, upon which words appeared. "Thank you for the payment. Assessment, sufficient to exceed the required price, leading to the gate to the demon world in the accursed forest." He smirks, leaving Leon bewildered as a door suddenly appears beside him. He immediately used a teleportation swap, then dashed towards the gate, startling Leon. He frantically yelled for him to stop, but he was determined to escape, thinking, "That freak, I can't believe he followed me all the way here." Seeing the gate, he rejoiced, thinking he'd made it, but Leon, determined, uprooted a tree, vowing not to let him escape. The tree hurtles toward him, but just as he's about to vanish, he smiles at Leon and says, "See you next time." He even gave Leon a special farewell, infuriating him to no end. Damn it. He has arrived in the demon world. After arriving, he chews his food and wonders how much time has passed. Awakening. After passing through the gate, he finds himself in a dungeon, an artificial one created to conceal demonic arts. He wondered why there was jerky on a stone bed in a place like this, and if it was made by the treasure guardian. Not to mention, there was a red barrier blocking attacks from the front and a stone guardian. I don't know which high-ranking family created this place, but it's full of strange aspects, and that guardian alone looks terrifying. If I charge in now, I'll probably be crushed. Suddenly, the paper glows, catching his attention. The paper states this is the only time one will be penalized for offering something that isn't theirs as payment. Failure to comply will result in no exchange of information. Sweating, he thought the guy was crazy. Did he let it go this time? Suddenly, he saw something. That stone wall looks strange. Oh, I can sense these things now, Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Those without authority." Hearing this, he thought, I guess that's the barrier nullification function. What a shame. He began to consider. He needed to find another way out of here. He thought that stone had fallen from the guardian, and if it was indeed a stone, perhaps things would go his way. Thinking quickly, he used position swap designation and position swap teleport. He was overjoyed to be free. Excellent, it worked. Suddenly, the monster roared in a kingdom where the sun and moon created a solar eclipse, as someone splashed water and shouted, "Idiot, why are you doing that here?" The man relentlessly berated the child. This man standing above them all is Creed, the head of the Barrett family from the demon world. Creed muses to himself about the commotion, likely caused by his daughter's impending raid on the intermediate secret realm, and how troublesome it all is. If she succeeds, she'll gain access to Saitan, but even if I ordered her to fail, she'd defy me. Because only by entering Saitan can she avenge her mother's death at the hands of humans. That weakling? Can she even survive in a place swarming with focused mantises? Creed thought, sighing helplessly. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, calling out, "My lord, something's happened." Annoyed, Creed asked, "What is it that's causing such a fuss?" The servant bowed awkwardly. I apologize, but we've received word that an unidentified person is currently inside the secret realm. Creed was intrigued. In the secret realm? The servant continued. Yes, there's no sign of them having opened the door to enter, so everyone is very confused. Creed wondered if their identity had been confirmed, to which the servant replied that they had triggered a function only the heir could use from within, but they didn't know who it was. Creed, deep in thought, surmises that he was likely forcibly summoned through a gate created during the war between humans and demons. He orders them not to worry about it, as the man will die anyway, and to focus on preparing for his daughter's exam. The servant obeys. Creed muses that if things go well, he could gain a useful pawn, assuming he survives the secret realm. Meanwhile, back in the room, the protagonist is thrown back with a scream, crashing to the ground in confusion, realizing he's facing a wolf and is likely doomed. The wolf relentlessly attacks the door, worrying him, so even if the barrier disappears, there's still danger outside. Suddenly, he realizes, wait, isn't it made of stone too? He then decided, all right, let's give it a shot. He quickly used a designated location swap. Lian is pleased. It worked. He switched places with the wolf, leaving it disoriented. Trapped in a screaming room, desperate to escape, he runs, knowing he'll die if he doesn't, only to suddenly stop. But as a mantis appears before him, he realizes he may be in trouble. Each stage has its own task. This one seems even more dangerous than the wolf. He runs, a smug grin on his face. Just as I predicted, they're mindless creatures. This is possible as long as there's a position swap in the trap area and he dashes forward. He quickly stopped. Before the final door, a voice echoed, welcoming the one who had reached the end. He was confused, welcoming an intruder? What the hell? It looks like a boss room. Is someone in there? Inside the room was another monster, a Death Knight. He gulped nervously, sensing the Death Knight's power was on par with Fuse. The Death Knight spoke. I have shown respect for your arrival, but he immediately used point swap. Before the Death Knight could finish speaking, he was teleported outside. He greedily approached. A treasure chest? It's bigger than I thought, and there's a dragon carving too. Suddenly he realizes something. Wait, a dragon ornament. I've seen it before. He's curious. A dragon? Among the highest-ranking noble families, there are those of sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, greed, accidia, and pride, like a dragon. Beret, the seventh of the 7 deadly sins, pride. Thinking that, he gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it, if he catches me, I'm dead for sure." Without hesitation, he opened the chest, thinking he had to scavenge everything and run. There had to be something useful to escape this place. As he opened it, it overflowed with demonic energy, clinging to his face and forcibly entering his body. He clutched his stomach in agony, vomiting everything, then screamed in pain as his head exploded, splattering blood everywhere. Something gruesome from the GISK now lies on the ground. He breathed raggedly, disoriented. How long had he been unconscious? Was his left eye bulging? He checked his reflection in his sword and saw heterochromia. Could it be that the liquid that hit me earlier triggered the status window? Half-demon race, chaotic attribute, position swap talent, role-playing interest trait, interest focus, murderous aura, darkness, mana control, and Hawkeye with 341 mana. Dynamic vision skyrockets activated after defeating an enemy. Empowered by his new abilities, he boasts that he'll never lose to the weak again, deciding that coming to the demon world was the right choice after all. With everything he needs in hand, it's time to leave. I was only focused on the chest, but there's a door behind it. What should I do? I've made a lot of noise. There must be soldiers waiting outside. If I go out there, I'm dead. Should I just beg for my life at lightning speed? First, if they find out Gata is from the Axon family, they'll kill me, even if I have a vaccine. I have to hide this crest. The Death Knight roars in anger. "Open the door now!" Hearing the noise, he instinctively turned to look, only to see the Death Knight relentlessly attacking the door, shouting, "His Highness is coming! Open the door!" He was bewildered. His Highness? Wait. Could the reason they said they welcomed jerky or stone golems be because this place must be a territory created by high-ranking families for experimentation? He knew he needed to find out who owns this place, because he stole the reward they were supposed to receive, so they'll tear him to pieces on the spot. He asked, "Tell me who is closest to me." The paper replied, "That information has a price. Pay with something worth 100 gold coins or a relic-grade treasure or higher." He wondered, a price. What could he pay? He decided on mana. He would pay with 100 of his max mana points, thinking it would be difficult, but he could recover it after surviving. The paper accepts, deeming the price satisfactory, and takes 100 of his mana. The person closest to him. Renee, the youngest daughter of Chris Barres, head of the Barres family, enters the scene. He's worried, damn it, this is the end. As far as he knows, this territory was created by the Barres family to train their youngest daughter, and the eye is definitely her reward for completing it. Renee, with all the power of the Barres family behind her, will cut through the guards like butter and appear before him, mercilessly beheading the Death Knight. Then she looked at him, making him sweat bullets. "Okay, I can do this." Renee pointed her sword at him. Then, annoyed, she asks who he is, and he quickly kneels. Then, respectfully, he said, "Congratulations, Miss Renee, on conquering the territory. You have finally become worthy." Renee said, annoyed, "Explain." Sweating profusely, he explains that the head of the family ordered him to be her guardian, but Renee doesn't seem to recognize him. Renee is incredulous. An Asian. He happily affirmed, "Yes, despite my appearance, my skills aren't bad at all." He resolved, "I'll use her to escape this place." Renee couldn't help but laugh. "Pfft," he worried. "Does she not believe me?" Then, he immediately uses his abilities to gain Renee's trust, startling her. He confidently took her hand, asking, "Well, I believe I can be of use in protecting Lady Renee." Renee angrily pulled her hand away, leaving him confused. What's wrong? Is she angry? She turns away to consider, and he secretly rejoices, relieved that she overlooked what he did. He said, "Let's go. Please see the head of the family immediately. That day awaits you." She agreed. Okay. He wanted to leave first, saying, "Well, I'll go do the other tasks the head of the family assigned. I need to get out of here as soon as possible." He flung open the doors, saying he wouldn't be late, but Renee's sudden stop left him bewildered. Looking ahead, she calls out, "Father." Creed, filled with murderous intent, smiles. He's shocked. "Father? Damn it. Why is Creed here? If he sees the mark, he'll kill me. Why isn't he reacting?" Creed asked Renee if she had successfully completed her territory. She replied, "Yes, I have." Creed turns away, saying, "I understand. Follow me." He wonders, follow him? What is he thinking? He quickly followed Creed, knowing he couldn't fool them all, and without the paper he couldn't use its power. He followed Creed to the palace, so this was Barrett's residence. Creed paused, then ordered, "Return to your rooms." The others obeyed, replying, "Yes, sir." Creed continued, "You, wait here. I'll call for you later." He was secretly delighted. He's leaving me alone? This is my chance, right? No, of course not. Back in the office, Renee stood before Creed, who wondered why she was so insistent on going to the training grounds after completing his final task. Renee confirmed her desire, and Creed paused to consider. Then he asks, "Putting that aside, what about him?" Renee reflects, then affirms, "He's strong." Creed is intrigued, saying, "I see, how interesting." He stands and looks out. "Since you've proven yourself worthy, you may go to Saitan as you wish." Renee's wish is granted, and she happily thanks her father, who thinks to himself, "I thought he'd die as soon as he trespassed, but he survived, even obtaining the starry eyes, and Renee seems to think highly of him. He's definitely worth exploiting." Outside, Chris worried, "How much longer must I wait?" In the dim light of the castle, two men appeared, and the subordinate bowed respectfully. "This way." He pushed open the door, announcing, "I've brought him, master." As he stepped into the room, Chris's face emerged like a devil from hell. Fear grips him as he wonders what his master is thinking. He bows his head cautiously, terrified that any misstep could cost him his life. "Why would he let me live?" He gave a ghastly smile, his voice echoing, "Damn you." He unleashed his power, the sound reverberating through the haunted castle. "Indeed, the one who seduced my daughter is quite skilled." The sudden attack caught him completely off guard, and pain quickly spread throughout his body, forcing a groan through clenched teeth. Under the old man's immense power, he couldn't withstand it any longer and collapsed to the ground. He cried out, "You never intended to kill me." Hearing this, the old man withdrew his power, a smirk forming on his lips. Released, he gasped for breath, savoring the air of near death, his body still trembling uncontrollably. He thought, demonic energy is truly terrifying. The Supreme Being, with a knowing smile, spoke, "You're quite quick-witted." He looked at him and asked, "What is your name?" Still fearful, he didn't dare delay and immediately replied, "I am Aodeok." Hearing that name seemed to enrage him even further. Oedo, Oedo. Once again, he was overwhelmed by that power. He didn't understand what had provoked the old man. His body racked with pain, he weakly asked, What do you want from me?" He commanded, his voice compelling obedience. "Open your mouth." A cruel smile spread across his face as he achieved his goal. "Just keep saying what you told my daughter." A horrifying creature burrowed deeper into his throat, seizing his reason, and with increased power, the pain became unbearable, as a terrifying voice echoed, "If you have any other thoughts, this poison will tear your heart apart." He screamed in agony and despair as the old man turned and said, "I'll prepare your accommodations, so wait until I call." He seemed completely indifferent to the man writhing weakly on the ground. Perhaps he had threatened him enough, and having achieved his goal, he released him, saying, "Leave." Gasping for air, he couldn't believe what just happened. What the hell was that? In that dark castle, he was led to a room, as the subordinate stated, "From now on, you'll be staying here." Einar standing in the room's vast space, he pondered his reason for being here. A dependent of this family because of Creed's will, as the subordinate bowed farewell. "So, please, rest comfortably." He's still bewildered that he was spared and gets to live in such a comfortable place. "He spared my life, and for that I'm grateful, but I can't shake the feeling I'm being used." He sat on the bed, pleased with himself. He'd earned Creed's partial recognition. So this could actually be a good situation, but above all, that creature is still deep inside him. He clenched his chest, feeling the creature's life force, and resolved to eliminate it. He thought resolutely. It had to succeed. After using his power to force the parasite out, he couldn't help but shout with joy, "I did it! Just as I thought, it's an inanimate object." As he watches the creature sleep, oblivious to the world, he wonders what would happen if he failed. A terrifying thought. If he killed it, he figures the man would notice immediately. So what should he do? He was startled to see it open its eyes, and realized it had awakened because the mana supply from his body had been cut off. He immediately offered it a drop of his blood, saying, "Eat this." "While it's high on mana," he says with a helpless tone, "so I have no choice but to appease it like this." As he feeds it, he urges, "Hurry and go back to sleep." He collapses onto the soft bed, sighing, "Finally I can relax." I wonder how many of the traps on my neck have been removed. I think I'm about to pass out. He glances at his status window. Race, half-demon. Attribute, chaos, talent, position. Swap 1. 2. Trait, affinity with role-playing. Characteristics. Affinity, focus. Murderous intent. Darkness. Mana control, keen eyes. Mana. 341 reduced to 241. He watched carefully, but still thought he should check. After completing the check, he thought with satisfaction. Position swap is now level 2, but mana is still the problem. Compared to the main characters, it's just a grain of sand in the desert. How can I increase my mana? What should I do? After much thought, he found another way. Renee said expressionlessly, her voice hollow. I don't like this. Confused, he asks again. Then thinks helplessly. It's been 3 days since he was assigned as Renee's guard. He follows her every day, observing her cold reactions. Gazing at her retreating figure, he pondered. As a child, she was gentle, but after losing her mother to humans, she changed. As the author, he felt guilty. From afar, a man called out their names. Adele, Renee. The master is calling for you both, he hears, startled. Perhaps because she's fixated on what happened last time? Drawn by the summons, they approached the old man, and he realized the master's call was undoubtedly about Renee entering the land of death. The old man calmly explained to his beloved daughter that the dungeon was not an easy place. And with her current abilities, she would die before avenging her mother. The terrifying energy emanating from her frightened him. He regretted being there. Then he heard the old man continue. However, if you take Adele as your guardian, I will allow you to enter. The two of them were shocked, unable to believe what they'd just heard, and she immediately shook her head in refusal. No. Watching her actions, he wondered, does she hate me that much? He reflected on what he knew. Sai name, the school of the demon world, a gathering place for all the demon world's promising children. They constantly clashed with the Royal Academy where the main character studied, and in that context many students, including Renee, died. It was the worst place, where death was just a ticking time bomb. Seeing her strong and determined face, he wondered why she would try so hard to get to a place like that, as if it were him. But then he rejected that thought, replacing it with a more certain one. No, yes, perhaps it's the best place for him to gather strength, knowing most of the major events that occur between the Royal Academy and Seitan. A risky thought sparked in his mind. Yes, let's try it. He hastily accepted the old man's request, but added, I have a condition. Seeing the old man's stern face, he hesitated slightly, thinking, if I'm going to be dragged into this, I should take what I can. He boldly made his offer to the old man. I want something related to mana. Hearing this, the old man laughed gleefully, as if victory was already in his grasp. Oh, I thought you'd ask me to remove that thing. He trembled, fearing his secret was out, but the old man didn't realize the poison worm was gone. She watched him with suspicion. The old man immediately agreed to his simple request. Arrogant fool, since it's not a difficult request, I'll hear you out. The old man ordered her to leave. Renee, you can go now. She bowed respectfully and replied, yes. As she walked towards the door, she glanced back, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Sensing that terrifying power, he wondered, does she hate the idea of coming with me that much? Now, alone with the old man, he wondered, what will he give me? A mana potion or an artifact wouldn't be bad either. The old man explained, it's a treasure that only those in the family can sense, which is why I sent my daughter away. He was surprised to hear that, a family heirloom. He unleashes his power, saying he knows my mana is low, and I'll die in his daughter's place. So this is the least he can do. He lets out an eerie sound, telling me to come closer so he can pass on the Barra's family's mana cultivation technique. Surprised by the family's secret, the mana cultivation technique, his voice echoed through the room. Oh, dark God, grant your servant clarity in the chaotic flow, give us worthy trials, and let not 1,000 demons starve. But lead us not into temptation, for thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory. He was losing his mind to the power, kneeling before the old man. He looked at him with satisfaction and said, an ordinary person would lose their mind after hearing the incantation. You really are an interesting one. With this cultivation technique, mana will be bestowed upon you directly by the demon god, so you will be able to achieve what you want. He seemed to resist, wondering, demon god? The old man continued, however, it seems your family is connected to the 7 deadly sins. Confused, he replied, strange. The old man grinned, saying, now that I've planted the poison, it doesn't matter if you're a spy. He looked dazed, thinking about the information he had written. The Odell family is connected to the 7 deadly sins? He didn't remember creating such a setting. The old man then said he could leave, and he replied, yes, disappearing into thin air. The forest's serene landscape becomes his training ground as he resolves to practice here, where his mana won't spiral out of control. He settles in, acclimating to the dark power surging within. Oh, demon god, he was beginning to understand. Once he accepted the demon energy, he could no longer use human mana. But he had no other choice. A voice of death echoes, "You are a mongrel." He's bewildered by what's appearing before him, stammering, Don't tell me." That being was alive, and it said, "I didn't think someone with that child's blood. Ah, it seems you carry the blood of a filthy traitor." Startled by the immense energy, he looked at it and asked, "Are you a demon god?" The voice in the void replied, "Indeed. It seems the world calls me the god of arrogance." He asked it a question, already knowing the answer. "Are you going to kill me?" The creature explained that if it wanted him dead, he would have died the moment he opened his mouth, but for some reason it didn't want to kill him. He seemed to be burned by the same sin as it, and it felt a strange empathy for him, so it would grant him a mark, for he was walking the same path as it. "This mark proves you can wield my power, the arrogant betrayer, but don't let pride cloud your judgment." He's borrowed the power of a demon god, and it seems he's gained 3 extra lives thanks to this mark. And the mark is a tattoo. Soon his whole body will be covered in them. Little does he know, someone has witnessed everything from behind that tree. He overheard a name, High Priest. Surprised, he asked, "What? It's been a month already?" Ever since receiving the mark of the demon god, he's been looking at the data panel. Race, half-demon, attribute, chaos, talent, position swap, traits, beastly scent with immersion, characteristics, beastly scent, focus, bloodlust, darkness, beastly scent. Duong said, "You told me to treat you casually, but I'm tired and thirsty after training." He thought he'd achieved his goal, but something felt off. As expected from the proud family, her attitude changed quickly. She urged him to hurry, and he reluctantly agreed, realizing he might have to do whatever she asked. Standing beside her, a sharp sword in hand, he thought, "I need to conquer that territory quickly, but Renee won't leave me alone. I barely have any time left. I must act before the protagonist surpasses me in the demon realm. I need that treasure to survive in Psi 10. He calls out to her, "Milady." He calmly asks how her preparations for entering Psi 10 are going, and she wonders why he's suddenly asking. He explains his reasoning, hoping to quell her suspicions, saying she'll face all sorts of evil people there. "I ask because I care about you," he says, and she absent-mindedly replies that she's already packed everything she needs. He asks if she's sure as he gathers items into a basket, and she asks why he doesn't double-check to be certain. He tries to convince her, saying he doesn't want her to face difficulties if she forgets something important. She looks at him suspiciously, asking him to get straight to the point. He immediately denied it, trying to come up with an excuse. "I only said that because I care about you. After all, I'm your escort." She seemed to see right through him, exclaiming, "Liar! Where do you think you're going behind my back?" he thought angrily. Damn it, she didn't fall for it. She spoke with a dark tone. "You hate me, don't you?" He cursed again. Damn it. He desperately tries to justify himself, saying he heard of a territory nearby and wanted to conquer it for her safety, silently begging her to believe him. After an eerie silence, she spoke, "Now I remember what I forgot." He was overjoyed. "Then why don't you go back?" She immediately cut him off. "Let's get started." She spoke like a splash of cold water. He mechanically asked, "A trial? What do you mean?" he asks, drawing his sharp sword. "I'm not ready yet." She immediately replies, "I'll go with you to that territory. If it's nearby, we can finish it today, right?" The prince says, She raises her voice, urging him, "Let's go." "Where is this territory?" With a disturbing and deathly air, he said, "Ha, that's the immortal territory. It was once ruled by necromancers, but now it's filled with soldiers turned into vengeful spirits." After the necromancers were wiped out in the war between humans and demons, Renee quietly said after a moment of silence, "I know that place well." Just mentioning the territory's name was enough to unsettle Renee. Perhaps it was at least an upper-middle-class territory. By now, the number of soldiers must have increased, but having Renee to help isn't bad. However, moving together will make escaping the mansion even more difficult, and if the escape is discovered, Creed will know immediately. After a moment of thought, Odell reassured Lady Renee, "If it's a burden, perhaps you shouldn't go." He continued, "If the master finds out you left without his permission." But before Odell could finish, she replied, "It's all right." She continued, "I know a secret escape route." With that, the young lady led him through the edge of the forest to the ruins of an ancient wall. Arriving at their destination, Renee pointed to an archway near the ground, almost entirely hidden by thick green grass, and said to Odell, "This is it." Odell remarked, "You seem quite familiar with this place." Odell thought to himself that she seemed to sneak out often, then said to Renee, "Let's go before we're discovered." She agreed. All right. After passing through the secret passage in the ancient wall, a majestic mountain range appears before them, towering over a barren, rocky landscape with a chilling atmosphere enveloping everything. Odell looks around for a moment, then asks the young lady how much further they have to go. But Renee simply turns to him with a cold, enigmatic expression. Seeing this, Odell quickly explained, "I have no reason to leave the grounds, so I'm not very familiar with the surrounding terrain." Renee then replied, "Oh, we're almost there. We just need to get past that." After a long, silent trek through the mountains, Odell hesitantly broke the silence. We must be close." The lady, still cold, curtly replied, "Yeah." After a while, they finally arrived at the territory. "Looks like we're here." The land outside the territory was desolate, with ruined castles scattered about and not a single plant able to grow. Witnessing the devastation, Renee was filled with rage. "Damn you, Saberot's bastard," Odell thought to himself. She must mean you bastard. I must hide the fact that I'm of the Ashen bloodline from Renee at all costs. Deep beneath the largest stone statue, rotting soldiers guard the land. After digging, the hatch to the immortal territory is revealed, covered in intricate symbols and patterns. Odell realizes that must be the entrance. Odell offered to lead the way, but Renee refused, saying she would go first, and beyond lay a corridor lit by torches. Odell remarks that it's brighter inside than he expected, and Renee stops before an ancient, gloomy castle, announcing that it's over there. "We've come to the right place. This is on another level compared to the bear's territory. I bet there are at least 100 new graves here." Renee signals to move out, and Odell quickly agrees. But as they advance, skeletal soldiers erupt from the ground, summoned by dark magic. Caught off guard, Odell tells Renee, "My lady, I'll leave this to you." The young lady agrees, and Renee immediately draws her sword and charges into battle. Watching the young lady charge into a deadly battle, Odell thought to himself that he was right. Deciding to accompany her was the right choice. Then he yelled, "There's definitely a necromancer controlling them at the back." "Okay, I'll catch up soon." The mist soldiers immediately revived as soon as Renee's blade struck them down. Renee was uneasy. They were reviving. Not far from the battle, the mastermind controlled the army through a magic orb, a bold one to come here. He continued to command, "Eliminate the intruders." They killed their enemies again and again, but they kept reviving, and Renee grew anxious. "They keep coming back. What do we do?" Just then, Odell ran to her side, saying, "It's the mage." He continued, "Don't stop. Keep moving forward, Lady Renee." Renee immediately reacted. "Auntie," a mist soldier was revived. Odell slays another frost soldier, then proposes a plan to Renee. He has a way to clear them out easily. Before he can explain, she understands. Together they rush towards the head mage, who immediately orders the ghostly soldiers to stop them. Odell shouts that they just need to get close, thinking that it will all end when they break the mage's orb, and he can finally use his new position swap ability. A giant mist soldier suddenly appears and attacks them both. Odell thinks it won't be that easy and shouts, "Lady!" Renee roars, and the frost giant is cleaved in two by her blade, shattering into pieces. Seizing the moment, Odell and Renee coordinate their plan to eliminate the sorcerer, designating Swap 2. It is at this moment that he teleports. He realizes the new ability of Position Swap 2 is to swap objects with each other. Position Swap 2 activates. The skeleton is bewildered by the orb's disappearance, as Odell, thanks to the new function of the swap skill, successfully snatches the magic orb, capturing it. The lead mage immediately screamed, "No!" Then he shattered the orb into pieces. The orb now gone, the wizard, powerless, vanished while screaming in rage. "No! How could this be?" As the wizard disappeared completely, Odell rejoiced, "We did it." Renee is still recovering from the battle, miss, she replies softly. "Yes." The sound of the disappearing spirits suddenly echoes. "Thank you." Looking around, Nux thinks to himself, "The tragedy here. It all happened because of what I wrote. Please, take a break." Suddenly, the young lady asks him, "Odell, is there anything else we need to do?" He replies with his usual cheerful expression, "Yes, it's time to collect our reward." Before them lies an ancient chest, and Odell exclaims that he's finally obtained the item he needs, the Shadow Fang. A dagger forged from demon realm black iron that converts darkness into mana, increasing sharpness and speed in the dark, eternal full moon, an artifact ring that absorbs mana and moonlight. Odell marvels, wow, with this, I can maximize my darkness attribute. As for the ring, it's nice to have, but I don't really need it. He suddenly turns to Renee and asks why she doesn't take it, saying he'll take the dagger. She agrees with him, and Odell says he'll take back his words as he gently puts the ring on Renee's hand. But she immediately pulls away, her face suddenly flushed red. Why did she react like that? Does wearing a ring mean something to demons? Seeing this, Odell asked her, "What is it, miss?" Renee blushed, replying shyly, "This is wonderful." Odell responded, "I'm glad you like it." He then sat by the chest overflowing with gold coins and continued, "Now that I've dealt with the boss, I'll take all the gold." As soon as he said that, Renee's sword was instantly at his throat. Odell burned the letters and divided the gold evenly, down to the last sou. After clearing the territory, we returned to the mansion, where I spent my time doing chores for Renee or practicing mana. And after a month spent like that, with my race, demi-human status, chaotic attribute, position swap 2, and affinity for role-playing, I've made some satisfying progress. Nearly 1,300 mana, which is about mid-level in the demon world. A few days later, Creed summoned Renee and me. In the mansion, her father stood before us, his voice stern. "It's time for you to enter Sighton." "The time has come," he continued. "Today, you two will head to the capital to enroll in the academy. Are you prepared?" Odell and the young lady responded in unison, and after hearing their words, he continued, "Go. I don't think we need to say goodbye." Renee silently mourned, then bowed and departed. Odell obeys and says he'll depart with the young lady. Renee's father then pulls him aside, telling him, "Odell, I hope you do well." He replied politely, "Yes." Outside, the carriage was ready and waiting. They would depart at once. Grid watches from above, and though he said he wouldn't see us off, perhaps even demons share feelings for their children. I was worried about my future, but now that things have come to this, Odell steels himself, resolving to achieve his goals in the West. On the carriage, he couldn't help but notice her silence since they left. Had he done something wrong? Noticing Odell's attention, Renee muses that she initially disliked him for being suspicious, but he's more handsome than she thought. Sensing the awkwardness between them, Odell awkwardly pipes up, "Ha ha ha, lovely weather today," as the young lady continues to silently assess him, his actions and words lacking substance, his power far from sufficient. She wondered if he really was a priest. Noticing Renee was still looking at him, Odell wondered why she kept staring. Renee reassured herself that night. How stupid. I saw him talking to a demon god. Why am I doubting him? Odell continued to wonder to himself, did I mess things up? Like Odell, the young lady was also just putting on a show, her eyes fixed on the ring on her hand before she awkwardly turned away. An eternal vow. That's what it means when someone of the opposite sex puts a ring on someone's finger in the demon world. He did it without saying much, and she wondered, what oath did he swear? I'm so curious. Suddenly, Odell spoke up. My lady will arrive in an hour, sooner than expected. She stared at him, then immediately looked away, replying, okay. Odell pressed, Lady, did I do something wrong? Renee responded, Shh, I want to sleep for a bit. He replied, Yes, we've finally arrived. Silently observing their surroundings, Odell thought to himself, so this is the capital of the demon world. Though it doesn't seem too different from the human realm, it has a medieval style. Though there were some differences, like horns and other physical variations, the elite demons had one distinct feature, tattoos, and he had one on his neck just like Odell. Seeing his daze, Renee urged, What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Odell stammered, Yes, my lady. Odell then asked the young lady where they were headed, to which Renee replied that the entrance exam was in 2 days, so they needed to register beforehand. Odell quickly suggested, If it's 2 days away, how about we tour the capital until then? The lady coldly replied, Not interested. Receiving such a blunt response, Odell was so surprised that his ever-present smile vanished from his handsome face. Odell tried to persuade Renee, but she cut him off, saying they didn't have time and needed to register, quite a change for someone who hadn't left home since her mother's death. Looking around the Sighton campus, Odell thought to himself, So this is Sighton. Amazing. It must be 3 times the size of a normal university. From the front, the supervisor's voice announced, You've registered. Come back in 2 days. Next, it was Odell's turn, and he spoke up. Yes, we're here to register for enrollment. After looking Odell up and down, the man asked, "What are you? You don't look like a demon." Gripping his pen tightly, he explodes, questioning how a half-demon dares to register. He continues to yell, saying they may have lost, but what does he think this place is? After hearing all the harsh words from the stranger, Odell thought to himself, I can see a bleak future. The registrar, enraged, didn't hesitate to insult him. "Because of vermin like you," Renee's voice cut through. "What's going on?" She approached the desk, and the registrar awkwardly turned to her. The registrar was stunned, looking up at her in awe, exclaiming, "Those horns! This intake is truly extraordinary. I can't believe I'm witnessing a child of the 7 great sins." He then softened. "If you're a candidate, please declare your family and identity." She calmly introduced herself, Barrett family, Renee, and she emphasizes to the registrar that this is her guardian who will be enrolling with her. He reluctantly fills out the forms, still grumbling about them. A half-demon as a bodyguard? The 7 deadly sins have truly lowered their standards, he muttered, and a Satan is being accepted. Renee cut him off. That's enough. Filled with murderous intent, Renee glared at him, sword in hand. "I won't stand by while you insult the Barrett family." Startled, he could only widen his eyes and mutter evasively, We don't discriminate based on a candidate's background, so please disregard what I just said." He boomed, "State your family and status." The man replied, "The PC family, Odell." With registration complete, he reminded them not to forget to attend the entrance exam on the appointed day. Odell mused. In the human-demon war, the stronger half-demons fought against humanity, so it's natural for them to harbor resentment. "I'm angry too, but there's nothing I can do." They turned to leave, but Renee still seemed bothered by what had just happened. Renee and the registration clerk still seemed upset, so Odell consoled her. "All right, Miss Renee, we need to find a place to stay." They went to a nearby inn, and Odell remarked, "This place looks clean enough." But Renee didn't think so, complaining that the inns here were too shabby. Odell could only comfort her, saying they had no choice, since they were broke. He thought to himself that the 10 gold coins Creed gave them were barely enough for the two of them to live on for a month. Because of the war, the Barrett family had become poor, so he couldn't ask for more. Odell turned to Renee with a smile. "Shall we go in?" The door opened with a chime. "Welcome." Renee looked around as Odell greeted the innkeeper, asking if they had a room for 2 nights, to which the innkeeper replied yes. He then asks if they'll be sharing a room, causing Renee to blush with surprise. Odell declines, asking for 2 separate rooms, which embarrasses Renee. The innkeeper, surprised, agrees and hands over the keys, mentioning the total cost is 2 gold coins for 2 days, including meals. The rooms are on the 2nd floor. As Odell paid, he thought, this is equivalent to 200,000 human currency. Not bad at all. Renee quickly headed upstairs, saying, "I'll go on ahead," leaving Odell to watch her go. He nodded and told her, "I'll bring the luggage up later, Lady Renee. Please get some rest." Renee turned and replied, "Okay, you too." Odell watched her go, thinking, she's always lived in a huge mansion. This must be her first time in a place like this. Well, she'll get used to it. As dusk settled, he thought, time for me to rest up for the next 2 days. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the academy windows, the sky a clear blue, and a guard shouted, "Contestants, please enter and follow instructions." Odell and Renee joined the throng, Odell glancing around and thinking, there are so many people. Are there at least 100 here? As the examinees gathered, Odell realized with concern just how many had signed up to defeat humanity. He'd have to be careful not to expose himself. An announcement rings out and everyone listens intently. From this point on, please present your identification and board the train in order. Odell is surprised. A train? As soon as the words were spoken, a train sped into view. Everyone watched in astonishment, and Odell exclaimed in surprise, "A train? I never expected this." The train sped through a mystical dimension. They say many maze space gates were set up to deter intruders, and only by train can one reach Saitan. As they boarded, Odell exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect the giant fortress we saw from the outside to be just a part of this place. How vast is this academy?" The train accelerates to breakneck speed, forcing them to hold on tight as an announcement blares, "Approaching the City of Ruin. Brace yourselves." Odell stares in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The academy's majestic grandeur is astounding. Odell tells Renee, "We're finally here," to which she simply replies, "Yeah." The ship comes to a halt inside the academy. Odell carefully helped Renee off the ship as an announcement echoed, "Contestants, please follow the instructions and proceed to the hall where the exam will be held." Everyone quickly began to move. They all proceed through a large doorway, and standing in the great hall, Odell can't help but look up, thinking, wow, it's huge. It's overwhelming. It was then that he looked around at the others, thinking, most of the young demons are here. I wonder if any other heirs of the 7 deadly sins are present. Suddenly, 3 figures in strange attire appeared, including a purple-haired man with a large sword at his hip. He looked menacing. Everyone cautiously glanced at them, realizing they weren't students, but rather, judging by their clothes, instructors. Odell smiled to himself, thinking that making a good impression might make life here a little easier. But suddenly, Renee announced that time was up, leaving Odell stunned. The massive doors that were once wide open suddenly slam shut, and everyone watches in stunned silence as the lights begin to dim, and they look up in bewilderment. Odell started to sweat, wondering what kind of magic or test this was, since it was supposed to be 3 days. Then an eerie voice echoed, demanding silence and stillness. High above the hall, light shines upon a figure, with fierce red eyes and strange markings around their neck and face. Looking down with disdain, she says, "Welcome to Saitan, you fools." She threatens, "Let's see, how many eager deaths do we have this year?" And no one could help but tremble at her words. Odell trembled, realizing the immense pressure from her voice alone. Then she smirked, a blinding light erupting around her as she declared, "Enough talk." She yells, "Let the entrance exam begin immediately." A blue light flashes, blinding everyone as a surge of power descends upon the hall, causing them to sway. Odell worriedly calls out, "Lady Renee." She focuses on keeping her balance and replies, "Focus on the exam." It seems this isn't just ordinary light. Some are already clutching their necks, collapsing, unable to breathe, as Odell grits her teeth and endures. The 2 people in plain clothes from earlier watch from the sidelines, their expressions betraying no surprise at the sight of the writhing students. The short-haired man just laughed, saying the headmaster's taste was too strange, don't you think? The large, purple-haired man replied, "Yes, no matter how talented, if their spirit is weak, they are useless." And the girl creating that light was none other than the headmaster, standing and watching with a wide grin. Headmaster Lucian Dixon's supervision of the first stage of the entrance exam is known as the mental endurance test. There's a reason for it all, to test if the candidates can endure torture and keep secrets if captured by humans. That's enough for now. The short-haired man says Odell is struggling while Renee seems unaffected. He sounds rather disappointed. Everyone except those 8 has fallen. I had high hopes with so many participants, but... The purple-haired man continued to observe, noting that about 40% lasted more than 5 minutes compared to the previous selection. A much higher number, a relief. The figures unaffected by the principal's terrifying power stand out. Rumor has it that an heir of the 7 deadly sins is participating in this selection. And it seems the rumors are true, the man muses. Now that you mention it, you're right. The purple-haired man suddenly noticed something. But wait. Looking at Adele struggling, about to fall, the man wondered, who is that kid? He doesn't seem to be an heir of the 7 deadly sins. The short-haired man followed his gaze and said with a smile, "Indeed. And he's managed to stay conscious for almost 10 minutes. He remarked that Adele wouldn't last much longer, as she seemed on the verge of collapsing. But then the purple-haired man sensed something amiss. He saw it. Something was wrong. Adele was suddenly emitting terrifying black energy all around him. The 2 men were shocked, and even the headmaster was surprised. Another persona lurks within Adele, a dangerous one. The purple-haired man swiftly draws his sword, knowing they must kill him here and now. He doesn't seem special at all, the purple-haired man thought, looking at the panting Adele. But suddenly his aura changed, taking him by surprise. So, a detached killing intent. The aura surrounding Adele inspires fear, like picking a flower or killing an insect. Not the primal bloodlust of beasts, but the killing intent of the most ruthless murderers. Suddenly, every instructor's attention was on him, and before he knew it, the man drew his sword. The headmaster glanced at him, perhaps sensing his intentions. Slightly unnerved, he thought, "Damn, why am I nervous fighting a rookie?" The short-haired man beside him turned and smirked. The new students were nearly prostrate on the floor as Adele, teeth gritted, struggled to stay upright, his mind on the verge of collapse. He had to find a way to endure. He grits his teeth, thinking, wait, what if I use my own aura? Maybe it'll be enough to resist hers. Knowing he's at his limit, Adele takes a gamble. He has no other choice. He screams as his eyes turn red and his aura burns crimson. Headmaster Lucian turns to Adele. Holding up well, are we? Perhaps I should increase the intensity a bit. A demonic presence invades Adele, just a little more. Adele's red aura engulfs him, resisting the principal's encroaching power. Headmaster Lucian is slightly taken aback as Adele gasps for breath. Seemingly regaining his strength, Adele was able to stand up straight comfortably. It really worked. He feels much better now. Adele quickly turned to Renee, wondering how she was doing. She seems mostly unaffected, standing still as ever. Quite impressive. Turning to the others who remain, the heirs of the 7 deadly sins are holding their own, including the man with the golden eyes, the heir of envy, Bantan. The girl with horns on her forehead, heir to lust, the green-eyed man, heir to gluttony Samuel, the mysterious man, heir to sloth iron, and the large, muscular man, heir to wrath Guwa. Renee's silhouette, characters built with genuine emotion, all destined to be slain by the protagonists. Adele frowned, gazing at Renee. All 6 of them, including Renee, were doomed. Suddenly, Adele recognizes a familiar figure. Long white hair, red eyes, and a thorny brown crown. Adele is stunned. There's no mistaking it. That girl, with her burning red eyes, untouched by the headmaster's power. It's the future Demon King. The worst villain of the demon realm. The heir to the throne of wrath. The announcement rings out. All right, the first round is over. Adele pondered. The Demon King always came from the Wrath family, so why was she here? He looked at the girl, the future Demon King, a candidate. What was going on that he didn't know? Someone shouted, drawing Adele's attention. I failed? No way! The purple-haired man stood there with his arms crossed as the students protested together. What kind of exam is this? Don't you dare touch me. Do you know who my father is? One of them shouted, demanding the headmaster, but a large hand gripped his face. It was the purple-haired man, glaring, I don't care who your father is, understand? The young man could only tremble. The purple-haired man released him, then bluntly told everyone that he wouldn't repeat himself, as the other man fell to the ground. He declared that those who couldn't even last 5 minutes in the first test weren't needed here. Failures, eliminated. The announcement echoed, the gates closing shut. Adele smiled faintly. Saitan was truly ruthless. Lucky I made it through. He then turned to look at the headmaster, thinking, that girl is the headmaster of Saitan. I knew it. I've seen her somewhere before. He assessed the headmaster, though she looks cute. She's one of the strongest in the demon world, Headmaster Lucian of Saitan. Adele gripped his sword, relieved to pass the first round, but knew he had to be more careful, as even fewer would pass the second test. Whispers arose, and Adele turned to see Amazon. It must be Renee, the Barrett family's combat genius. Renee stood there, and as the others stopped talking and turned to look at him, he wondered, is Renee famous? An arrogant-looking orange-haired guy was surrounded by people, which made sense since they were heirs of the 7 deadly sins clans, and they had resisted the principal's overwhelming aura. Adele held back tears, wondering why no one noticed him, as 2 figures behind him sized him up. Renee approached Adele, saying, You made it too, huh? Adele turned to her and replied, Yes, I did. Adele thought he should be pleased that he made an impression as more than just an ordinary contestant, and that the instructors and headmaster would remember him. The purple-haired man shouted, Attention! And everyone quickly turned to him. He booms, I'll introduce myself. My name is Aries, and I'm the instructor in charge of teaching you. But the students don't seem to think so, sweating and blushing, thinking he looks like he's carrying a sashimi knife in his pocket. Instructor Aries turned to the students, congratulating them on passing the first test of mental fortitude, a test of whether they could stay sane while being tortured by humans in the future. The heir of desire smirks, arms crossed, and adds that the 8 remaining candidates will receive bonus points. And if they perform well on the second test, they'll be granted access to the armory. Hearing that, Adele couldn't help but rejoice. The armory? What luck. Thank goodness he decided to hold out until the end. He could feel the envious gazes of others. A subtle aura of hostility directed his way. Instructor Aries continued, Now, I will explain the second test. Listen carefully. In the second test, you will demonstrate your abilities. Specifically, you will show us the talents and weapons you can use to fight humanity. The class you're assigned to may depend on this test, and so keep that in mind. Adele thinks to himself that he must mean they'll be assigned to the appropriate class depending on the type of weapon and talent they use. I wonder what kind of humans we'll be up against. Instructor Aries raises his hand. casting a spell, and shouts, "Here is your assignment for the second test, as well as the humans you will face." A small blue light appeared in the instructor's hand, then swirled violently into a massive vortex beside him, revealing a figure wearing a fox's head on their chest. Holding a long, sharp sword, he stunned everyone, even Odell. Wait, isn't that 9S, the strongest hero among the heads of the 6 families, a legend with a resolute face? Odell is shocked. Why is that man here? What a coincidence. But Renee, remaining calm, turns to Odell and asks, "Odell, do you know who that is?" He thought to himself, "Of course I know him. That's 9SL, head of the 9 family, and he's closely related to the main character from the original story. More than just close, his bloodline was destined from birth. He is the protagonist's father, 9SL, who built the most powerful family through talent alone." The 2 boys beside him continued to discuss. "That's Kyum Cheong. Aren't they trying to eliminate us from the start?" Odell looked around, thinking, there are others who know him too. Well, he has defeated quite a few demon clans after all. Instructor Ares explains matter-of-factly, "Of course, we don't expect you all to withstand Sword Saint's full power. He'll only use up to 10%. Listen closely, if he could use his full strength, none of us would stand a chance." Renee turned to Odell. 10% isn't too easy, is it?" Odell smiled. "Not at all. Even weakened, a monster is still a monster." Odell looked at the sword demon, full of concern. 10% of the sword demon's power could easily destroy a city. I wonder how this year's recruits will fare in this brutal test. There must be a certain standard they expect to pass. If only I could use the information scroll, but we don't have much money and the number of questions is limited. The instructors continue to announce the next test format. Given your current level, you can't face him alone, so we'll divide you into teams of 4. To ensure fairness, the top 8 from the first test will be placed in separate groups and the rest will be randomly assigned. Hearing this, Odell pondered. The top 8 must include the heirs of the 7 deadly sins. And himself. He must be getting special treatment. Meanwhile, Renee was being watched by admiring male students, but she didn't seem to care. Those looks again. I'm used to them now. Odell, on the other hand, received only unfriendly stares. They're acting like I got lucky, and everyone else is just leftovers. A small hand gently touched Odell. It was Renee, who whispered to him, "Get through this and come back safe." Odell smiled. "Yes, I wish you success as well, Miss Renee. Now I will call out the names, starting with Group 1. Odell is informed of his team, Team 33, leader Odell, members Kina, Creed, and Sanch. He approached his team, not recognizing many of the names. Were they minor characters without much significance in the original story? Odell surveyed his team's formation. He introduces himself smoothly. "I'm Odell. Nice to meet you all." The white-haired boy replies excitedly, "Hi, I'm Creed." And the blonde girl waves, "Hello." The other one looked displeased. It was Sancha, and he remained silent, glaring at Odell, a half-demon leading the team, an insult to his family. He could only grit his teeth in frustration. Even nobodies looked down on him, insulting his family. He must think he's one of the 7 deadly sins heirs. Odell turned to the other 2. "Well, let's do our best anyway." "Yeah, I'll try my best." Odell took the initiative. "First, let's assign roles and share what weapons or abilities you use, starting with you, Creed." He uses his hands to manifest his ability. Mana Manipulation. I can deploy this triangular mana pillar and turn it into armor or a sword. He manifests it with ease. It doesn't have high attack power, but it's very versatile. I see. Odell is pleased. Not bad at all, you pass. Next, Kina. She's excited, but I'm not really suited for combat. I'm more of a support type. Odell asks, "A support type?" Kina clasped her hands and cast her spell. "I pray to the demon god to increase our allies' speed." A magical source appeared, and Odell watched intently. "Done," Kina gasped. "Did it work? Do you feel lighter?" Odell casually replies, "Yeah, I guess so." Kina gets angry. You're so mean." Odell quickly tries to smooth things over. "Ha ha, I'm just kidding, don't be sad." But Odell thinks to himself that it's better than nothing, though it's so weak he can barely feel it, and he honestly doesn't know how she passed the first test. Now, turning to the hook-nosed guy from before, finally, Sanch. As he spoke, he demonstrated his ability, proudly boasting, "This is my power." Odell smiled. "Oh, enhancement? Perfect for a vanguard." He immediately turned to Odell and shouted, "Your turn!" Whoosh! Odell vanished, then suddenly reappeared next to Sancha, startling him. Odell revealed his ability. Instant movement. He lightly held his sword and said, "That's my ability." Sancho was terrified, while Kaina and Griff were surprised and praised him. "Oh, amazing. Instant movement. That's a really great ability." "Ha, thank you for the compliment." Odell thought to himself, "Even so, who knows what variables might arise, so I won't reveal all the details of my abilities just yet." Now, Odell assigned positions to the team. Griff and Sanch, the defense specialist, would be in front. He'd be in the middle, and Kaina would support him from behind. He asks if everyone's okay. Kina agrees that it sounds good, and Sanche has no objections. An announcement rings out. "We will now begin the second test. Each group, prepare yourselves." Odell turns and says, "It's finally starting." The instructor calls out, "Team 1, step up." Odell watches intently, noting that even against Sword Saint, their eyes burn with fighting spirit. With a single strike, the Sword Saint sends the first group flying. Odell watches in horror as one of them clutches his stomach, and Aid is stunned. He didn't even see him move. Is that really only 10% of his power? The instructor called out, "Next, Group 2. Like Group 1, they were easily defeated. Everyone grew more anxious as Instructor Aries called out, "Next, Group 3, Group 4, step forward." 2 members approached, but it seemed hopeless. He told the instructor it was pointless. They were sure to lose. Instructor Aries was silent, watching the 2 students. Then he said they could skip the test, turning to the others, asking if they would continue. One replied that they would try. Erdel sensed something. They're really going through with it? I see, so the condition to pass this second test must be... Creed was surprised. What? They don't need to take the test? Erdel smiled. Of course not. The remaining 2 trainees prepared. Group 4, begin. Erdel watched and thought, those 2 can't handle SL. Let's observe a little longer. Again, they were blown away by a single move from the Sword Saint. Creed panicked, wondering if they could really defeat such a monster, but Sanch remained defiant, scoffing at their fear of an ordinary man. Erdel smiled, noting that he could hear Sanch's legs trembling from where he stood. With a single move from the Sword Saint, Group 5 falls, followed by Group 9. The situation is more tense than Erdel thought. Group 10 steps up, only to forfeit. Renee watches on, emotionless. Group 20. The next group of students prepares, and Erdel thinks, by the time we reached Group 30, a total of 5 groups had already given up, and not one group was able to land an effective blow on the Sword Saint. The next group forms ranks and focuses on battling the Sword Saint. A battle against an invincible opponent with no restrictions on leaving mid-match. Plus, a student blocks one of the Sword Saint's blows. Creed is astonished. Wow, he blocked it. Erdel is silent. The later the matches, the longer they last, their skills are better than the previous test takers. This time, Erdel looks at the Sword Saint and says, I understand. So that's the real condition to pass the second test. Sanche, still arrogant, shouts that it's almost their turn, and Creed replies that he's getting nervous, but Erdel tells them he's figured out how to pass the second test. Sanche is confused, but Erdel grins, explaining that true wit means standing up and fighting to the end, even when faced with overwhelming power. Judging by how the instructors treat those who give up in the Sword Saint's power, I'm sure of it. Sanche wonders why, but Erdel explains, why shouldn't we? Instructor Aries shouts, next, Team 33. Erdel draws his sword with a smile, thinking, let's try to defeat the Sword Saint. With our strength, we can do it. Sanche hesitated, but Kaina and Creed were eager, ready to give it a shot, even if they lost. Erdel chuckled to himself, so what if he was just a half-demon? With his talent, the strongest villain, he could win. Erdel's team takes their positions, and he shouts, let's begin. He thinks to himself that unlike the main character, he doesn't have much information about Sung-il because it wasn't specified before, so what should he do now? He reassured his teammates, telling them not to worry, to hold their positions and fight. Both Creed and Sanch trusted Erdel, agreeing to follow his lead. The Saint swings into action, and Erdel shouts that he's coming. The Saint's blade shatters Creed's shield. Creed is sent flying, and Erdel shouts for Kaina to protect him. Erdel worried. Sancho was still in position. He knew. Kim Sung continued his assault. Sanche stood his ground and blocked the blow. He did it, I held firm. Erdel patted his shoulder. Well done. Erdel noticed a flaw right before the second strike, but looking at the Sword Saint, he hesitated. The opening was too obvious, and his instincts told him not to risk it. He sensed a trap. Did he have someone up his sleeve? Erdel urgently turned to his team, shouting, the second attack is coming. Get into position. Creed struggled to raise his shield. Damn it! Erdel felt uneasy. Creed was at his limit, and Sanch's hands were blistering. He tried to stay calm. One attack had done this much damage. This wasn't good. They had to hold on a little longer. Kim's next attack. Erdel is worried. Again, the attack is coming straight for them. Sanche's hands were blistering, and he was barely holding on. Was it going to get even stronger? He screamed at Erdel, asking what they were waiting for, because at this rate, they were all going to die. They needed to hold out just a little longer. Sanche's furious, calling Erdel a madman for still calculating. They're the only team who blocked the second attack. Is he planning to do that again? Meanwhile, Saint Kim silently observes, staring intently at the group. Erdel suddenly realizes something and kinda calls out to Creed. Erdel rushed over, asking if Creed was all right, telling the trembling Creed that he knew it was difficult, but to trust him just one more time. Sanche shouts, "What are you doing, Erdel? He's about to attack again." Creed asks, "You have a plan, right?" Erdel nods. "Yeah." Erdel suddenly transforms into his demonic form once again, declaring he will stab the sword into his throat, shocking Creed and Kaina. The saint is about to strike, and Sanche cries out, "He's coming, Creed!" Erdel appears behind him, saying, "Sanche, you're on your own without Creed's barrier this time." Sanche is shocked, asking what he means. Kim Thon unleashes his attack, and Sanche is unable to defend himself. He's blown away, and Erdel leaps into action, swapping the positions of two teleporters. Facing Kim Thon alone, when he launched his next attack, Erdel swapped the positions of two designated targets. Erdel leaps into action, swapping out his sword, and stands before the Gold Saint. Erdel retaliates with a deadly strike, moving with lightning speed. Instructor Ares frowned, watching him intently, as Renee involuntarily followed Erdel's gaze. Kim's knee strikes Erdel's back, but is thankfully blocked by a barrier. Red blood splatters the floor as Erdel endures the pain. That bastard! I have to hold on a little longer. Erdel struggles to evade the attack and continue casting. Darkness takes hold, and a black vortex engulfs all. Inside the vortex, Erdel thinks to himself that without Greed's barrier, he would have already exploded. The position swap failed, but at least I've trapped him. Kim Sung's back is just ahead, in a pitch-black space devoid of light. Even I can't see in here. Erdel frowned, but he had the speed of darkness, and in this space, it was stronger than any weapon. Erdel stood behind Kim, ready to defeat him with everything he had, but Kim sensed something was off. He turned back towards Erdel, catching him off guard, and with blinding speed he lunged forward, fist raised. Erdel thought to himself that this man was a monster, as Jiang raised both hands. With a glint of red in his eye, Erdel smirked as the holy sword shifted from his grasp to another location entirely. It's behind the Gold Saint. Erdel raises his hand before him, and this time the one being lured into the trap is the Gold Saint himself. Not just one, but many holy swords appear in this space. Erdel grins, clenching his fist as the fangs of darkness sing a sword dance. A barrage of blades hurtled toward Kim Sung, piercing him relentlessly as everyone outside remained focused on the vortex. Creed worried, wondering what on earth was happening inside, while Instructor Ares calmly stated that it seemed to be ending. The vortex fades away, and Erdel stands there as if nothing happened. The vortex vanished, Kim Saint lay defeated, and Erdel stood victorious, leaving everyone in shock. All eyes are on Erdel, a look of satisfaction on his face. In this silent atmosphere, he knows he's done it. The orange-haired Trang looks at Erdel, marveling at how interesting it all is, as Creed and Kaina happily rush toward Erdel. Creed praises him, saying it was amazing and wondering how he did it. Erdel simply smiles, saying it was thanks to everyone's teamwork. Erdel turned to Kaina and asked about Sanche, saying he was a bit shocked, but the instructors are helping him recover. Erdel raised his sword, saying, "That's good." He approaches the saint, saying, "Let's end this." Creed and Kaina are stunned. "End it? Isn't it over?" Suddenly, Kim Sung's leg twitches. Creed stares at Erdel in disbelief, asking what he's doing. Erdel turns back and says, "Well, we need to make sure he's really dead, don't we?" Instructor Ares stares intently, as a seductive figure sighs. Heh, she's full of arrogance. Not bad for a demi-human. The man next to her said, "But compared to F, he's nothing special." To which she replied, "Of course not." She continued to talk about Erdel, saying, "He was born inferior, and no matter what, his true nature will be revealed." Oblivious to the danger, she ranted on, foolish and crude, as Renee glared at her with murderous intent. She seemed a little flustered, wondering who it was. Renee glared at her, and she realized, were those horns bears? Why was she looking at her like that? She trembled, utterly terrified. The surrounding crowd whispered, acknowledging Renee as the heir of the 7 deadly sins, and wondered who would win this battle of intimidation. Her zealous followers cheered. "Of course it's F. That little thing isn't even worth a side dish." She thought to herself, I mean, maybe she's not that weak. Erdel suddenly sensed something behind him. He looked over. Wait, isn't that Renee? Why is she radiating such murderous intent? She said the person behind him was calling Erdel's name. It was Instructor Aries, and he approached, staring intently. Erdel turned back with a smile, asking, "Yes, what is it?" Instructor Aries sternly replied, "Are you really asking if you don't know?" Erdel casually replies, "No, I don't." Instructor Aries turns and walks away, saying he'll be watching her from now on. Erdel sighs, thinking he'd get praise, but it seems he'll have to keep an eye on Renee. Another instructor notes her bloodlust. Erdel was surprised. They're still going? And who is that girl facing her? Blue eyes, long hair, and a single onyx horn on her bare forehead. She's from the Lust family. Lauren frowned, wondering why she wanted to fight Renee here. She'd been so focused on the human world that she was completely ignorant of the demon realm. The girl named FR skids, and Erdel stands there watching. Pointing at Erdel, she shouts, "Become my slave, you half-demon!" Erdel is shocked, wondering why she's being called out. Pointing directly at Erdel, she shouts for him to become her slave as Renee arrives, radiating murderous intent, and Erdel calls out to her. She takes to the sky, drawing her sword and aiming it at the FR owner. The woman frowned, watching Renee in a panic before she could react. Somewhat frightened, she yelled at Renee, "You're crazy!" Aries quickly shouts, "Stop!" as a conflict erupts between students. Renee looks up, wondering why he's forbidding all pointless disputes. The girl barely blocks Renee's attack. Settling personal grudges outside is the rule. Erdel breathes a sigh of relief. Aries stopped it. Thankfully, the 7 deadly sins didn't happen before the entrance ceremony. Renee sheathed her sword and turned away without a care, while the other girl trembled. There must be something wrong with her. Erdel rushed over, sweating. "Are you all right, miss?" Renee stares at him. Their group is up next, so she simply nods, leaving Erdel flustered. She even wipes his sweat. Renee says softly, "Well done." Efkia stared in shock, wondering what the relationship was between them, asking if she was dating a half-demon. Erdel was secretly pleased, feeling better treated after passing, and quietly thanked her. Renee looks at him, the one hiding his strength to appear weaker. Erdel is caught off guard as an announcement rings out, calling Group 34. Renee turns and walks away, saying she has to go and won't tell anyone. Erdel watches silently, wondering if he seems so weak after using all his strength to pass, and if she thinks he's a family priest. A voice echoes behind Erdel, "State your name." Erdel is caught off guard. "Me? My name is Erdel." She muses, "Erdel, not a bad name." He wonders why she called him over. She asks why he's asking, thinking to herself that he interrupted her earlier. With arms crossed, she stands tall. "Forget that Barrett's wench and serve me." She calmly thinks, "Witness my irresistible charm. I'll steal him away and crush that girl's nose." Erdel turns away, unconcerned, saying his lady is next and to try again later, but it doesn't work. He's excited to finally see Renee's full power, while the woman behind him seethes, ignored. Renee's group seems strong. Just how powerful is she, and what about the other children of the 7 deadly sins? Both Kim and Renee emanate a deadly aura. Erdel and the others are astonished. This confrontation is more intense than they imagined. Renee and her group remain calm and collected. Everyone watches as the orange-haired man laughs, finding her quite amusing. Watching Renee approach Kim, Erdel panicked. Was she really going straight for him? What was she thinking? Renee stared intently at him, both of them radiating a murderous aura. Silence falls as Renee unleashes her power. Kim Sung also retaliates, and as both sides begin to attack, Renee slashes at him. Everyone was stunned. Not only was his sword broken in two, but his hand had fallen to the ground. Renee turns and walks away as the cheers of the students echo around her. The Aries faction is pleased. Not bad. Everyone cheers her name. Renee, Renee. Erdel was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Could he be mistaken? She won that easily. Why? Erdel suddenly realizes that's why SL didn't attack Renee when she came looking for him. He's realized her power level. The AF beside Erdel remarks on Renee, "What a shame I didn't get to see her mocked by the Sword Saint. But at least to face me, she'd need that ability." Erdel was shocked. You mean if all the daughters of the 7 deadly sins gathered, they could defeat the real Saint Kim? She retorts that no one can defeat the Saint of Swords. Perhaps only the previous Demon King could. Erdel asks if the girls had skills exceeding 10% of the Saint of Swords' power. She retorts, "Are you mocking me? Anyone can see that pathetic imposter isn't even 10% of the real Kim Saint's power." Erdel pauses. He glanced at the fake Kim, realizing he'd struggled against an imposter who wasn't even a tenth of the real one. He may have created this world, but he knew nothing of the demon realm. He smiled, but anticipation fluttered in his heart. Let's see how things play out. The announcement echoed again. Next, Group 35. Only the 7 deadly sins remain. The test was easy for them, perhaps due to the impact of Renee's exam, and the other kids defeated the Gold Saints as well. Group 40 pass. The orange-haired guy laughed. Ha ha ha, too easy. Next, a girl fights a battle so intense it's hard to tell who's stronger among the 7 deadly sins children. Still, I know who the 2 strongest are, so there's no need to worry. Instructor Aries announces, the entrance exam is over. Everyone gather in front of the podium. Every student and Erdel listened intently as the results of the second test were announced. All combat participants had passed, regardless of victory or defeat. As for the others, Erdel thought, just as he suspected, those who gave up had failed. Renee remained indifferent amidst the others' joy as Aries congratulated those who passed, declaring them official members and trainees of Saitan. He cautioned them not to get too excited, as a hellish path awaited them, so difficult they'd want to quit. Finally, Instructor Aries announced, those who passed gather for the entrance ceremony in 2 days. AF smirked at the instructor, and the 8 who defeated the Sword Saint, stay where you are. Renee turned to Odell, asking why they wanted them to stay, to which he replied with a smile, don't you think he's trying to reward us with that armory he mentioned in the first test? Instructor Aries walked down the stairs towards the students who defeated the Sword Saint, saying, you all passed with flying colors, so as I promised, I'll give you the chance to enter the armory. The orange-haired guy eagerly raised his hand and asked, I have a question. Instructor Aries looked at him and said, go ahead, trainee. He loudly inquired, can we take out as many weapons as we want? Saitan's weapons sound super useful. Odell watched him intently, thinking, indeed, Venti's son, Lycan Balyun, his greed and curiosity know no bounds. He's had quite the run in my novel. Instructor Aries frowned, explaining, no, using too many weapons will make it hard to focus, so only one is allowed. As he spoke, Instructor Aries gestured. Since we don't have much time, I won't take any more questions. Follow me. I'll lead you to the armory. Aries raised his hand and touched the wall in front of them, casting a barrier, and the door suddenly flashed before the student's eyes. The eager student rushed forward, while Odell looked on in disbelief. Now, this is the privilege Saitan grants you. Choose wisely or poorly, it's up to you. Odell watched with suspicion, thinking, this is the armory? It looks like a dungeon entrance. Aries gestured and said, enter one at a time, in reverse order of the second test, and just as a precaution, each of you will be checked on the way out. Odell wondered if he was last, meaning he could do whatever he wanted. Meanwhile, that guy was still excited, thrilled to be first, waving as he approached the door, boasting that he'd picked the best. Aries loudly tells them to shut up and go inside. Renee softly tells Odell that she'll choose an artifact since she already has a weapon. What about you, Odell? He asks with a smile. I think I'll choose an artifact too. Odell hesitated, worried. Does this mean the others will do the same? Will there be anything left for me? Renee glared. Instructor Aries shouted, next, get in here. The next guy came out wearing a crown, boasting, ha 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 ha, isn't this cool? Odell, seeing the others get their weapons, was a bit disappointed, thinking, just as I thought, everyone's getting artifacts. Maybe I should choose armor. It's his turn. Odell looks at Renee and asks, I see you chose a bracelet. May I ask what its properties are? She happily explained that there would be a description inside, and Odell was surprised, asking about the description. Renee smiled and explained that some items didn't have descriptions. Odell nodded. I see, he thought. Some have no description. He approached the door. Does that mean they're worthless? I don't think so, but they're keeping them very carefully. Odell stepped in front of Instructor Aries, thinking they must be special, when Aries said, You're the last one. He still didn't look at him. With a cold, serious tone, he said, If you have something to say, then say it. Odell thought, His face is telling me not to say anything at all. Sweating nervously, Odell asked, Could I ask what it means when an item has no description? Instructor Aries replied, It means we haven't figured out exactly what it is yet. Odell excitedly asked, So you haven't found its owner or what its abilities are? Precisely. If you're lucky, you might obtain an item with incredible abilities, but if not, you could suffer a curse for the rest of your life. Odell hesitated, but Instructor Aries urged him to hurry as they were short on time. Intrigued, Odell enters, knowing his fate now rests entirely on luck as he steps through the doorway. He looks around. It's surprisingly bright and tidy. Hopefully, nothing jumps out. Odell sees a bright light coming from the doorway on the other side. That must be it. He enters a room filled with various stored items, passing by a red sword. Wow, this is insane. Then he paused before a massive spear, quite unique in its design, and read the description. The serpent spear, wielded by an unknown demon to hunt snakes, houses the vengeful spirits of its victims. And when a certain amount of mana is channeled, the forms of 2 snakes will appear. Odell looks at the spear, deep in thought. The description sounds important, but its abilities aren't great since he already has a barrier and doesn't need them. Next, the Starlight Crystal, a crystal ball imbued with starlight once used by a skilled Star Elf mage. By channeling a small amount of mana, you can borrow the light of the stars to illuminate your surroundings. Odell turned to leave, never really liking it since he used dark magic. He could use it as a torch, but never mind. Unexpectedly seeing something different, Odell was drawn in. Why is this empty? I wonder what item was here. He bent down to read the weapon's description. The Great Crown of the Conqueror grants the wearer incredible stamina and recovery until their death. Odell frowned, annoyed. This artifact belongs to its master until they die. This is what Banton wore, that greedy bastard. Odell sighs, feeling helpless. He removed bound items from his novel, yet he's found one here. He glances around, realizing most of the good artifacts are probably gone. Only empty boxes remain. The Serpent Piercer is gone. The boxes are all empty, along with the Demon General's war banner and the Sango Noble's insignia. Odell cried out in frustration. There's nothing left. He paused, realizing the 7 deadly sins had taken all the good stuff, and wondered what to do. He reluctantly turned to the sword beside him. Odell looked at the lone sword and thought, most of the armor and weapons aren't very good. Looks like I have no other choice, unless this is a cursed relic. Suddenly, Odell had an idea. That's right, he could do that. He quickly grabbed paper and pen, thinking he needed to save as much gold as possible, but for now he would use it. Odell scribbled on a piece of paper. Tell me about the broken sword without a description in the armory. You must pay for this information. Pay with a relic above the scroll tier or 100 gold. Remembering something, Odell turned and said, Wait a minute. An old item in a box with no description. Tell me about the new fist without a description next to it. You must pay for this information. The price is at least 50 gold. Odell sweats, realizing 50 gold. I get it. Since it tells me the cost, I just need to pick the most expensive item. He considers, there are 7 undescribed boxes in this row, so I'll ask in order. A blue-eyed falcon with no description. Tell me about the falcon-shaped black stone. The price for this information is at least 1 gold coin. Odell is incredibly disappointed that it's only 1 gold coin. The description reads, exchange the owner's fortune with another's misfortune. Odell is surprised. Wow, definitely this one. Next. The next items, pay at least 100 gold, pay at least 50 gold. Odell, panting, clutching the paper, hesitantly approached the next box. None are enough, none are particularly good, only 2 left. Please. A strange weapon is described, an artifact of at least mythic grade, pay at least 300 gold. Odell is ecstatic. A mythic level item. Wow, lucky me. Odell rushes. This is even better than the artifacts the others got. I'll take this one. Suddenly, a strange feeling stopped Odell in his tracks, and he turned to the box beside him, which was glowing. Odell was surprised and drawn to it, wondering what this strange feeling was. Like someone was watching him? Inside the box was an ornate necklace. That's right, there's one last thing. As Odell wrote, he wondered if this was also Odell's 6th sense, telling him about this nameless necklace. Suddenly, Odell sensed something was amiss. The paper suddenly floated and glowed, surprising Odell. What is happening? The paper reads that a god must be sacrificed. Sacrificing a god causes the light to intensify, and Odell wonders in astonishment if this is a legendary item. Odell was astonished. He thought he was done for, but it seems luck is on his side. As he watched the paper float, he carefully considered, wait, it's too soon to celebrate. Which god should I sacrifice? I don't even have a minor god, let alone a demon god. Odell stared intently at the necklace, wondering what it truly was. He decided to examine it, thinking he should try channeling some mana into it. But nothing happens. The necklace remains unmoved. Odell stares at it, puzzled. Damn it, this is frustrating. I know it has potential. It just tells me to sacrifice a god and nothing else. Not giving up, Odell continued writing on the paper. Perhaps I should try some tricks. Tell me, which god is related to the nameless necklace in the basement? The paper still read, "Sacrifice a god." Odell was puzzled. No effect. Clutching the box, Odell lamented that rephrasing the question would likely yield the same answer. Should he give up? Without hesitation, he opened the box and confidently retrieved the necklace. No, he was certain. After putting it on, Odell knew this was worth far more than any ordinary artifact. His instincts told him so. He read some information about it, just to be sure. Race, half-demon. Attribute, chaos. Talent, position swap. 2. Trait, savor. Focus, killing intent. Darkness, mana control. Endurance, mana 1297. Status window. Just as I thought. Odell muses, well, no one else would be interested in this anyway, so I can take my time figuring it out. Aries was surprised by Odell's choice. What was that necklace? Odell awkwardly replied that it was one of the items without a description. Aries is surprised that Odell chose an artifact without knowing its function or history, implying he knows something about it. But Odell simply smiles, saying he knows nothing at all. He said nothing, only raised an eyebrow at Odell, causing him to sweat. That look again. Why does he hate me so much? Instructor Aries simply turned away. Very well, I'll trust you. As an instructor of Saitan, I must trust my students. He turns to everyone and says, now take good care of the artifacts you've chosen during the break. They might even act as a second life. All the students respond in unison. Yes, sir. Odell watched the students before him, thinking, everyone here except me has the potential to lead the demon world in the future. They'll receive endless investment and support. Odell felt a little insecure. If only I could have some of that. Can I really make it at Saitan? As the armory gate fades away, Instructor Aries announces, all right, dismissed. We'll meet again at the entrance ceremony. Then to Renee. Shall we return to the dorm, Lady Renee? She nods. Yes. Suddenly, a hand lands on Odell's shoulder, and the orange-haired guy calls out, Team Leader 33. He laughs. Sorry, was I a little too rough for our first meeting? Odell turns to see Bantan, who enthusiastically reaches out. It's great to meet you. I'm Bantan, and your fighting style was really impressive. Odell happily returned the greeting. Nice to meet you too, Bantan. I'm Odell. This was unexpected, but it's good he approached me first. But his smile didn't last long, as Odell began to feel uneasy. Bantan drops the pretense, his grip tightening on Odell's hand. Odell grits his teeth in pain, thinking, what the hell is this guy doing? It seems he's finally showing his true colors. A Bantan who cares nothing for the weak, only interested in the strong, driven by envy and greed. This Bantan is a battle maniac. He once pushed the protagonist in the human realm to the brink of death, but upon realizing his potential spared him, saying they would fight again someday. In short, he's a combat-crazed lunatic. The Bantan feigns concern, asking Odell why he looks so troubled. Odell insists he's fine, questioning why Bantan sought him out when there are stronger opponents around. Odell immediately casts his spell, causing Bantan's sword to glow, swapping the positions of the two designated targets. Suddenly, the sword vanished, and Odell stood behind Bantan, saying, Stop, okay? The test is over. Everyone's exhausted. Odell felt his hand trembling. Damn it, my hand. The Bantan just laughs. I didn't expect this. He turns back, his expression challenging. You're strong. Shall we fight right here until one of us dies? Meanwhile, Odell panicked, thinking he was crazy, a total psycho, and that he didn't want to fight. Renee shouted at them to stop. She glares and challenges him, saying if he wants to fight her guard, he'll have to fight her too, setting the stage for a three-way brawl. Bantan stopped, saying he loved to fight, but taking on both of them was too much, and he didn't want to get hurt before school. But he turned back to Odell with a menacing smile, saying there would be more chances, and he'd see him again. Odell eyed him warily, thinking he doesn't want to get hurt before school, but he's willing to fight me to the death. What a psycho. Odell continued to watch him intently, realizing he truly couldn't predict this man. The Bantan now wields a sword, a fact that puzzles him. When did he draw it? Renee calls out to Odell, Let's go, Odell. Yes, Lady Renee. He turned to her with a smile. It's only been a day, but it feels like several have passed already. I'm starting to look forward to life at Saitan. The next morning, Odell woke up full of excitement, standing at the window and sighing in awe. Perhaps it was from yesterday's hardships, but today he felt strangely refreshed. He admired himself in the mirror, noting his improved physique. He was definitely getting stronger. He happily picked up the uniform. All right, let's try on the uniform Saitan sent. They knew where we were and sent it directly. They're quite thoughtful. Odell put on the uniform, surprised by its comfort. He mused that while they were restricted to wearing only the uniform for 3 years, at least it was practical. Then he thought of Renee. He'd given her a uniform too and wondered how she looked in it. Should he go see? Odell knocked on her door and a voice echoed from within. Who is it? Odell, ma'am. I wanted to ask if you needed anything before we head out. The door creaks open and Renee, in her uniform, stands shyly in the sunlight. Odell is stunned, telling her she looks beautiful, which only makes her blush more. Renee stammered, Where are you going? Odell noticed her ears were completely red. He thought to himself, embarrassed? I didn't know she had such a cute side. Odell smiled, telling her he rarely had a day off, so he was going to stroll around the city. He bowed politely, adding that she should take time to rest as well, and took his leave. Odell turned to leave, but Renee spoke up. Wait. She hesitated, avoiding his gaze. You have something you need to do, right? Odell wondered what urgent matter he had. Renee blushed, and Odell, turning back, thought, wait, did I forget something? Suddenly, Odell realizes protection. Embarrassed, he thinks. Right, I need to protect her. I forgot that in my excitement about having time off. Renee turns to Odell, saying she'll go with him and needs to change, asking him to wait a moment, still blushing, and asks how long he intends to stare. Odell realizes and says he'll wait outside, of course. He stood outside her room, secretly weeping, on his day off. The city was crowded and bustling, people trading and buying, a clean and lively city. Hard to believe a war had raged here just 10 years ago. Odell surveyed the scene, thinking that while reconstruction continued in the capital's outskirts, it seemed humanity had won the war but couldn't fully claim the capital. Renee tugged at Odell's sleeve and called his name. She points to a street vendor, suggesting they eat there. Odell looks at her, asking if she means street food, and she confirms. Golden skewers sizzle over the charcoal grill as Odell approaches the vendor, asking what kind of skewers they are. He replies that they're seasoned venison and vegetables. Odell thought to himself. Renee looked eager beside him, wondering if it tasted like chicken skewers, so he told the vendor to give him 2, thank you. She put 1 to her mouth and ate. They savor the taste. Delicious, don't you think? So good. Mr. Hundred Eyes looks at her, thinking, who knew the taciturn Renee could show such an expression? Perhaps she's slowly opening up. They strolled past a fountain in the city, chatting as they went. Odell was enjoying himself, saying it had been a long time since he'd had a real vacation, and maybe this would be the last time he'd have such leisure. Then, they both stopped in front of a statue. Odell gazed up at the massive statue in the city center, asking Renee who it was, surprised that he didn't know it was the first Demon King. He gazed at the statue and remarked, "Ah, the first Demon King. Now that I think about it, she does resemble Diana a bit." Odell mused, "I probably won't get another chance to see the first Demon King up close, so let's take a good look." Suddenly, the statue's eyes glowed and Odell's necklace flashed. Odell grabbed the necklace in shock, wondering what was happening as it began to glow. A light streamed from the statue and into the necklace. Odell clutched the necklace in astonishment, when suddenly one of the gems turned gray. What in the world is happening? Renee calls out to Odell, asking what he's doing and why he suddenly drew the artifact. Still in disbelief, Odell stares at the statue, wondering if he's seeing things. "No, I definitely saw light coming from the statue and the color of the necklace changed." Odell then turned to Renee. She had no idea what was happening. "It seems only I saw it." The statue returned to normal. Even Odell only received vague answers like sacrificing to a god. But now I've discovered something important in the most unexpected place. Odell realized the necklace was definitely connected to the first Demon King. And if he investigated everything about it, he'd find a clue. Renee called out to Odell, who was standing there. "Let's go back." "Yes, Miss Renee," he replied, still wondering. "Now I'm really curious about the true nature of this necklace." The next morning at the academy, after their break, Renee and Odell head to Saitan. Odell gently urges, "Hurry, the entrance ceremony is about to begin." "Yes." In the main hall, the principal stood on the platform to welcome the new students. The principal and faculty were already seated in the hall where the ceremony would take place, and about 100 new students had arrived. Odell thought, it's just a normal entrance ceremony. 2 new students whisper to each other, unable to believe that child is their headmaster, a monster who overwhelms them with her mere presence. One person praised the headmaster, but Odell scoffed, thinking, "Cute, my foot." He looked at her and marveled. She's covered in tattoos and has the body of a child. Who calls that cute? What's wrong with their eyes? Suddenly, the headmaster's eyes locked onto Odell, startling not only him, but the other students as well. The principal radiated murderous intent, and Odell thought, she's kind of cute. Can she read minds? Instructor Aries sternly announced, "Silence! The entrance ceremony will now begin." And with that, the ceremony commenced. Renee and Odell, in their uniforms, stood together as the headmaster's rather ordinary speech neared its end. And as the atmosphere calmed, the instructor spoke. "You must obey Satan's rules." And with that, the headmaster's speech is over. Now, we will begin the oath ceremony for the top student and the runner-up. 2 outstanding students are invited to the stage. The valedictorian and the runner-up, please come forward. After quietly observing, as expected, those 2 earned the spots, and Renee doesn't seem to care at all. He thought to himself that the only reason she enrolled was to avenge her mother, so maybe she didn't care about the competition. As for him, no matter what anyone said, he had to focus entirely on what he had to do. Odell tensed as a finger pointed directly at him. It was that troublemaker, still targeting Odell. He sighed, regaining his composure. No, don't react. Ignore him. Stay calm. Don't get drawn in. A girl steps forward. Top student, please come forward. A beautiful figure walks forward, aloof. Every male student, including Odell, was captivated. She was truly blessed by the gods. The Demon King's daughter, Diana, has now even claimed the top student position. Who can possibly stand in her way? The 2 top students stand before the headmaster and swear an oath. We solemnly swear, we who have been accepted into Satan, will erase this humiliation and rebuild the demon world. As her oath echoes, the atmosphere within the hall shifts. Odell touched the dark mark on his neck, feeling the rage of those who lost their homes and families to humans. The thought of being discovered as an Ashen was terrifying. A horrifying scene flashes before him. Odell himself, brutally tortured. In the worst case, he could be tormented for eternity. With the ceremony concluded, the entrance to Satan is complete. Instructor Aries drones on, "Students, please check the notice board behind you for your assigned classes." After confirming, head to your assigned classroom. Odell turns with a smile. "Let's go, Lady Renee." Yes, the students check the Academy's class assignments. Odell searches intently. "Let's see, I'm in Class A, but what about Renee?" The guy teared up. What a shame. He turned to tell her, "You're in Class C, Miss Renee. Honestly, I didn't want us to be separated." Renee retorted, "Wipe that smile off your face." Annoyed, she turns and leaves, but she's still my guard, so it's best to wait until I call. "Of course, Lady Renee, no." Odell begins to enjoy himself, thinking, "Excellent, it seems I can relax a little now." He accidentally brushed shoulders with another student who glared at Odell with simmering rage. He grits his teeth. "You want to die? You sea-brought wannabe." Odell is taken aback. "Wait, this guy is—" Odell recognized him as Samuin, son of Varuz from the family of Greed, a powerful figure among the 7 deadly sins. He's picking a fight after bumping into me? How absurd. But I should avoid conflict on a day like this. Odell waves it off with a light chuckle. "Ah, I didn't notice you, my apologies." Samuin, looking annoyed, says, "Get lost. Lucky for you, it's just the first day." "Ha! Why are the children of the 7 deadly sins like this?" Odell hopes Samuin isn't in his class. Surely Banton isn't in Class A too, right? A loud table slam echoes. "So, you don't trust me? That's not the point." Adia couldn't help but raise her voice. "I'm a full-fledged instructor at Satan already." Aries calmly stated that the child was too dangerous, speaking from experience, and it would be better if he handled it. But his offer was rejected, as they were students assigned to the instructor of Class A, and he couldn't just take over. The principal interjected, ending their quarrel. "Enough. Sit down, Instructor Adia." Adia reluctantly sat down, grumbling, "It's not fair. It's always me." The headmaster asks Aries his reasons for wanting to switch classes, saying he intends to handle Odell himself, having faced countless enemies like him on the battlefield. Aries, as if seeing through everything, stated that the boy was born a murderer, capable of turning his blade on allies at any moment, and must be restrained now. Another instructor responded, questioning if he wasn't being too cautious about a half-demon, especially since he was significantly weaker than the offspring of the 7 deadly sins. "No, strength isn't just about power," Aries stated firmly. His daring and composure rival even the 7 deadly sins. The others exchanged a silent glance. "That's why I want to take charge of Class A. Odell needs to be careful. Odell retorts, "Wait, so, in the end, you just don't trust me." The headmaster sighed at their endless bickering. "I apologize if I've made you uncomfortable. When will you stop treating me like a child?" "Enough," the headmaster said, radiating a deadly aura. Silence fills the room. "I understand your concerns, Instructor Aries, but the classes have already been assigned, and switching them now would do more harm than good." Aries doesn't argue, understanding the situation, but cautions that it's better to be safe than sorry. The headmaster then instructs Adir to pay special attention to a student named Odell. "Understood." Adir's face regained its cheerfulness. "Now, let's conclude this meeting, instructors, and go greet your students." In Class 1A, Odell is despondent, wondering how he got so unlucky. Lauren approaches Odell's desk, chuckling that at least it's not Diana or Balian. Lauren asks if he followed her here, but Odell explains that class assignments are random. Lauren laughs, saying it's wonderful, and she'll grant him the special privilege of being her slave here. And so it begins again. Samuel speaks up, telling them to shut up or he'll kill them both. Lauren is enraged, and Samuel fires back while Odell tries to reassure himself that he'll fit in. The door bursts open and the class falls silent, staring. Instructor Idea walks in saying, "You're all so loud. You're not planning to fight on the first day, are you?" The instructor, Idea, clapped excitedly, introducing herself. "Welcome everyone, I'm Idea, the instructor in charge of Class A. I'm Idea, the instructor in charge of Class A, so please remember my name." To introduce herself, she's your senior, and they call her the Central Army Corps. Central Army Corps, a name that piqued Odell's curiosity. Everyone began to discuss the name, the famous Central Army Corps, who single-handedly killed 10,000 people at the Pollock South River. Wasn't it 30,000? Odell smirks, intrigued. Such a powerful person is his instructor. Perhaps this will increase his chances of survival. Idea begins writing on the board with chalk. "Hunting methods. That's what I'll teach you. We won't be hunting animals or magical beasts." "Damn it," Samuel grinds out. A student bravely raises his hand to ask, "So, what will we be hunting?" "We will hunt one of the reasons you're all here, humans. So it really begins here." The class erupts. "Oh, I'm just teaching hunting methods. Magic and weapons will be taught by other instructors." "Lauren Etham, she's quite pretty for an instructor." "Also, I'll be in charge of your basic physical training. Now let's begin our first lesson. Everyone gather at the training grounds." At the training grounds? Wow, this area is huge, maybe 4 or 5 times the size of a normal field. Is it for weapons or magic? No one knows what they're about to learn. Idea's voice echoes, "All right, is everyone here?" Idea begins to use her magic. "Focus and don't take your eyes off this." A black hole slowly grows, and a troop of soldiers emerges, stunning everyone present. "Oh, I even created a swordmaster for the entrance exam," Idea says, amused, as she touches a soldier's face. A replica with nearly 1/10 of the swordmaster's power. She's a monster. Idea secretly assesses Saitan is quite formidable, but the Royal Academy is far beyond that. Truly using herself. The mission is simple. Get past those people and come to me. So let's start with 80. Idea's attention turned to Irdel. "You said your name was Irdel, right?" Idea suddenly spoke with a bewitching tone. "Why not try stabbing my neck, just like you did to the Sword Saint?" After Instructor Ariel, now Instructor Idea has her eye on me, too. Irdel, a little frightened, asks, "I'm not fighting you directly, am I, Instructor?" Idea reveals the key. Among them is an instructor, a source of mental strength, and their leader. When their leader falls, they will collapse like dominoes. And if their leader is strong, they will be strong. And I will play the role of their leader. Irdel confidently draws his sword, understanding that to defeat an army, you must first capture its general. "Taking down the leader amidst those soldiers is too easy?" Irdel smirked. "Of course, you won't be able to defeat me, so if you touch my hand or weapon, you pass." At Idea's command, the soldiers attack, but with 2 teleports, Irdel is instantly behind Idea, a knife to his neck. Idea is surprised by Irdel's speed. "Did I pass, Instructor?" Irdel's breath tickles Idea's neck. "Dozens of meters once separated me from Instructor Idea, but now that distance means nothing. I could only move a few meters at first. This is remarkable progress. Now, I could easily destroy an enemy base." Irdel is proud of his incredible progress. Suddenly, Idea laughs. "Ha! I see why I was told to watch out for you." Idea pushes the sword from her neck. "You pass. Return to your place." "Yes, I understand." Was it hostility or curiosity? I don't know what part of me provoked them so much. They didn't find out who I am, did they? Irdel sheathed his sword, lost in thought. "Now, you've all seen what student Irdel can do, right?" Those who fail will have to attend extra classes. Idea's words instill fear in the class as another member steps up to fight. They do the basics well, as expected of the demon race, but they're just ordinary people without power, so it's understandable. But they only managed to take down a few if Instructor Idea was directly controlling them. Erdel watched, observed, and analyzed. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. That student leaps up ready to jump over everyone, and they all look up in surprise. The soldiers switched to bows and arrows, and the student fell with a scream, leaving everyone helpless. This position swap is powerful. At this rate, I can aim for the top of the class. Erdel is confident he has it in the bag. The next student is up. Samuen steps forward, commanding everyone to clear the way. Next up is Samuen A. Let's see if his arrogance matches his skill. Erdel is waiting to see what he can do. Samuen begins, emitting a blue light around his body as Erdel watches with anticipation. He begins, gathering his magic. Then he unleashed it, the training grounds feeling the brunt of his power. And I was caught in the blast. He wiped them out in an instant. Is this magic? A unique ability. Samuen's power of greed is a bizarre skill that devours everything. For now, I'll let him take the top spot in the class. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice rang out. What's with this class? Idea casually dispelled Samuen's magic with a flick of the wrist. Well, that's understandable. A lecturer would never be defeated by a student. You blew away everything I had. Truly impressive. It was enough to shock me for a moment, but alas, so you've missed. Idea's words give Samuen pause, and then Idea snaps her fingers. A horde of soldiers instantly appears. She says that if she doesn't kill their leader, people will always fill the ranks, no matter how many she kills. Just like that, a massive force arrives, at least 200 soldiers. Idea complimented Samuen, acknowledging his powerful magic for a male student while noticing his still trembling hands. Idea spoke, "Next student." Samuen, seething with anger, trudged back to his spot. His face was full of dissatisfaction, but he accepted the result fairly well. Passing Odell, Samuen couldn't help but glare at him. Odell's confident face only fueling his anger. Samuen, your overconfidence is why you failed. If you'd focused on the goal like I did, you would have passed without issue. She laughs loudly. Ha ha ha. She's been waiting for this, and it's finally her turn. One of the 7 deadly sins. I wonder how she'll fare. The other trainees begin to whisper about her as she points at the soldiers, saying, "You lowly servants dare stand in my way?" Ho ho ho, she just keeps laughing awkwardly. Why isn't she moving? What's going on? No one understands what she's doing. Her face turned pale with fear. What should I do? Just as expected. She, the child of desire, does not fight directly, but controls her minions like a queen. Basically, she can't do anything without her minions. M is still standing there, frozen in fear. I have to do something. Suddenly, an idea sparks within her. Frone turns her head towards Udel. With pleading eyes, she cries out, "Help me, my slave!" Udel is stunned by Frone's actions. He muttered, "Slave?" Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, he wondered if she had just called him that. He stared at her, his mind racing, trying to decipher her insane statement. What was she thinking? To say such a thing? She turned to him, shouting, "Hurry and help me!" Idea looked on with a serious expression. Giving the order for his men to advance, she recoils in fear, screaming, and he realizes she has no defenses. Wait, could it be that she can't enhance herself? But that thought quickly vanished. No, it can't be. There must be a reason. Meanwhile, she's still struggling against the attacks, desperately calling out his name. "Help me." A distinct energy draws his attention back. Before him, a girl was healing a boy's wounds. He thanked her, and she replied, "It was nothing. I'm glad you weren't seriously hurt." He was amazed by this strange new power. But healing magic is a power only humans can wield? Does that mean this child is also a half-demon? I can't believe I'm in the same class as someone with such a rare healing talent. I don't remember her name, but I need to connect with her. Should I approach her now? Idea speaks up. Student Adele, student Frone. I asked you to help her earlier, and now that the test is over, it would be great if you could help her up. I'm coming, he says, while inwardly cursing her for ruining his chance. Talk about bad timing. He looks at her pathetic state. Mockingly, he called her a useless F, and she immediately cried out in pain. He dropped the pretense, saying, "Please, just get up, it's over." She quickly sat up, tears streaming down her face, her body covered in marks. Sobbing, she asked, "Did you see everything?" Feigning ignorance, he innocently asked, "What are you talking about?" Enraged, she yelled, "Don't pretend you don't know, you slave." He immediately retorted, "I've seen slaves stronger than you." She was furious, wishing she could tear him to pieces. "Are you mocking me?" Idea calls everyone over, announcing, "All right, that's enough, everyone gather around." She also has some expectations, but the result is as expected. Anyway, you all did well in your first lesson. Experiencing such things is important to know one's place. Samuel gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed in anger. Her voice continued, explaining that knowing one's limits allows them to support each other and coordinate perfectly in battle. As he listened, he thought, in the human Royal Academy, beings are classified by ability. But here in Saitan, classes are random, so coordination is key. Perhaps this is what the teacher wants to emphasize. Suddenly she spoke up, her voice clear and distinct. As for the only one who passed, the student from the pass, he proudly responded, "Yes." Her eyes were deep and inscrutable as she said to him expectantly, "I will look forward to your progress." He replied without hesitation, "Thank you. I will do my best to learn everything," ignoring the envious, jealous, and resentful looks around him. As the class ended, she turned and said, "Return to your classrooms for the next lesson." He watched her go, wondering, was that a compliment? Behind him, Samuela harbored murderous thoughts. But why did her voice sound so hostile? She's always looking for trouble, trying to justify making me her slave. Can I build my own faction here? The clock strikes 10, signaling Iadia's class, and the remaining lessons proceed in order as the teacher in military attire speaks loudly. "Nice to meet you all. I'm the theoretical education instructor. In theory class, we've learned about the history of the demon world and the weaknesses of humans, with the demon race centered around the first demon king. And since our bodies are quite similar to humans," he muses, realizing that a blow to that area would hurt a demon just as much. The teacher announces loudly, "Next class, we'll have a quiz on today's material. So if you don't want to retake it, memorize everything." He slams his book shut and collapses onto his desk, exhausted. Seriously? Morning, it's just like when I was in school. And I'm already discouraged on the first day. He watched everyone chatting happily, feeling dejected. Surrounded by laughter, he felt isolated and alone, secretly shedding tears, friendless, just like before. Suddenly, he felt she had the power to heal him. A new hope ignited within him, and he perked up. Oh, that's right. There's that girl. He strides confidently toward her, thinking he must strike up a conversation this time. He greeted her. Nice to meet you. But everyone around him stared. Sensing their gaze, he wondered, wait, why is everyone looking this way? She seemed unwilling to pay him any attention, replying vaguely, yes, nice to meet you. He looked at her, thinking, when two half-demons do anything, they're sure to attract attention. She seems uncomfortable. I should save the rest of the conversation for later. Realizing he wasn't welcome, he said goodbye. I'll talk to you another time. The girl stammered a reply, okay, goodbye. As he walked away, he thought to himself, maybe I should go to the bathroom and replenish my lonely mana or something. Before he could touch the door, Samuel burst it open, leaving him to curse his terrible luck. What awful timing. Seeing him, Samuel's voice grew even angrier. It's you again. Trying to avoid a fight, he calmly explains, I was just leaving. You go first, and I'll follow. But fate has other plans. As the other man passes, he hurls an insult, disgusting, low-life scum. He couldn't let such humiliation pass, firing back, your family must be wonderful, a simple question that ignited Samuel's rage. He turned to face him, unleashing his power, and asked, what was that? Unfazed by his anger, he continued, to give birth to walking, talking trash like you? Foul insults spewed from his mouth, calling him small-minded and filthy. He seethed, wanting to tear him apart, a guttural roar rising from the depths of hell. I'll rip you to shreds. A deathly look fills his eyes, a sinister plot forming. Unlike before, this one exudes pure hatred and animosity. If this guy intends to thwart his plans, it's best to eliminate him now. The two were ready to fight to the death, and as he looked at the boy's spiked hand, a crazy thought flashed through his mind. No one would care if he used magic to blow off an arm. Out of nowhere, a teacher appeared saying, stop right there, class is about to start, both of you get back to your seats. It was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing their burning desire to fight. Both he and the other boy were surprised by the teacher's appearance. When had he gotten there? The heir to the gluttonous Samuel froze, his hand clenching. He pursed his lips, pondering. His and Samuel's powers were nullified instantly upon his sudden appearance. Just who is this instructor? Robolt calmly adjusts his glasses and announces, now, I must introduce myself. Take your seats. The other guy clicked his tongue in disappointment, while Odell, standing nearby, sighed, thinking it was annoying to let it go like that. Robolt stood on the platform and said sternly, "Everyone, settle down. I am Instructor Robolt, and from now on I will be teaching you magic." Odell sits up straight, a bright smile on his face, pondering. I see. So he's the magic instructor. If he teaches at Saitan, he must be strong. I'm looking forward to this. He muses. The first thing I think of in a fantasy world is magic. In novels, magic is completely different from talents or traits. Odell was excited, thinking to himself that it was perhaps more like a skill or even a branch of academia. Robolt quickly interrupted his thoughts, saying that there was something they all needed to know before learning magic. The professor carefully instructed, "These attributes are based on the 4 elements: earth, water, wind, and fire, plus darkness and light, making 6 basic attributes." Odell frowned, pondering seriously. Attributes? Usually, people only have 1, but maybe I'll have 2. The Barrett family's darkness attribute is obvious, but I'm not sure about the Odell family. Robolt quickly got to the main topic of the lesson. Today, they would determine each student's magical attribute. He gestured to the purple orb before him, saying, "Place your hand on this orb. The color change will reveal your attribute." He quickly ordered his students to line up. Odell, hearing this, quickly began to scheme in his head, deciding to stand back and observe the others. Robolt looked at the student at the head of the line and said with a slight smile, "Place your hand on it." The student quickly complied, nodding in response. As he placed his hand on the orb, it changed from purple to a fiery red. Robolt was impressed, announcing that the student possessed the fire attribute. The next student's orb turned green, and the professor smiled, stating that green signifies the wind attribute. He looked down at the next person in line and boomed, "Next student, place your hand on the orb." Then he quickly announced, "Earth attribute next." Odell hurried to his place in line, approaching the orb thinking, "It's my turn. My attribute will be revealed soon." Finally, it was his turn to place his hands on the orb, and Robolt smiled kindly, saying, "Next." Seeing that he still hadn't stepped forward, the professor tilted his head, puzzled, and called out, "Student Odell." Startled, Odell quickly responded, "Yes," wondering, "He knows my name?" With a click of his tongue, Robolt shook his head, telling him to place his hands on the orb. Odell obeyed, placing his hands on the purple orb, and quickly a mysterious black color enveloped it. Odell glared at the orb, wondering what this color meant. Robolt studied it for a moment before slowly saying, "This is quite rare. Half black and the other half is..." Odell quickly asks what the gray attribute means, prompting Robolt to stand up straight and answer seriously. Black usually signifies darkness, common among high-ranking demons, but this gray is indeed rare. Odell pressed, "So even you don't know?" Robolt smiled, adjusted his glasses, and replied, "No, I know. I'm just surprised because it's extremely rare." He paused, then continued. "Gray represents chaos, a magical attribute that defies the natural order." Odell was surprised, asking his teacher if such magic existed, but Robolt simply sighed, replying, "I'm sorry, that's all I know." Odell responds, intrigued, "Yes," then muses, "This is the first time I've heard of this attribute, and it appears in my novel, Magic That Defies the Natural Order. That could be the key to understanding this. For now, I'll focus on the darkness attribute, since I'm sure about that." Meanwhile, in class, Odell's mind is consumed by his own attribute. He furrows his brow, crosses his arms, and thinks, "Gray, magic that defies the natural order." Suddenly, he felt someone watching him from behind. He turned around, frowned, and asked, "What are you doing behind me?" Fraud, caught red-handed, stammered, "How did you detect my silence spell?" Odell clicked his tongue. "Silence magic, huh?" She cleared her throat and said seriously, "That's not the point." Under his curious gaze, she crossed her arms and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Odell smiles, evading the question, and quickly retorts, "What do you mean?" Knowing his intentions, she immediately stops him. "Don't play dumb. You provoked him." Knowing he couldn't hide it, Odell chuckled, saying he simply couldn't stand being bullied. Fraud, upon hearing this, flew into a rage, shouting, "Couldn't stand it?" Odell clicked his tongue, asking what the problem was, but she didn't hesitate to shout in his face, "Weren't you the one who just messed with his family?" Odell chuckled, adding that outside forces couldn't enter Satan anyway, so what was the big deal? She quickly cut him off, saying that wasn't the point. Seeing he didn't understand, she sighed and asked if he truly didn't get it. Fraud solemnly replied that this wasn't just demons against demons, that guy's family was... She hesitated. then stopped, saying she was leaving and he should be careful from now on. With that, she turned and left, leaving him utterly curious about the hidden meaning in her words. He stared after her, furrowing his brow in thought. What was she about to say? Was she warning me because Samuen's family is known for their brutal revenge? No, it doesn't seem like that's the reason. He shrugged it off, turning to face the board, sighing as he thought, "Whatever. This is the last class of the day. I need to focus." Come to think of it, today's lecturer is... Ares, the swordsmanship lecturer, slammed his fist hard on the table, glaring at the students. "You weaklings, if this were peacetime, none of you would deserve to be here." He continued to make cutting remarks, declaring that even against a golem using a mere 10%, no, 5% of its power, all but the top 8 groups would be wiped out. Am I wrong? I thought to myself, he's really hitting us where it hurts. Is he trying to provoke us on the first day? Ares continued. "So, from now on, I will teach you swordsmanship, so that even if you die, you can at least cut off an enemy's arm." To do so, on the training grounds, the students quickly obeyed orders and ran around the field as Ares stood behind them, shouting encouragement. "Run!" Arms crossed, my teacher declared that the basis of swordsmanship is physical strength, a technique backed by 2 or 3 times the stamina. Suddenly noticing something, Ares calls out, "Hey, you two!" He points at Samuen and Fran, raising an eyebrow in warning. "Who told you to use magic to run?" The two quickly bowed their heads, apologizing, and Ares sternly ordered them to start over. Hearing this, Samuen and Fran groan with exhaustion, but obediently start running again from the beginning as we see the others seriously running around the field. Ares chuckles to himself, thinking, "These spoiled kids always try to cheat." Back in the day, I defeated the knights right after possessing a body and escaping into the monster world, causing utter chaos. After seeing that the requirements were met, Ares quickly called out, "Everyone stop, you've done very well." Completely exhausted, Samuen and Fran collapsed onto the floor as Ares's monotonous voice echoed, "Those who have completed 50 laps, proceed to your dormitories." Ares warned them that anyone who didn't finish on time would have extra lessons. Odell sighed in relief, lost in thought. Today was no joke. Time to get to the dorm. On the way to the dorm, Odell was exhausted, thinking he wanted to get inside and rest immediately. But where was the entrance to the men's dorm? Suddenly, a hand gently touched his shoulder, and Odell warily turned to stare at the person. Upon seeing who it was, Odell frowned, wondering, "Rien, why is she here?" He turned, smiled brightly, and said, "Ah, Lady Rien, are you on your way back to Dorm A?" Rien nodded. Odell quickly followed up, "So, how was your first class?" But Ren remained silent, offering no reply. Odell stood frozen, wondering if someone in class had annoyed her. The scene was ripe for misunderstanding. Suddenly, Ren spoke. "Too soft." Odell was confused, asking, "Huh? What do you mean?" Ren continued, "You lack relaxation in your training. Practice relaxing with me. You'll help me, right?" Odell's face paled as his hands dropped to his sides, thinking to himself, "Does she ever get tired?" Ren turned, and Haojing told him that there was a practice spot for students nearby and that they should hurry. Odell, following behind, replied, "Yes, understood." He mused to himself that training with one of the 7 deadly sins' descendants would be of little benefit, no matter how difficult. The two quickly arrived at the training area, and Odell glanced around, impressed by the spaciousness. He glanced at the others training nearby, impressed by the equipment and their dedication. Ren pointed to the weights, looking at Odell, and said, "Odell, let's start with these." Odell was intrigued, approaching the weights and asking, "Can I try first?" Ren warned him it was heavy, but he brushed it off, saying, "Don't worry." He thought to himself, "I've trained for years. This is nothing." But even with all his might, Odell couldn't lift the weight. Ren watches him intently, arms crossed, sighing, "Too weak. Don't hurt yourself." Odell reluctantly drops the weight, gasping for air, his face flushed, thinking, I guess Odell's body, which has been shrinking all his life, still can't do this. Ren approached a barbell, effortlessly lifting it with ease. She remarked, "Something like this?" Seeing this, the others cheered. "Amazing, miss." Odell watched helplessly, thinking to himself, I really can't compare. Even in pure strength, I really have to work harder. Hours later, Odell watched Ren train intently and asked, "My lady, it's been 2 hours. Shouldn't we stop and head back?" Ren, lifting weights, readily replied, "Okay, sure." Odell quickly offered to escort her to the dorm entrance, and Ren casually set down the weights, agreeing with a simple, "Okay, Odell handed her a jacket, thinking to himself that she'd been training hard lately, even aside from today. Duong-an looked at her curiously, wondering what her current status was and if he should check quickly while Ren was changing. Odell checked his stats: race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic, talent, position swap LL, traits, curious, immersive, murderous aura, darkness, mana manipulation, and mana, 1298 to 1321. He pondered. Everything's the same, but mana's at 1321, even with constant training. It only increased by 24. This is the slowest growth cycle after all. Should I find some elixirs or something? Ren, after changing, looked at Odell and said, "I'm done changing." Noticing he didn't respond, Ren frowned and asked again, "Odell, what are you doing?" Startled, he replied, "Yes, let's go." He quickly took her back to the dorm, and at the entrance he smiled and said goodbye. "Get some rest." Ren turned and walked away, calling back to him, "You too, Odell." Odell sighed, thinking to himself that he was about to pass out, and decided to head straight to the Bali dormitory to rest. He followed the directions on the paper to his dorm, muttering to himself as he searched. Upstairs and to the right? Let's see. My room number in the acceptance letter is room 407, 4th floor. Here it is. Finally on the right floor. He stood in front of his room, thinking nervously, I wonder who my roommate is. Hopefully someone skilled and good-natured. If necessary, I'll bring them over to my side. He put his hand on the doorknob, muttering, my first male friend in the demon world, how exciting. Odell quickly opened the door and cheerfully said, Hello, it's nice to... Before he could finish, he realized who was in the room, staring in disbelief at the man on the bed with the candy, wondering why he was here. He walked to a chair, clenching his fists, thinking, Damn it, this is a mess. Of all people, I'm stuck in a room with him. Samuel, seething, crunched his candy, glanced at Odell and sneered, Filthy half-breed. Odell thought angrily, should I just eliminate him? He wants to fight, does he? He sighed and stood up, making Samuel think he was about to attack, so he braced himself, ready to fight. Odell asked, amused, Are you crazy? You want to fight here? I'm just going out. He quickly walked to the door, turned his back, and quietly instructed, Rest comfortably. Then he turned and left the room. Samuel, inside, gritted his teeth in annoyance, exclaiming, You wretched bastard! Odell paced the grounds, clicking his tongue, thinking he'd finally have some peace, but now he's stuck with a roommate. He decides to take a walk and return after Samuel is asleep. He sighed, lost in thought. If Samuel isn't even a child of wrath, why is he so consumed by anger? Odell paused, considering. Samuel is a child of gluttony. Perhaps he's just naturally inclined toward chaos like me. I didn't pay much attention until Instructor Robolt mentioned it. What does helping chaos mean? It's related to mana affinity. Should I ask the information slip? He shook his head, pursing his lips in thought. No, if it knew, it would have explained and taught me how to use my powers. It would have given me knowledge about chaos. I shouldn't waste money. Odell continued on, muttering, It's frustrating to know nothing. I'll just find a place to practice my mana techniques. Suddenly, he heard birds chirping nearby, and followed the sound, looking up at a nearby branch where a sparrow was perched. Odell frowned, thinking, A sparrow? He observed it for a moment, but something seemed off. He pondered, Wait, not quite, but there are birds here. Pretty cute. Odell smiled, saying happily, So, even after the cataclysm, other creatures still roam around. How interesting. As night fell, Odell hurried back to his dorm room, gently opened the door, and breathed a sigh of relief to see Samuel asleep. He thought to himself, Good, he's asleep. He went to his bed and lay down, thinking wearily, I'm so tired. I need to get some sleep. But before that, he should practice his mana. Odell drifted off quickly, but soon after, Samwin woke up and approached his bed. He stared intently with sharp eyes filled with utter contempt as Odell lay frozen in bed, his heart pounding, sensing Samuel's cold, threatening presence looming over him. Samuel's face was filled with disdain, a flicker of annoyance in his mind as he thought, even in his sleep, he looks so stupid. How irritating. The annoyance grew as old memories resurfaced, Odell's sarcastic remarks and insults thrown directly at him. He even insulted my family. Samuel clenched his fist, vowing that even if he was wrong, he would never apologize first. With that thought, Samuel turned away, sighing in frustration, telling himself that he had too much to do to waste time on someone as lowly as him. Then, An unexpected image flashed before him, Odell's terrifying presence in class. Other images followed, causing Samuel's heart to clench as if being squeezed, making it pound in his chest. Sitting on his bed, Samuel's face fell as he stared into the distance, wondering why he felt this familiar pain. Suddenly, his body trembled, and a sharp pain shot through Samuel's ribs, causing him to collapse, groaning in agony as sweat poured down his face. His teeth clenched. Glatini's wrath again? He was beyond hungry. His hands trembled as he clutched his aching stomach, feeling like he was withering from the inside. He couldn't take it. Just then, Odell stirred in his sleep, muttering something under his breath. Seeing this, Samuel turned away, his face filled with annoyance, as if being hungry wasn't bad enough. Now he had to look at that unpleasant face first thing in the morning. He wanted to punch him in the face. Odell was still muttering in his sleep, calling out to a demon god. Before he knew it, morning had arrived, and the clock tower bell rang, signaling the start of class. Odell, still drowsy, shot up, his eyes squeezed shut. What time is it? Daybreak has arrived, the clock ticking in the quiet space, sunlight streaming through the window, causing Odell to squint. He approaches the window, his eyes gleaming, peering outside. Is that the same bird that flew here yesterday? Odell smiles, a subtle, cunning expression on his lips. In Saitan, where outside intrusion is strictly regulated, bringing a living creature that isn't a student. Odell opened the window, contemplating that someone must be trying to monitor him. Perhaps Ares, the trainer most wary of him. Odell scanned it with mana, confirming it wasn't an illusion, definitely a living creature. Should he try to tame it with food? He reached out and waved gently, softly calling, "Here, here, come here." But as Odell glanced at his watch, he saw that breakfast was almost over, and he muttered to himself, "Come to think of it, Samuel is probably done eating. I should go eat before breakfast ends." Odell left the window, still thinking about the strange bird and the person behind it, when he suddenly panicked. But where's the dining hall? Sunlight streamed through the windows as Odell arrived late to class. Odell sat down with a sigh, realizing he'd been so distracted he'd missed breakfast, and wondered if he'd be stared at again today, as the gray-haired, wavy-haired instructor walked to the podium with her grade book. "Today there's an important announcement. Is everyone here?" Odell raised an eyebrow, wondering what this important announcement could be. The lecturer continued excitedly, "Today, we'll be electing a class president." The class erupted in whispers, wondering why now. Suddenly, a student raises their hand asking how the class president will be chosen. The instructor explains that initially they were going to have the students nominate candidates, but they've changed their mind and will appoint someone. Below, a female student smirks, then leaps up, radiating light. A wise decision. The lecturer. Odell is shocked to realize she's PR owner E. He smirks. As expected, it's still front, just like the novel. Given Samuel's personality, there's no way he could be class president. PR owner E declared, "Let us lead this class together, my subjects." Odell silently nodded. Front was indeed the most suitable, just a little lacking in intelligence, but his strength and ability were top-notch. Phew. Another student spoke up. "What about Odell? He'd be good too." PR owner E glanced contemptuously at a half-demon. "No way." Hearing that, another cadet asked about Samuel, to which she replied that he was a bit creepy. Was his performance that impressive? Odell smiled, feeling touched to hear his name mentioned. PR owner E smirked while Odell maintained his stance, seemingly favoring Front as the obvious choice. With hands on her hips, PR owner E confidently declared, "Don't be shy, announce it quickly, instructor." Without delay, Idea announced that the class president was not Cadet Front. Hearing this, PR owner E was shocked, exclaiming, "What?" Without delay, Idea announced that the class president was BC Odell, who was shocked to hear his name. He thought, "Me? No way. What is she thinking? Making a half-demon like me the class president?" The instructor gave Odell a knowing look, saying, "Class leader Odell, I expect you to lead the class well." He responded, "Yes." The instructor nodded. "I have other classes to teach, just stopped by to let you know." Idea added, "To prepare for the midterm exam, everyone should focus on practical exercises. Divide into groups of 3 for practice, and finalize the groups by the end of today." The instructor concluded the lesson by addressing PR owner E, who looked up curiously, her voice gentle, but her eyes commanding, "That's all for today, and Cadet Fran. If you keep talking to me like that, I'll teach you a lesson myself." The instructor's words left her speechless. Odell was pleased. Fran had just been scolded. Before leaving, she reminded Odell, "And class president, remember to send me the team list." "Well, goodbye, class." Odell watched her leave, lost in thought about actual combat, neglecting the team formation. I don't even know where we'll be training. Maybe we'll use those dolls instructor idea made yesterday. No, then we wouldn't need teams, and it's not time for the attack on the human world yet in the novel. Suddenly, he glanced at Luna. Regardless, the priority now is to form a solid team, and I've got some people in mind. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the hallway, and a large man walked in, drawing everyone's attention. The figure comes into view. It's Ares, a man with striking purple hair. Ares is in the office. Ares bursts through the door, shouting, "Instructor Idea!" Ares approaches Idea, and their conversation seems tense. "What are you thinking, Senior?" "Good to see you again, Idea, but I'm not here for pleasantries. Why did you appoint him as class president?" "I only announced it this morning. Your spies are everywhere, aren't they, Senior? Giving him the position of class president? You must know what that means." "Of course, I do. It's only temporary, but he'll have command over Class A as a unit, and you still did it. Are you crazy? It's not too late to change the class president immediately or else." Ares glared at Idea with murderous intent, but she stood firm. "No," she said. Ares, frustrated, ran his hand through his hair, muttering about madness. With a stern look, Idea replied, "I like that student, Senior. His abilities are top-notch, and he's not arrogant like the kids from the Seven Deadly Sins clans. The Barra's family stands behind him, so his identity is guaranteed." Ares retorted, "Just because his identity is verified doesn't mean he's trustworthy. There's nothing more dangerous than a dull blade." Shh. Idea sighed, then turned and walked away. "I'll manage my own class, so please don't interfere. Even though I'm a new instructor, I'm confident in my talent for recognizing people." Ares, frustrated by Idea's attitude, shouts, "Instructor Idea, damn it!" He resolves to take over the class, unable to allow such a dangerous individual near Idea. More importantly, that half-demon left me with an unforgettable wound from our previous battle. Ares turned and left the room, thinking, I can't understand why his aura and Odell's are so disturbingly similar. The chances of him being related to that person are slim, but I can't ignore this feeling. It's too suspicious. I still don't understand what he's after. Lecturer Ares raised his hand and whistled loudly. Ciso immediately flew over, and Ares stared intently at it, still finding nothing particularly strange. Finding nothing unusual, Ares released Ciso to continue monitoring him, never taking his eyes off him as the class buzzed with activity. Odell smiles, noticing everyone is busy forming teams during the break. But as class president, no one wants to team up with me. Is it because I look suspicious? Suddenly a voice from behind cut through his thoughts. "Want to team up with me?" Samuel, sitting nearby with another student, glanced over and said coldly, "Anyone's fine, just don't hold me back." The student turned to thank Samuel and introduce his friend, saying, "Thanks, Samuel, this is my friend." Odell sighed, realizing even that guy had found a team while no one approached him. Left with no choice, he knew he had to make the first move. No one wants to approach a half-demon like me. I need to form a party before time runs out. Guess I'll just pick someone. He approached Luna. "Hello." Startled, she gasped, and Odell remarked casually that he was only scanning her mana. His mana level was decent, and so were his healing skills. A perfect teammate. Seeing Luna's fear, he spoke first. "I'm Odell, we must have met. Have you found a group yet?" Flustered by his question, she replied, "No, not yet." Odell continued, "Great, what's your name?" After a moment of hesitation, she quietly replied, "Luna." Odell smiled gently. "That's a cute name. Team up with me. Being in the same group as the class president will benefit you." Luna's eyes widened, flustered. "Well," seeing her hesitation, Odell moved closer. "Luna, time's running out to choose a group, and we're both half-demons, so we should get along." Luna, feeling pressured, could only agree. "Yes, we'll team up." Hearing this, Odell was pleased. "Excellent choice." Suddenly, Brawny appeared, cutting them off. "What's so excellent about that?" she smugly says. "Looks like you two haven't found a team yet." Odell is stunned, wondering when she arrived. Brawny proudly declares, "All right, I'll accept you both under my command." Odell replies that they've already formed a team and she should find another, but Brawny scoffs, saying she heard everything. Luna, flustered, wonders why both of them are here. Brawny wouldn't back down. "I still don't recognize you as class president. I'm the real leader here." Odell thought, just refuse or ignore her completely. But Brawny was persistent. "Why aren't you answering me?" He finally relented, but there was no quit in him. "Oh well, let's just add him in." "Fine, you can join. But Bronny will be the leader, on the condition that she consults me before making any decisions. After all, he's one of the 7 deadly sins, so being around him will be beneficial. Hearing Odell's words, Bronny was smug. Just trust, and listen to me. It was a plan that boosted her ego while still allowing her to exploit him. A week later, sitting at his desk, Odell stared at the glowing blue status board. Talent swap position 2, trait curiosity, penetration, murderous intent, darkness, mana control, keen eyes, mana 121 to 3. I need medicine or something. He remarks that mana is one thing, but chaotic attributes are another. Above all, Chris's loneliness is becoming unstable. Perhaps I need to keep him with me at all times, more and more to worry about. At least Samyun is quiet. Things will get better. The instructor walks in with a half-hearted smile, saying, "Good morning." Odell thought to herself that the instructor seemed unusually excited today, wondering if something good had happened, as Odell excitedly announced that today's lesson would be a bit special, and they would be training outside. Odell thought, finally, training day is here. But it's outside. Odell explained, "We're leaving Saitan and heading to a place called Orgon." Odell was shocked. Orgon. It's a prison for the Orgon, a prison for those who can't return from the war between humans and demons. They're taking us to a prison camp. Odell announces, "We'll be taking a spaceship. Follow me." The trainees are excited and surprised to be going outside, but Odell knows they'll be horrified when they learn what Orgon really is. Odell contemplates the horrors of Orgon, a place where the protagonist will uncover a unique opportunity. But can he find it amidst so many watchful eyes? The guard's power is not easy to deal with. Brunner E. appears, teasing, "Why do you look so awkward?" Odell replied that this was his first outdoor training, so he was a little nervous. She chuckled. "So you were worried?" "So, even you know how to worry. Well, your captain is here, so don't worry, just follow me." Odell sighed, wondering if he ever got tired, or if he'd still be so confident once they reached Orgon. Still, he had to admit, Fran's presence did make him feel a little more at ease. Gazing through the misty window, the cold purple landscape drifted by, and before Orgon, a colossal fortress emerged, a frigid scar upon the world. Odell clenched his fist, his eyes sharp, knowing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must be seized, no matter the cost. Sparks flew from the damp wheels as they entered the station, and an announcement echoed, "Attention passengers, we have arrived at Orgon. Please exit the train with caution." Odell and the other trainees disembarked, standing before a massive, imposing structure beneath a violet sky dotted with stars. Who's kidding who? "Everyone, we've arrived. Stick close to me. This is a human containment facility." Orgon's sight left the students in shock. The atmosphere here is, indeed, tense. "I have a bad feeling about this. Are we really training here?" The instructor confirms that this is indeed their training location. "Orgon, I doubt there'll be any fighting, so don't worry too much." As they approached, 3 stern guards in dark uniforms with red armbands blocked their path. One of them demanded, "You're from Saitan?" His tone was curt and suspicious. Idea calmly replied, "Yes, here are our permits." Odell noted that the guard was probably on par with a professor, and the pressure he emitted was undeniable. Following Idea's lead, the group ventured into the eerie space, strange creatures occasionally scurrying beneath their feet. Unnoticed, desperate cries echoed from unseen cells. "Help me. I don't want to die. Please let me out." Hearing the desperate cries, one student fearfully looked around. His face changes. "What is this place?" Another student covers his nose, complaining, "Does anyone else smell something weird? It's as if something is about to jump out." Adele observes their reactions with a slight smile, finally getting a response. Samyun then coldly told them, "Don't stand in front of me, move quickly." Adele secretly concluded, "He really is a strange one." Adele interjects, "Everyone, suddenly..." A light shines through, stopping the lecturer in his tracks. "We've finally arrived at the training grounds." They gaze down at a vast, multi-tiered prison complex, the violet air thick with despair. Even Adele was taken aback by the sight before him. This was the true nature of Orgon, hell itself, with corpses hanging like shrouds, and glimpses of emaciated, bloodied prisoners behind bars, barely resembling humans. Adele confidently explains, "As you can see, this is a prison for humans who dared to attack the demon realm. Each of these people has killed at least one demon, a blood-soaked bunch of criminals, some of whom even murdered pregnant women and children." The instructor gestured coldly towards a gaunt prisoner chained before them, continuing with a smirk, I'm sure you're all eager to know what your training will entail. Watch closely." Adele's eyes gleamed with anticipation as dark energy swirled around her, approaching the panicked prisoner who emitted choked sounds of utter fear. Grabbing his face, Adele commanded, "Now, swallow it obediently. It'll be over quickly." A glowing blue orb appeared in Adele's hand, pulsing with dark energy. The horrified students watched as a girl covered her mouth, the prisoner emitting muffled cries of pain. Then suddenly, a scream, as his body dissolved into black particles, splattering across the stone floor with a sickening sound that echoed in the sudden silence. All you have to do is kill a human in your own way. Simple, isn't it? The students were horrified, but Adele simply smiled, strangely unmoved by the brutal death. Perhaps she was becoming one with Adele. No matter how much worse things get, my goal won't change. I'll survive to the end, fix this damned world's ending, and fulfill Adele's wish. Adele silently drew his dagger and approached the prison door, stepping inside to face the prisoner. Adele asked if he had any last words, infuriating the prisoner. "I only regret not being able to kill more of you demonic maggots. Humanity will wipe you demons out." His face and hands covered in blood, he felt even more satisfied after hearing those words. With everything settled, Adele smiled as she stepped out. "Was that good enough?" Adele praised him. "Excellent." Then, satisfied, she told the remaining students, "Now, follow your class president, enter a cell, and begin your training." However, she quickly added, "Half-demon students, please step aside for a moment. Over here, please." Her sharp gaze fixed upon them. Adele wonders if only the half-demons were separated, as Luna and another male student looked visibly distressed by this sudden segregation. Adele ordered them to step aside, gesturing to a specific area, and while Luna and others followed, Luna looked unwell. Adele then reveals with a cruel smile that their prisoner targets are a little more specific, gesturing towards a line of gaunt, demonic figures. Adele immediately noticed their expressions stiffen as they realized these prisoners were half demons and continued, "You must prove yourselves different from these traitors." At this moment, Luna and another trainee were trembling with fear, but the male trainee stepped forward and attacked a prisoner, asking if they knew how much they had suffered because of them. The sounds became chaotic as they cried, "You deserve to die! Die! Die!" Adele watched from behind, thinking, so it begins. The prisoners begged for mercy, crying, "No, please!" Someone's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light as he unleashed a terrifying dark blue entity, commanding it to devour them. Luna, paralyzed by fear, huddled in a corner, tears streaming down her face. Adele, observing Samuel's actions, wondered if he really needed to use his magic to kill them, or if he simply reveled in tearing people apart. Luna sobbed, clearly distraught by the violence around her. Adele remarked that Luna was completely broken, and it wouldn't be good if Instructor Idea noticed her now. Prone. Approaching Idea, she asks, "Professor, if I use my powers, I'll pass, right?" Idea replies, "Basically, yes." Hearing this, she nods. "I understand." Then Prone commanded a man, "From this moment on, you are bound to me. Kill the human beside you." Without hesitation, she reached for a gaunt, panicked prisoner, his eyes glowing with a terrifying pink light as her power took hold. The prisoner screamed, and another cried out, "Don't do it!" Their pleas lost in the suffocating atmosphere. Prone remained emotionless as the prisoner choked, life slowly fading away. After a moment, Prone asked, "Is that all?" Hearing this, Idea replies that she has achieved it, and they can slowly correct her soft-hearted nature later. At this moment, Eardale, standing behind, comments that Fran doesn't lack hatred for humans, but she's more soft-hearted than he thought. Suddenly, the instructor turns to Luna, saying, "So, only one person left?" Student Luna, whose face is now deathly pale. With cold eyes, Idea tells her to prove she is Idea, while Eardale looks on at Luna with worry. If Luna can't complete this training, he thought, Luna will be in terrible shape. Stuttering, "No, I can't do it. Please, let me leave." Falling to her knees, Luna was utterly helpless, tears streaming down her face as she bitterly berated herself for being pathetic over a man who didn't even deserve to be called a father. "I came all this way to avenge my mother who lived a hellish life. Yet, I can't do anything." Seeing his opponent falter, he approached, asking if he was all right, then smiled faintly as Luna called out in surprise. Odell told her to wait a moment, cracked his knuckles, and offered, "I'll help Miss Luna practice." Appearing as her guide, Bert was stunned into tears. Blaze took a dagger from his pocket and, ignoring her, said, "Let's begin." He gently pressed it into Luna's hand, Odell urging, "You may be scared, but you have to do this." Luna, pale as a ghost, had never held a knife before. She used both hands to grip it as he instructed, "Relax your hands a little." In that moment, Luna trembled as she looked at the prisoner tied up before her, while Odell calmly said, "If you just keep moving forward like this, you'll be fine." Still hesitant, she closed her eyes, bracing herself to do it again, gritting her teeth as she complied, until she cautiously opened one eye slightly, letting a tear fall. Odell's hand from behind rested on her head reassuringly, a touch Luna felt with surprise. He smiled, pleased, and complimented her. "Well done." However, Odell still felt a little apprehensive, forcing a smile and sighing in relief. That could have gone badly. It's obvious what would happen to a half-demon who can't kill humans. Expulsion, at best, or worse. He then anxiously looks at his instructor, but Aidea disapproves, saying she doesn't understand what he's thinking. "Captain, you didn't want her to pass, did you?" But Aidea closed her eyes and made the call when Odell openly objected. "No, Luna passes. I'm shocked. What are you saying? Everything has a reason." And Odell explains that if we kill a human with our abilities, we're going to pass her. Luna is the only healer in all of Saitan, and I'm helping her because I recognize the value of that talent. Hearing that logic, Aidea was completely astonished, unable to believe it. "So, with that logic, you mean you wouldn't help a student without talent?" "It's not that simple. He's ready to call out, of course. If they have no talent, I'll abandon them." Learning to protect others, Aidea smiles. This is dangerous. Knowing that she couldn't be stopped, Aidea relented, saying, "Do as you wish. I will remember these words. I'm going to check on the others. Wait here, both of you." His previously calm expression fades as he breathes a sigh of relief. A crisis averted. Luckily, that answer pleased Aidea. If it had been Ares, she wouldn't have stood a chance. The tension eases as Odell reassures her that Luna seems to have passed safely, bringing her some relief. Just as she says this, she understands, and thanks God, as Luna, unable to withstand the shock, falls backward. He noticed and rushed to catch Luna as she fell into his arms, unconscious but safe. He laid her gently against the wall and whispered, "Sleep well," no longer needing to hold back. This is the climax. He smirks deviously, thinking, "Now, the real game begins. I know everything about Orgon, and I still have plenty of time." In a flash, a streak of light appears, leaving behind a small shadow. Teleporting elsewhere, Odell hides behind a wall near a muscular guard. Observing the situation, he had to admit the security was indeed tight. Time to use magic and blend into the shadows. A dark energy surrounds him, and Odell is astonished. He's improved. He's stable near the ground, and if he cloaks himself in darkness, he can slip in safely. He just needs to reach the tunnel entrance. The moment he tiptoed forward, the guard tilted slightly back. Something was wrong. Odell froze, his eyes widening in fear as a surge of red energy erupted from the guard. Panic sets in as he realizes he's been discovered, the guard's eyes glowing red as he silently scans the area. But he's safe, for now. Bent over double, Odell gasped in fear, sensing a subtle difference. Guards from the organ. He had to move quickly, deeper into the dark dungeon, without making a sound. Reaching the iron-barred prison cell, he was relieved to see it. The only empty cell on the first floor, with a corridor inside. The system notified him. Swap position 2. Move. Using his skill, Odell instantly became numb, kneeling down. But just when he thought he was safe, he was suddenly pulled down. The moment he looked up, Odell was stunned. A pressure generator on the ceiling. He'd guessed as much. Now, how to get down? Thinking fast, he recalled the depth data he'd received. 1, 2. The free fall buys Odell some time, and he flips over, pulling something from his pocket as he continues counting. 6. He leans down and throws a flying knife with all his might. Now, using his weapon to test, Odell discovers that something pierces the ground, then immediately swaps positions and moves. In an instant, he's teleported, his feet touching the ground. He found himself in a long, dark passage, with steaming purple liquid on either side. He had reached the underground canal, and Odell gripped his throwing stars, contemplating his next move. Next up are the poison slimes, a deadly poison to the touch that can also move. Unable to attack directly, he decides on a strategy. If that's the case, he'll target the slimes from a distance, quickly and subtly. Instantly, 3 shadow clones appeared, obliterating the slim with dark energy. Stowing his weapons, Odell smiled, knowing their weakness made defeating the slim much easier. Reaching the water's edge, he plans his next move. He just needs to dive into the source. And with that, Odell plunges into the water, kicking his way deeper. Suddenly, a voice echoes, stopping him in his tracks. Go no further. The great demon is dead. The words confuse him. He's never written anything like that. This is where the demon who led the rebellion centuries ago fell. The great demon, a being even the demon king couldn't handle, only seal away. A streak of light cuts through the deep ocean, catching Odell's eye. He declares he'll find out once he gets there. He surfaces, hands braced against the ground, and finds himself in a strange place. A skeleton shackled, massive spikes piercing its thighs. The heart within the skeleton may hold the key, but as Odell reaches for it, his body begins to tremble, his soul recoiling in shock as the heart suddenly beats with a crimson glow. Wait, hold on, the heart... The skeleton leaps high into the air, resurrected and lunging toward the intruder. His life threatened, Odell gaped. This was insane. Taking the legendary heart wouldn't be easy. He'd barely touched it. The skeleton awakened with radiant power, a golden fire. It leapt into the air, a mystical mark blazing above, roaring with its gaping maw, shocking Odell. He couldn't believe such a bizarre thing was happening, and that symbol was identical to the Aizen family crest tattooed on his back. Seeing the skeleton soar through the air, the mark made him realize the Demon Realm traitor was connected to the Aizen family. Suspended in the air, a low voice emphasizes, "Child of Aizen, heed my words." Though caught off guard, Odell replies, "Very well, I'm listening." His eyes full of resentment, it roared, "If you can hear my thoughts, it means we share the same suffering hybrid born from me." As it spoke, the mark flared, and it offered a gentle reminder, "Don't be consumed by that chaos." Having suffered eternal punishment, I can tell you that chaos is what distorts the order of the world. If you lose yourself and only focus on finding its meaning, you'll end up like me. As the curse transfers, it vanishes into dust, shocking Odell. Every shattered fragment disappears, leaving only one thing. The heart has returned to its original state. He reached out, touching the eyeball heart, and as he lifted it, a surge of red energy engulfed Odell. Closing his eyes, he restrained himself, sensing a will yearning for destruction. After absorbing the curse, Odell was certain it held the desires of Aizen's ancestors. A new item unlocked, the system announced, displaying his status window. Half-demon, chaos rank, position swap talent, curiosity trait, aura sync, darkness, mana control, and telekinesis. Ignoring the rest, Odell focused on one thing. Telekinesis. He finally had it. Something new calls for a test. Let's try it out. A blue energy emanates as he raises the glaive. But before he could celebrate, he lost control, and it fell. He understood the problem. It wasn't a lack of mana, but his skill proficiency was too low, and he'd have to practice more. Every cloud has a silver lining. I found clues about the chaos and the ability to move the soul link. This is a big score. Odell assesses the remaining ruins. Looks like there's nothing left to take. I have to get back before someone notices I'm gone. Barely back, and Brahm is already on his tail. Where have you been wandering off to? He stammers, just taking a walk around here. But she doesn't buy it. What? Brahm crossed her arms, retorting, You think it's reasonable to say you were just taking a walk around here? Of course, Odell finds it all quite picturesque, people trapped behind bars. Then he abruptly turns and walks away, leaving her exasperated. Hey, I'm talking to you, where are you going? But Odell was only concerned with one thing. Where was Luna? As if on cue, the person in question appeared, and Luna called out, Odell, to which he replied, Luna, did you sleep well? That's great. She smiles softly. I slept very well. Odell is relieved to hear this. Good. You were sleeping so soundly that someone could have carried you away. Luna is touched by his carrying her on his back. Thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, Odell, I would have... He happily replied, showing his affection. It's nothing, don't be so polite. He thought to himself that Luna now owed him a favor, one he would find a good use for later. After checking on the whole class, Adia went to the main hall and called out, All right, everyone gather around. Despite the repeated struggles, the instructor was relieved to announce that no one had given up during this training session. To encourage the class, Adia added, Finally, there's a spark in your eyes, but you still need to work harder. Now, let's return to Saitan. They're back, and Odell celebrates quietly amidst the cheers of dozens, finally escaping what felt like an eternity. A week has passed since we returned to the academy, but nothing has changed. The students, once terrified by taking a life, have regained their composure, and I can secretly train the psychic movement ability I gained this time. I also need to prepare for the midterm exam that the instructors keep mentioning, so I should take the opportunity to develop a new technique. Practicing with his two pens, Odell recalls that in the novel, Saitan's freshmen invaded the Imperial Academy during midterms, meaning the midterms will involve an invasion of the human world. How many students will survive? Unsure of his own fate, Odell is worried, a problem worth pondering. Just then, he catches Luna's gaze. Caught in the act, she quickly turns away, unable to continue, leaving Odell utterly bewildered. What's going on with Luna's expression? In the blink of an eye, he found her slumped over the table and gently poked her back. Instinctively, Luna jumped with a startled cry. He immediately knelt down, face close, and said, "Wake up." Slightly startled, she said, "Odell, you scared me." He teased, "You didn't answer, so I thought I'd give you a little scare." He then asks if she seems unwell and if something is wrong, but Luna awkwardly replies that nothing is. Odell, seeing through her facade, raises a hand in doubt. "Really?" To which she quickly replies, "Yes, really." Not pressing the issue, he changes the subject. "I see. Well, would you like to have lunch together?" Hearing that, Luna was surprised. "Lunch?" Afraid of bothering him, Odell asked again, "Do you have other plans?" So, Luna gets asked out by a handsome guy and immediately accepts, saying, "Yes, let's have lunch together." Having successfully made his move, he heads off, saying, "I'll grab a seat for you in the cafeteria during lunch," to which she replies, "Okay," as their relationship continues to blossom. Odell smirks, thinking he seems a bit gloomy but predictable, and no longer afraid of her. She must have earned some points with him back in Oregon. Outside, Odell stands on the steps overlooking the academy's green-tiled courtyard, where students bustle about. So he was waiting for her, constantly looking around, wondering where Luna was since lunch was almost over. I don't usually eat lunch alone either, but I guess I have no choice. I'll just head back to the dorm and practice. Just as he was about to leave, two female students appeared, causing Odell to freeze. It was Len and Diana. If Odell was spotted, he'd be in trouble, so he had to hide and make a quick escape. Len's sharp senses pick up on something, and she suddenly turns to look around, making Diana wonder what's wrong. When asked, Len hesitates. "I thought I saw the escort, but I must be mistaken." Meanwhile, the miserable Odell hides behind a bush, wondering why they're here. A truly terrible combination. The feeling of facing two masters terrifies him. He's heard things in Oregon, but if they knew he was a descendant of the Aizen family, the entire panel is blood red. I'm definitely going to die. It's because I played a key role in defeating the Demon Realm, but more dangerously, I killed the Demon King. Or rather, both the Demon King and his wife. One wrong move and it's over. He floats up from the bushes, worried. I have to get out of here fast. Meanwhile, Ren and Diana are deep in discussion. I thought I saw something. Well, they seem busy. Let's go. Well, he's safe and sound somewhere else. Breathing a sigh of relief, that was close. I need to be more careful. The reason Odell is surrounded is understandable, but this place is better than I thought. There's a place like this behind the cafeteria? Perfect. If no one stops him, he'll just keep going. Maybe I should train here instead of that cramped room. Everything was normal, then suddenly a piercing scream. Odell recognized something and realized, wait, that voice? And rushed off, finding a familiar figure pinned against the wall, desperately pleading for mercy. It's Luna. Is she being bullied? Odell steps in, catching everyone by surprise. Luna cried out, "Odell!" Her eyes wide with fear and pleading. Before him stood Kai and two others. Odell thought to himself, I think I understand the situation. Burning with rage, he sternly asks, "What are you doing to my classmate? Stop and return to class." The other retorts angrily, "Protecting a half-demon? Disgusting. I can't stand it," while Odell maintains his gentle smile. Seeing his silence, the bully pressed his advantage, shoving Odell's chest, asking how a half-demon could be class president, and declaring that even Odell couldn't beat the three of them. But before he could finish, a wave of energy choked him, shocking and terrifying the other two. He remained expressionless, but inwardly scoffed. How laughable, daring to challenge me when you can barely move under a sliver of my bloodlust. The other struggled, gasping in pain. After a moment, Odell released him and he gasped for air, bewildered. What was this? This guy wasn't afraid at all. No, he's calmly observing me. Luna silently glances at Odell. Finally, he spoke up. I don't want to fight, so let's stop here. The other man had collapsed to the ground. His friend stammered, What are you doing? Odell glared menacingly. It would be wonderful if you all just kept quiet. I wouldn't want to see your insides spilled out before lunch. The three helped each other away, and Kai glanced back, thinking that his composure was unlike that of a student. Besides Luna, there's still a diamond in the rough here. I should keep an eye on him. Luna rushed over, and Odell asked if he was okay. Luna replied, "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for helping me." Odell smiles, relieved. He leaves, saying class will start soon, and he should head back. Now they're going to teach real magic. How exciting. Luna's face flushed red, full of affection. The students greet the instructor, and the instructor slams his fist on the board. "All right, everyone." Robolt says that today they'll be covering mana in real-world situations, learning stealth and silence, skills Odell has been begging for. On the platform, Robolt posed the question, "How do you defeat a human stronger than you on the battlefield?" The answer is assassination. For you, assassination isn't just a choice. It's a necessity, because none of you can kill a hero in a straight fight. He exudes an imposing aura. First, I'll explain stealth. Robolt channels all his inner power, slowly heating the tattoo, fully sensing the mana circulation and guiding its release. Even with impure mana, gently spread it throughout your body. If you can't cover your entire body, the stealth will fail. In an instant, he vanished from the podium, shocking everyone. Despite the astonishment around her, Adele remained unfazed. That's why we couldn't detect him during the match with Samuele. With a snap of his fingers, Robolt reappeared at the podium. He said that today's exercise is to spread mana throughout the body like this. He began to guide everyone, saying, "All right, everyone close your eyes because controlling mana precisely is very difficult. Try it slowly and gently. Don't rush. Take your time. Even if you're cloaked, you should still be able to see your body." Everyone in class focused on controlling their mana as Robolt silently observed. He chuckled, thinking they were trying hard, but success today would be difficult. He thought to himself that Fran was still worthy of her lineage, thanks to her rich mana and excellent control. But Samuele stood out the most. The boy's presence was already fading, a true natural talent. Adjusting his glasses, Robolt smirked. It usually takes a week to master, so those two must be geniuses. Suddenly, he noticed something. Wait, isn't there another talented student like them? The one with the chaos attribute that Instructor Ares keeps bothering? Robolt looked down at Odell's spot, realizing he had completely vanished. That sly Odell. He tilted his glasses in disbelief and anger. Impossible. He was just sitting there. He couldn't believe he had completed igniting his mana. Meanwhile, Odell smirks, strolling down the hallway, muttering about how easy it was for him to master stealth. How can I combine stealth with chaos? I should head back to the dorm and experiment. Normal assassination skills won't work on real power. I need to find a way. From behind, Robolt rushes up. "Wait, student Odell." He turns back, confused. Odell asks politely, "What is it?" He asks cautiously if this is the first time he's learning magic, and Odell replies casually that it is, but he's been using his innate abilities for a while now. The teacher chuckled. "I see." Robolt then asked, "If you have time, could you come to my lab?" Confused, he asks what's going on, and the teacher replies that Odell possesses outstanding magical talent and a rare chaos attribute. Your research value isn't just sufficient, it's excessive. After a moment of silence, Odell replies, "I understand," thinking to himself. "My skills are only good for assassination techniques, nothing else. How pointless." With that, he turned and said, "Unfortunately, I'm busy today, so I can't." Robolt replied regretfully, "Is that so? But you'll definitely come next time." The teacher replied enthusiastically, "Promise." Robolt called after him, "Remember that?" Odell chuckled to himself. "Looks like I'll have to pretend to be a magical genius." Odell thought, "Since Samuel isn't here, I should get started. There's something I need to do before midterms, and for that, I need to learn a skill that surpasses stealth." He clenched his fist, thinking, "It's because the spies from the human realm are hiding in the demon realm. If they find me here," he focused all his inner energy. "I have to find them and kill them no matter what. It will definitely be difficult to deal with them, so I must master this trump card." Odell breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it wasn't just hiding his presence, but existing without existing, erasing himself. His body was enveloped in a blue aura. Odell held out his hand, thinking, "It's over. I can't even see myself." "Something," he stammered in disbelief. "What's happening?" Odell used up all his inner energy to escape, wondering if he was even breathing, his body feeling strange. First, he had to release it. He suddenly realized the stealth technique couldn't be undone. Struggling to stand, Odell urged himself onward, pushing with all his might. Finally free, his body collapsed to the ground. His body ached all over, and he thought to himself, Time, sensation, everything was fading away. A truly terrible feeling. If my mana hadn't been drained, I might have lost control. Now I understand why they warned against being consumed by chaotic power, but if used only once, it could be a secret weapon. He raises an eyebrow, a new technique combining chaos and stealth attributes. From now on, I'll call it absolute stealth. Suddenly, something sent him sprawling. A foot appeared, and he was shocked to see Samuel standing before him. He points in another direction, and Odell wonders, what is he saying? Is he telling me to move? I can't hear myself anymore either. No way. Panic set in as he wondered if he'd lost his hearing. In the vast forest, Odell stood alone, slowly calling out. Hearing his own voice, Odell smiled with satisfaction. Thankfully, he hadn't lost his hearing this time. Instead, he couldn't see, and he leaned against a tree in fear, realizing that absolute stealth caused the user to lose one or two senses. Unable to see, Odell crashed into a large tree, rubbing his nose as he thought, after repeated testing for a week, he had lost his hearing, taste, touch, and even sight, though they returned after 2 hours, at least temporarily. Odell slumped down, lost in thought. He couldn't predict which sense would be affected, and absolute concealment only lasted 3 seconds. His mind raced. Perhaps it was entirely useless, the risk too great. He would seal it away, only using it when absolutely certain of killing his enemy. Lying on the lush grass, he rested his head on his arm, thinking, I've tried combining chaos with other attributes without success, so it's better to focus on improving swordsmanship or increasing mana. Looks like I'm stuck here for 2 hours. At least I got out early, so I probably won't be late for class. A tall, muscular figure appears before the students, who are panting as they run. Odell is no exception, and as he runs, he wonders when they'll finally get to swordplay. Ares stood in front of the lake, booming, All right, stop the physical training and gather around. Odell signaled for everyone to stop, saying, Halt, that's an order from the assistant instructor. The instructor glared at him, wondering if he was still unhappy about being class president, as Ares announced, From now on, we'll reduce physical training and add swordsmanship classes. Odell is overjoyed that they'll finally be learning swordsmanship properly. The instructor pulls out a long sword, saying, First, let me give you a demonstration. Ares pointed the tip at Odell and commanded, Class monitor, step forward. He advanced without hesitation. Yes, the instructor asked, Can you infuse mana into your blade? He guessed, Yes, you can. Ares requested, Then attack me with mana. I, your training instructor, will not use mana. He thought, Is this humiliation? Then he said, So you're only using a sword. The lecturer confirmed, That's right. Odell nodded, understanding, and pulled a small dagger from his clothes. He shifted his stance, thinking, He wants mana in the sword, so I won't use my trait and see what Ares can do. Odell dashed forward, a stab aimed true, but the instructor dodged in time. Blow after blow was unleashed, but Ares swiftly dodged them all. He stabbed at the lecturer with his knife, but Ares blocked it with his sword, sparks flying. Then the lecturer swung his sword, sending Odell flying. He managed to keep his balance, kneeling on one knee, looking up at Ares's towering figure like a giant. He closed his eyes, thinking, just as he predicted, there's no opening. By human standards, he's definitely a high-ranking master. Odell rose, clenching his fist. In the demon world, swordsmanship and mana are more important. Titles like Swordmaster or Expert don't matter much. Transferring mana into a weapon isn't easy either, and I don't like being underestimated. So he suddenly leaps high into the air towards Ares, aiming for his chest, the right carotid artery, but the other man dodges in time while maintaining a calm expression. He grins with delight. Got you. Ares glares down fiercely, saying, Not perfect yet. A wave of pain washed over him, and Odell screamed in agony as the area exploded, leaving everyone around him in stunned silence. He struggled to his feet, the massive figure and sharp blade looming before him. He was going to die. Luna and the others cried out his name. Odell! Ares swung his massive sword down on Odell, who was still smirking despite his disadvantage, as the stern instructor brought it down with a cold gaze. The explosion from the battle reverberates, the force of the blow shattering the arena floor, sending debris flying everywhere, as Samuel's heir watches in horror. Odell quickly unleashed his power, bracing himself with his hands as he was engulfed in a blue aura. He pondered cautiously, a little worried, using his will to polish the sword. I barely escaped danger. A moment longer, and I would have been cut in two. Meanwhile, the instructor coldly pointed his massive blade at Odell, who stood firm and asked directly, after the instructor sheathed his sword, if he truly wanted him dead. Ares coldly retorted that wasn't the case, then threw a small dagger towards him. The lecturer told him to return to his position as the dagger landed neatly at Odell's feet. He thought, so you really did intend to kill me? Ares slammed his sword into the ground like a knight negotiating before a match to avoid losses. Turning coldly to the group, he asked, since you faced him directly, class president, what did you think of the fight? Odell stepped forward and replied seriously, that is the fighting style of the weak. Ares questioned him, what are you trying to say? Odell's sharp eyes made him seem even more serious, as if he was about to reveal something important. He says, you gave me magic, yet you restrict your own power. It's the only way for the weak to overcome the strong. Sacrifice bone for bone, discard flesh to seize marrow. That's the tactic you just demonstrated. Odell's expression darkened as he pondered the situation, realizing that he could have dodged the final blow, but deliberately took it on his shoulder. That action was completely intentional, Ares suddenly declared, startling even PR owner Ephron, as the lecturer explained. Exactly. In the human realm, there are countless powerful figures, and the chance of winning without injury is almost non-existent. Catch your opponent off guard, don't be afraid to show weakness, and turn that weakness into bait for a counterattack. Ares continued, saying that noble swordsmanship had no place in this class. He would only teach sword techniques for victory. Calling it swordsmanship was a stretch. From now on, it would be called combat skills class. The instructor casually sheathed his blade as the protagonist pondered. His intention was to take the enemy down with him, even if it meant death. The midterm exams are coming, and the teacher's strong reaction must mean something. The self-proclaimed spy must have reported the situation and exam content. In the novel, only the Saitan Academy suffered heavy losses, while the Royal Academy was virtually unscathed. Perhaps Ares suspects I'm the spy. I must find the real one before things get worse. But as he pondered, the instructor's voice rang out, telling everyone to return to class immediately, as if seizing a perfect opportunity. Odell thought it was the best chance to clear his name. Everyone else had left, but he remained motionless, drawing Ares' attention. The instructor turned back and asked why he hadn't returned, or if he was planning another rebellion, but he only smiled in response. That's not true, he replied, but Ares showed no reaction, silently turning away, only saying, return to class. Odell watched Ares' retreating figure, his eyes and the surrounding air changing, a bloodthirsty aura rising as he silently screamed the instructor's name. Ares. Another morning begins in the school. Odell, in his neat school uniform, sits in the classroom, thinking Ares will definitely not side with him. Besides being suspected as a spy, perhaps my bloodlust and past brutality also bother him. But I can't abandon this ruthless path to overcome the power of the 7 deadly sins. I need to build a superior position and reputation. If Ares continues to cross the line as he did before, he will face the consequences, no matter what it takes. Odell couldn't help but smirk, his narrowed eyes betraying his sinister nature. Lost in his own brutality, Odell is caught off guard when his classmate Luna witnesses his outburst and reacts in horror. "Did I startle you again, Luna?" Odell asked. Luna, flustered, replied, "It's nothing." With his handsome face and warm voice, he quickly smoothed things over, adding, "Is something wrong?" Embarrassed, with a slightly flushed face, she replied, "You said we'd have lunch together the other day, so I wanted to ask again." Hearing this, he quickly and happily agreed. "Oh, really? Okay, let's go today." His agreement filled her with joy, and she replied sweetly, "Okay." Then, the two of them entered a restaurant that looked luxurious and expensive. Sitting across from her, the masculine Odell happily spoke first. "It's been a long time since I've had a meal like this." Luna looked at the pile of food for two on the table and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, so much food. If Phi wastes food, the god of gluttony might punish him." Odell chuckled at her adorable words and agreed, saying they had to eat everything. As they enjoyed their meal and conversation, 3 students, including Kai, walked in. The green-haired leader noticed Odell across the room. When he saw him waving hello, he quickly pulled his crew away, saying, "Tsh, let's sit somewhere else." Kai, with a large spider tattoo on the left side of his face, glances at Phi, and Odell turns to Luna with a concerned look, asking what those guys did to her. Luna casually explains that they used to bully her for no apparent reason, her eyes downcast and filled with self-pity, perhaps because she was weak and unremarkable. Hearing her say that, he agreed with her thinking, but replied with some concern, I see. Hearing this, Luna waves her hand dismissively, saying it's not like she was beaten, just occasionally insulted or had some money taken. Hearing that, Luna was further emboldened and cheerfully replied, "No need. I'll prove that I'm not a traitor to the nobility myself." He retorted that if that was the case, she should stay closer to him, but Luna was confused. Odell then suddenly asked, more importantly, "Who is that student?" She asked who he meant, and he pointed to another table where Kai and his group were sitting, the one with the spider tattoo on his cheek. It dawned on her, and she quickly replied, "His name is Kai." Hearing the name shocked him, and he thought, "Kai, this name is familiar. Just a coincidence? Does his description match the novel?" Odell turned to Luna, asking if Kai was a half-breed. Surprised and confused, she asked what Odell is talking about, saying that he's a pureblood. But he seemed scary, always looking at half-breeds with disdain, a crucial piece of information for Odell. He rephrases, asking if it was the look one gives to vermin, to which she confirms. The light outside shines on Odell's face, making him look even more thoughtful as he realizes that's the same look they used to give the people of Ogun. A highly suspicious individual. "Maybe I should buy the information, but what if it's a waste of money?" Luna said from across the table. "Wait, you still don't remember all the students in our class?" Suddenly, he smiled and stood up like a creepy clown, confusing her. "I'll check it out myself. I have quite a bit of information about the spy." At Kai's table, two guys with green and brown hair were chatting animatedly while eating, but he was focused on his own meal. He walked up to their table, greeting them and causing everyone to stop what they were doing. "Hello there." Seeing this, the blue-haired guy jumped up, showing a hostile attitude, and shouted, "What's going on?" Odell ignored him and just smiled, saying incomprehensible things to Kai. "There's a most popular female student at the Royal Academy." Hearing this, the pressure around them dropped sharply, but he remained silent. Seeing Kai's reaction, Odell wasn't angry and continued, saying she was a half-demon, and her only relative was her brother. But the blue-haired guy couldn't stay calm, yelling, "This bastard dares to disrespect me? I was just careless last time." He continued as an aura began to rise around Kai. "Her name is..." So it was true. With those final words, he opened his eyes, revealing a blood-red gaze and a devilish smile, while Kai could no longer contain her murderous intent towards Odell. The blue-haired man aggressively grabbed Odell's shoulder, making him stiffen, and said, "Can't you get out of here?" Before he could finish, Odell grabbed his tie, pulled him forward, and slammed his head against the table where Kai was sitting silently. With a smug twist of his wrist, Odell confirms their suspicions, while blue hair lies groaning on the floor. And Kai's face darkens, as if a fierce battle is about to erupt. But he unexpectedly turned and left, leaving Odell behind with a knowing smile as he stood there with a wicked grin and his trademark red eyes thinking, "Found you." Leaving the dining hall, they head to the restroom to clean the blood from their wounds. The blue-haired man punches the mirror, enraged, while Kai calmly stands with his arms crossed against the wall. "Damn it, it's that damn hybrid again." He turns sharply to Kai, yelling, "Kai, you'll get revenge, right? Why aren't you answering? You're the one who said not to trust the half-demons. You started this, and now you're going to abandon us?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became, grabbing Kai's collar in a fit of rage, but he had crossed the line. Kai grabbed the green-haired man's head and slammed it against the wall. The force of the blows disfigured his face, blood flowing from every wound. Like a man possessed, Kai smashed the green-haired man's head against the wall, while the brown-haired man could only watch, helpless to intervene. The wall crumbled under Kai's assault, splattering his blood across the white surface as he cursed, "Annoying insects." The brown-haired man stood frozen, terrified as he watched the green-haired man collapse. Yet he still managed to call out, "Kai, what's wrong with you?" He roared like a madman, eyes filled with rage, screaming for them to disappear before he slaughtered them all. They both left, and Kai gradually calmed down, splashing water on his face to soothe his anger. In the mirror, his reflection is marred by a swirling green magic. How could he know? The perception-dampening spell and the disguise are still active. The best mages cast them. There's no way my identity should be compromised. Besides, as a half-demon in disguise, the odds of exposure are even lower. Could he also be a spy sent from the human realm? No, the Barrett family clearly vouched for him. "Dio, who are you really, and how do you know about my sister?" Silence fell, and the atmosphere grew heavy with dark possibilities. A dangerous thought takes root. He must be silenced before he reveals my identity. At night, the school transforms into a haunted palace, its desolate corridors perfect for murder. Kai opens his toolbox, filled with various sharp weapons. He examines each one carefully, thinking that to kill him he needs to be well prepared, but first he must send the information he's gathered. It seems the student named Odell has discovered his identity, and at that moment, Odell suddenly appears outside the room, forcefully kicking the door open to Kai's shock and bewilderment. He slowly raises his head, his murderous eyes and face glaring at him. Perhaps it was the rush, but even in this situation, Odell is still smiling, panting, and says, "I'm exhausted." Kai is horrified, his facial muscles tense, leading to a somewhat distorted expression as he silently grips his weapon and mutters, "How did you know to come here?" He smiled, adjusting his lapel as he walked, and said cryptically, "Beautiful night, isn't it?" Hearing this, Kai grew even angrier, quickly throwing hidden weapons at Odell and snapped, "Beautiful, my foot. If it weren't for you, it would have been a peaceful night." But he quickly dodged it, muttering, "That was close." Odell seemed to underestimate his opponent as the latter unleashed a magical explosion from his gauntlet. That power quickly hurtled towards Odell, who seemed to struggle to dodge this time. Golden rays of energy burst from his body, gradually forming into orbs under his control, which he launched back. Seeing his ultimate move, Odell delightedly says, "The dual-wheel energy magic? No point in hiding your identity now. If you're using wheel magic, you're a demigod. Your current form is like you know everything but are still trying. Right, you even found this secret place, so you know everything, don't you?" Odell responded non-committally, neither confirming nor denying, "Probably." Enraged, he unleashed a barrage of lightning orbs, demanding how he knew about this place. Odell didn't counter, focusing solely on defense, dodging quickly. "To still worry about your sister in this situation. But I suppose that's right. You never acted for humanity. A sister with a peculiar constitution, her power focused on her heart to overcome an incurable disease, and he allied with humanity." He snapped, attacking wildly, screaming, "Answer me!" The lightning sphere nearly hits him, and he thinks, but the overseer doesn't know one thing yet. So why not dig it all up? A series of insane thoughts raced through Odell's mind as he approached, taunting, "How would I know? I've never even met your sister. Oh, but her pitiful smile when she's about to cry is beautiful. Beautiful enough to crush." Odell feigns composure, speaking slowly to provoke Kai, who is already seething with rage. As expected, he takes the bait, roaring with power. "You son of a bitch!" Odell simply stood there, reveling in Kai's misery, taunting him. "You need to use the right words to be a spy, you miserable Saboros." Golden energy swirled around him as he commanded, "Shut up!" Then, a ball of lightning gathered before his chest. "I'll pry every piece of information from you before you die." Seeing this, Odell laughed inwardly, thinking he'd taken the bait, but outwardly continued to provoke him, saying, "If you can, then try it." The moment arrived, and Kai launched a lightning orb at Odell, who turned serious and quickly used his skill. A surge of power enveloping his body as he chanted a spell in his mind. "Swap positions with the energy orb." Faster than lightning, Odell passed through the lightning orb unscathed, a smug smile on his face, while Kai's expression darkened, his mouth agape in disbelief. Kai shuddered as he watched Odell standing there casually, exclaiming, "So you can teleport? Even seeing it, it's hard to believe." He feigned modesty, chuckling as he probed, "Close, but no cigar. Someone who's investigated me so thoroughly must know everything, right?" Kai didn't answer, but instead asked, seeking confirmation. "So you've known my true identity all along?" He smugly replied, "You could say that." Understanding dawned on Kai, his eyes dimming as if accepting his fate. "I see. In this situation." Odell knew what he would do. He finally realized there was no chance of winning. The more Kai thought about it, the angrier he became, unleashing his power as if to drag Odell down with him, saying, "In that case." Then, layer upon layer, thousands of fireballs erupted, as Kai declared, "Fight with all your might." Even Odell didn't expect this turn of events, his mouth agape in shock. Observing the situation, Odell assesses that he's using third circle level multi-magic. Odell observes that it's at least 20 hits. Much easier than he thought. He looks at the furious Kai before him and thinks to himself, it's almost suspiciously easy. Kai gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "Damn it." Then Odell attacked, switching positions twice and setting his target. As Odell attacked, Kai smirked. "I've been waiting for you to use that move." Unexpectedly, he unleashes another move, switching positions twice, moving. Kai is stunned, wondering how he linked them together. He presses in, and Kai exclaims in surprise, "This is..." Odell smirks. Sleep well, before striking Kai's neck, instantly knocking him unconscious. After dealing with Kai, Odell sighed in relief, finally capturing him. Outside, the sky was gloomy, tinged with a mysterious purple. Back in the room, Odell wondered if someone had prepared so many scales just to kill him. He watched Kai, thinking to himself, should he just eliminate him now? He then thought, no. He needed the information Kai possessed. Destroying him would turn her into an enemy, and even if he could deal with Kai, she would be another matter entirely. By now, she had likely become a blood-sworn contractor thanks to the protagonist's aid and had her illness cured. She now possesses the dragon heart and commands immense mana, destined to become a great mage like the heroine in the story. He surmises that if she were to use her full power to avenge her brother, even he couldn't escape unscathed. Their bond is truly that strong, he looked above him, thinking. Moreover, that communication device only sends information, not updates. Kai probably still thinks she's in pain, Odell wonders, but that doesn't mean he'll let him go. Is there a way to make him submit? Seeing Kai stir, an idea sparked in Odell's mind. So, there is a way. Kai writhed in pain, then his eyes snapped open. Odell smirks, asking if he's awake, then looks into his palm before roaring furiously, demanding to know what he's plotting. Kelly feigns innocence, saying, "A plot? I don't know what you mean." He shouts, "Why didn't you kill me and instead waited for me to wake up?" Odell replied, "Indeed, I was waiting." He smiled menacingly. "But did you think I'd just stand by?" As he spoke, he held something out to Kai. He stared at it, unable to hide the horror on his face, so shocked that he fell to the ground, only able to utter 2 words, "What is that?" He asked if he finally realized, then stated that he could also control the parasitic poison. Odell smiles, confirming it. He continues, explaining that this parasite is called the twin venom, and even a slight stimulation is enough to kill its host. It only works properly when inside 2 people. Hearing this, Kai shouts, "The twin poison, what the hell did you do to me?" And he realizes, wait, 2 people? Don't tell me. He admits, just as you're thinking, the other one is inside you. Hearing this, Kai panics. What? He continued. Her body is quite interesting. Her mana sensitivity is so high that her heart can't take it. Odell smiled, making the parasite's job extremely easy. Odell dangles the bait, saying that while her condition is rare, it's not incurable. Kai speaks up and he continues, saying that he can cure hers. Kai scoffs, questioning how someone like him could succeed where great human mages have failed, but he simply replies that Kai clearly hasn't studied him enough. Before introducing the creature as a Barrett family parasite that feeds on its host's mana, he thought to himself that her heart couldn't withstand such strong mana, but the parasite would absorb it. Knowing so much about her, there was no way he wouldn't surrender. He waited silently, thinking to himself that he was even pretending to follow his script. What a useful idiot. Kai was stunned, realizing the parasite was actually saving his sister. He asked what Odell wanted, questioning why he'd let them be unless he clearly wanted something from him. A dangerous red aura emanated from Odell as he spoke. That's right. He knelt down on one knee, close to Kai, and continued, "I really hate your attitude." He warned, "Don't forget, your life and your sister's are in my hands." Kai grits his teeth and agrees, and Odell thinks to himself, good. He stands and lays out his conditions. 2 things. Odell glanced at the loudspeaker and demanded, "Send a false message to the Royal Academy with that device, saying Saitan is plotting to attack the hero candidates 5-3 at the Academy." Kai stumbled, protesting, "You're planning to attack another year, aren't you? I can't accept that." He reassured him, "I understand your concern." He continued, "Of course you're worried because GA is studying at the Royal Academy." He assured him not to worry and that if he cooperated, he would ensure Lu's safety. Kai clenched his fist and agreed, saying he would send the false information as requested, and asked what the second request was. He responded, "Leave this place." Not believing his ears, he asked, "You want me to leave Saitan?" Udal agrees, saying he needs him for a job outside, tasking him with gathering and reporting rumors about hidden areas in the demon world. Kai agrees, saying he'll give Udal what he wants, secretly pleased that things are going even smoother than expected, requiring only a bit of deceit. When the lies are exposed, Kai will be abandoned anyway. Might as well use his scouting skills. Kai speaks up. "But I have a condition." Udal is annoyed, thinking, "Really? Even now?" Outwardly, he calmly asks, "What is it?" He seriously lays down his condition. "Write a demonic contract. If you don't agree, then kill me and my sister. I don't care. Udell is shocked. What? A demonic contract? A contract in the name of a demon god creates a binding agreement, and breaking it costs you your life. Udell thinks this is risky, but it'll put Kai on a leash. Kai observes him and asks what he's planning. He agrees, but secretly plots to add loopholes to the contract, making it easier to break. Udell is surprised, questioning Kai's confidence, but Kai assures him that someone like Udell will have no problem finding it. Annoyed, Udell inwardly complains that he has to do everything himself, knowing someone must have it. But the question is who? He suddenly thought of someone, perhaps Instructor Reborn. Udell promised, "Understood, I'll try to find one today." He held out his hand to Kai, promising to meet here again at dawn. Kai took it and replied, "Okay." He was pleased, thinking he'd found a useful dog, while Kai cursed under his breath. "Damn it," Udell mused, but that still wasn't enough. Even if he deceived them with false information about Kai, he still wasn't sure he could do well on the midterm exam. He was determined. At the Imperial Academy, the odds of success were near zero, but he had to try at all costs. Meanwhile, Robun was engrossed in a book in his room when a noise caught his attention. Udell peeked in and greeted him. "Good day, Professor." Robun happily jumped up. "You really came, just as we arranged." Udell replied, "Of course, a promise is a promise." He was politely welcomed and offered tea, which he gratefully accepted. Udell sat down, observing Robon's room and silently noting his interest in both books and rituals. Truly the laboratory of a magic professor. The professor poured him a steaming cup of freshly brewed tea, then poured one for himself, saying, "Thank you for coming." He politely replied, "No, I should thank you for your kind welcome. But may I ask, what do you need my help with?" The professor mysteriously adjusted his glasses. "This is quite important," he thought. "So that's it. It seems it's not a trivial matter." He smiled. "Are you afraid I'll leak it?" The professor quickly denied. "Ah, no. Not for that reason. It's just not something easily shared." He offered, "If you wish, I can sign the oath of the demon god." Hearing this, the teacher eagerly replied, "If you're willing to do that, of course I'll tell you." His attitude confirmed to him. So he really does have it. In Robolt's hand, a flame ignited, and with it an old piece of paper. The professor handed it over, saying, "Here you go." Odell was bewildered. It was that easy? The demon god's oath detailed their collaboration. Odell couldn't reveal Robolt's research and had to assist until significant results were achieved. In return, Odell would receive compensation, leaving him to wonder if the master had prepared this in advance. Then he proposed revising the terms slightly for fairness, stating that if during the research it's deemed beyond his capabilities, he can stop assisting and must return all compensation received. The professor agrees, finding it reasonable, and asks how Odell wishes to be compensated. Odell reveals his desire: the magic god oath contract and a few mana potions. 3 high-grade ones will suffice. The professor pondered for a moment as Odell thought to himself that they restore all magic upon consumption, making them a necessity. The professor then said, "I understand. Those are cheaper than even a blazing flower. Now all that's left is for you to sign." Odell chuckled. "So, all I have to do is write my name here?" The professor confirmed. "That's right." He voiced his question, one I also had. "Why choose me when there are better students?" Reborn answered honestly, saying he'd already asked some second and third-year students for help, but most were useless to the research. He continued, saying that he even went to Samuel in his first year, but he flatly refused, saying it was too much trouble. Hearing this, he immediately affirmed that it was just like Samuel. After signing the contract, he hands it back, thinking he'll soon have to use an alias without Odell in it. The contract in Odell's hand immediately bursts into flames, shocking him. The professor stood and urged him to begin, realizing this was how the demon god's oath was made. Reborn pulled a book on the leather shelf, revealing a secret room behind it. Odell was surprised, never expecting such a place in Seitan. Did the headmaster and other instructors know about this? The teacher turned back and ordered, "Enter." Reborn led him inside, saying, "This is it." He observed, thinking, a secret underground laboratory. He led him to the center of the room, pointed to 2 books on a separate shelf, and introduced them. "And this is the book I'm researching." Odell asked, "This book?" The teacher began to explain. "Yes, it's believed to be an ancient artifact." He wondered, "An ancient book?" Odell reached out to touch the book, thinking it certainly looked like an old manuscript. But upon opening it, he was surprised by its contents. "There's nothing written here?" He wondered. "What is this?" He understood and explained. That's right. As you can see, most of the pages are blank, but the last page has writing. Odell replied, I see. Where did you get this book? Robold answered, I happened to find it in an abandoned house. He asked in surprise, An abandoned house? The teacher replied, I was in the western desert on business, and it was just there, amidst the fine sand. He repeated in surprise, An abandoned house in the desert? The teacher continued, Based on the large oasis nearby, I assume there was once a village here. Odell asks if he means that besides the book and the ruins, the entire village vanished without a trace, to which Robold replies that it's the only conclusion he can draw. Odell suggests he'd like to see the writing on the last page, and Robold puts on gloves and agrees, saying that's the main reason he invited him. He said, Here, look, revealing rows of strange characters. There are letters, he exclaimed. Indeed, the teacher replied, but I can't decipher them at all. Can you understand what it says? He thought in dismay. There's no way I can decipher these strange characters. He analyzed, perhaps the clue lies where the book was found, to which the teacher replied, Strangely enough, I visited several nearby villages, but no one knew anything about the ruins or the book. He worried, searching for answers where there were none. This was too difficult. What if he returned empty-handed? He was starting to get anxious. There had to be something in those letters. As his fingers grazed the page, a blue light erupted in 1,000 rays. Odell squeezed his eyes shut, confused. What was happening, and why was his necklace reacting? Suddenly, the words on the page light up as if trying to escape, emitting a powerful blue light. Odell is shocked and puzzled. The words are moving. Is he hallucinating? System alert. Breaker of the law. Suddenly, ancient characters appeared, and he was shocked to find he could understand them. He muttered in disbelief, The words are changing, so I can read them. Odell seemed lost in thought after reading the words, realizing the consequences of breaking the law were dire. Everything was gradually dissolving, relentlessly destroying until the world's end. A tense look crosses his face as he thinks, I can read it, but I don't understand any of it. Still, the pendant's reaction must mean it's related to demons. Seeing Odell's silence, Robolt asked what was wrong, to which he slowly replied that he had deciphered the text, shocking the professor. Odell pointed to the last line of the book, saying, This sentence is, The rest I can't decipher yet. The professor, overjoyed, approached the book, exclaiming, Indeed, the syllables match perfectly. It's definitely related to the chaos attribute. A rare attribute indeed, and worthy of further study. Suddenly, Robolt remembered something, and the lecturer turned to him, saying that further research was needed to know more, but this was indeed an extraordinary discovery. Odell replied, a little indifferently, Is that so? Unexpectedly, Robolt had an idea, and the professor excitedly said, Yes, I think we need to continue searching for relics and ancient books in other regions. Odell's contribution here is enough. Hearing this, he obediently replied, Yes, then But before Odell could finish, the lecturer interrupted, The reward will be paid right now. Hearing that he'd be paid now, he asked in surprise, Right now? Robolt replied firmly, Yes, just a moment. As the lecturer went to get the money, Odell smirked, thinking, A demon contract is one thing, but a recovery potion would take time to prepare. Searching for a while, Robolt politely said, Now where did I put it? Suddenly, Odell remembered something. Wait, if Robolt continues to research other ancient texts and relics. Thinking this, Odell instinctively reached for the necklace around his neck. Seeing the necklace reacting, he muttered worriedly, The influence of the ancient text has turned the 3 jewels on the necklace red. What would happen if the cocoon was completely colored? Even he didn't know. Odell glanced at the lecturer, a little hesitant since he didn't know how to use it anyway. Or perhaps he should have Robolt study it. Just then, Robolt found what he wanted to trade and shouted, Oh, I found it. But seeing the instructor's expression, he makes another decision. No, anything involving deities should stay close, as even acquaintances can't be fully trusted. Robolt puts the reward in a bag, saying, Here, I've put it in a bag for you to carry easily. Odell happily takes the bag, gratefully thanking him. Hearing this, the professor quickly replied, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Without you, Odell, I wouldn't have been able to decipher that writing. Robolt was pleased with their collaboration, and the professor expressed his hopes for future partnerships, to which Robolt agreed to help where he could. Robolt then added, Please don't tell anyone else about my research. But then his eyes changed completely, and Odell, with a sinister look, said with a hint of threat, That depends on the instructor's decision, doesn't it? Hearing this, the professor begins to panic, asking anxiously, No, are you planning to break the contract? Odell, radiating murderous intent, uses this fatal weakness to threaten him. It seems this research wasn't approved by the headmaster. Having caught onto his weakness, the professor starts sweating. Seeing Robolt's expression, Odell smirks to himself, muttering, "If it was done by the book and authorized, why the need for a confidentiality agreement? Such a flustered attitude. Seems I was right." Suddenly he spoke up, saying that if this research were discovered, he could be expelled. Odell's face turned menacing as he ominously stated that since they were in the same boat, he would do everything he could to help. The atmosphere lightens as he meekly requests only mana recovery potions. Robolt hesitantly offered Odell 2 more vials, saying that was all he had. Odell, a little disappointed but still accepting, muttered that it wasn't bad. Having claimed his rewards, Odell turned to leave, expressing his gratitude, but the instructor, curious, asked what he intended to do with the memory. He turned back to Robolt, hinting that it was to save a slave. Scene change. Outside the mansion, the sunset paints the sky red. Odell enters, the fiery light streaming through the doorway. Kai, who had been waiting, said, "You've arrived." Recognizing the voice, he greeted him. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Odell chuckled dryly and retorted, "A while? Just give me the contract. This is no fun at all." Odell happily pulls out the contract, saying, "Of course, let's get this contract written up then." Kai takes the contract, a bit incredulous. "I can't believe it. You actually got it today." Hearing this, he asked, confused, "You told me to find you, so what are you saying? You can't change your mind now." Odell threatened, "If you go back on your word, you'll face the consequences. Now read it carefully and sign." After a quick glance, he calmly replies, "Okay, I swear Odell will not harm Kaylee and his sister, Ray. Furthermore, he will ensure that Ray's illness never returns. Kaylee will prioritize Odell's orders. However, Odell will not issue any orders that endanger Kaylee's life." With the contract complete, he smiled with satisfaction. Odell then pulled a piece of paper from his person and handed it to Kai, his first order. After reading it, he took out a black orb and said, "Understood. I'll send out the false news." The orb activated and a blue light appeared. He explained, "Put the paper in this slot and it will start sending." So, that's how it works. Interesting. Of course, opening a gate big enough to walk through requires massive resources and mana. Kai added, "This recharges automatically and can be used once a month." Hearing this, he was secretly pleased, likely understanding Odell's intentions. Kai seemed to see through Odell's thoughts, saying, "Sending false information to make them think I'm dead, so they won't target me anymore. Sooner or later, I'll be worthless anyway." Hearing that, he was a little displeased, too agitated. Why death? This was a mutually beneficial agreement. He sighed, not wanting to argue, and said, "Think what you want." "One final order," Odell instructed. "From today, you are to leave Saitan." He ordered Kai to gather all information about the demon world from outside Saitan, be it secret realms, stories about upper-class demon families, history, or hidden relics. Unsure of the situation, he instructed Kai to find the nearest mystic realm and information on the 7 deadly families, reporting back every 2 weeks. Kai reluctantly agreed, and Odell thought to himself that Kai's past as a spy made him quick to understand and carry out orders. Suddenly, he saw Kale reach out to him, and he was a little surprised. Odell was taken aback, muttering, "Kale is taking the initiative to shake hands?" He reached out in return, anticipating Kale's future achievements. Surprised by his next move, Cayle immediately threw Odell's hand away, leaving him stunned and shocked. He was furious. "Achievements, my foot! Give me the money. I need money to gather intel." Hearing this, Odell nervously replied, "Right, the money. I forgot." Odell was now deeply worried, wondering how he would manage with so little money. Seeing his face about to explode, he feigned an excuse, saying, "Please wait a moment." Odell then muttered to himself, "Maybe I should ask Chris." Odell folded a piece of paper and handed it to Cayle, instructing him to mention his name and present this, and the Barrett family would help him, but he was absolutely not to open it. He took it and put it in his pocket, replying, "Understood. I'll leave today. I'll drop out and leave Saitan immediately." Hearing this, the other man was a little surprised, saying, "That was fast." He left, not without a final insult. Being around trash was disgusting. Cut to class the next morning. From that day on, Caye completely vanished from Saitan, and rumors of Caye's withdrawal spread, causing my name to be mentioned quite a bit due to the cafeteria incident. Luna also suspects me, and rightfully so, considering my sudden outburst during lunch. The problem is the instructors, especially Ari's, must have noticed something, but he won't touch me. Odell smirked, realizing that changing class leaders just days before midterms would cause chaos. ADE. Entering the classroom, he greeted everyone, pleased to meet them. The instructor announced that the midterm exams would begin in 3 days, consisting of 4 subjects: weapon skills, magic, human capture, and practical application. Suddenly, ADE's attitude shifts completely, revealing a sinister and menacing expression. The most important of these is the practical exam, which will be held on the last day of midterms, an attack on the human academy, the Royal Academy. It's finally beginning. Everyone's faces are filled with confusion and tension. After hearing ADE's announcement, he smirks, muttering that he's finally arrived and the main plot of the original story will now officially begin. A flashback reveals a bloody battle between the demons attacking the Royal Academy and the humans trying to stop them. Amidst the chaos, countless traitors will be exposed and intense clashes will erupt. At that moment, Reborn jumped up, a wide smile on his face, and declared arrogantly, "First place in the midterm exam will be mine." Hearing that, the class cheered wildly, saying anything was possible with Front, to kill the class president, to kill them all. Hearing those flattering words, she became even more arrogant, tossing her hair dismissively and saying, "Kneel before me." Seeing the ridiculous scene unfold, he muttered uncomfortably, "Do I really have to kill them?" The whole class seems brainwashed. It was his first time participating in the exam, so the gray-haired boy turned to the blonde and sneered, "So the invasion of the humans has truly begun." The blonde-haired one, seemingly with a deep-seated grudge against humanity, declared, "For all we've endured, we must avenge this hatred." The kneeling masses, having lost loved ones, were eager for revenge against humanity. Perhaps this was better than cowering in fear. Seeing the situation, Adele frowned and muttered, "If things go according to the novel, Class A will be wiped out in the midterm exam. But there's still hope." He thought of the changes he'd made so far, hopeful that he'd altered countless original plot points. "I bribed Kai to leak false information to the Royal Academy and sent Luna back to prevent her expulsion." Adele glanced at PR owner Air, who was laughing with arrogance, and thought to himself, "Destroying the Royal Academy is impossible, but at least I can save the class from total annihilation." And Ares's trust would be an added bonus, with more opportunities to re-enter Satan's armory. He smirked, muttering with determination, "The goal for this midterm is survival and high scores. I have to go all in like my life depends on it." Meanwhile, Renee approached with a stern expression, saying it had been a while. Adele saw the anger on her face and nervously stammered, "Yes, my lady. It feels like months, like it's been months since we last met." And he's furious. Hearing this, Renee's rage explodes, her murderous aura flaring as she says, "Yes, because you keep avoiding me. I keep using training as an excuse to avoid her, but to suddenly call me before midterms? I understand why she's angry, but still." Seeing her and Diana together all the time, Adele can't help but wonder, why are you two always together? Diana greeted him. "Hello, I'm Diana." But he didn't seem to notice, lost in thought about the terrible things to come. They say the more you try to avoid a bad fate, the more it clings to you. Diana, noticing Adele staring at her, tilted her head and said, "No greeting? I'll be sad, you know." It was then he realized his mistake in not returning the greeting. Adele quickly bowed and introduced himself. "I'm Pixel Adele. Honored to meet someone of your noble lineage, miss." Diana chuckled, saying she was pleased to meet him, while Renee watched and smirked. She questioned him, "Forget the greetings, explain why you've been avoiding me, and now you want to fight." He hesitated. "Because I felt guilty." Renee was curious. Guilty about what? Adele, tears streaming down his face, choked out, "As your guard, I failed to protect you. And that has haunted me ever since." Seeing his pathetic display, she was annoyed, telling him not to cry like that. Hearing those reproaches, Adele retorted, "You have no idea how I feel, you cold-hearted woman." Seeing the devilish look still on Renee's face, he gritted his teeth and resorted to his last resort. "Damn it, do I really have to do this?" Adele presents a mana potion, pleading, "As an apology, I brought you a gift, Lady Renee." Diana, surprised, approaches, asking, "What's this, a mana potion?" He replies, "Yes, it was hard to get." Hearing this, she turned to her and smiled, speaking up for Adele. "I heard they've become much rarer since the war. Ren, take it and forgive him." Seeing this, Adele muttered, "Returning good for evil, huh? Thanks." "Diana," Renee brushed her hand away. "Enough. I don't need this. Hearing her tone, he tensed up. She's really angry. At that moment, Adele stammered, revealing the reason he'd been avoiding her. He was bullied by other students for being a half-demon, so he kept his distance to avoid causing trouble for her, Lady Wren. Adele knelt down, his voice full of sincerity, and said, "If that hurt you, I sincerely apologize, lady." He mumbled with a dark expression, "Please, I hope this works." Seeing his sincere actions and words, she turned to her and spoke up in his defense. "You truly care for Renee. You're a good protector." Seeing Adele's sincerity, she smiles slightly, but Renee stubbornly pouts, "I don't accept it." Adele, misunderstanding, stammers, "You mean you accept the Mana Stone?" Hearing that, she coldly turned away, saying she wasn't hurt at all. Diana, seeming to realize something, approached her, playfully teasing her cheek, saying, "That's great. It seems everything's okay." Renee is clearly annoyed by her actions, telling her not to talk to her. Seeing her reaction, Diana teases her even more, saying that Ren is just a bit too uptight. If he can fix that, it'll be great. Adele was a little surprised by her behavior, muttering, "I didn't expect Diana to be like this." Renee drew her sword and said, "Then let's spar. It's been a while." He replied cheerfully, "Okay." Suddenly, Diana interrupted, telling Renee to show her guardian her new skill. Adele overheard, curious about what she'd learned in their time apart. Renee unleashes a dark, ominous aura, coldly declaring, "Watch closely." Her eyes gleam, and the oppressive aura suffocates the space. Renee's killing intent intensifies, the dark aura consuming everything. He senses the terrifying shift and mutters worriedly, "Such intense killing intent. Incredible." Adele noticed the dark energy gathering at the tip of her sword, and realizing what was happening, muttered, "Magic is gathering at the tip, turning it black. Could it be?" As he watches her sword turn black, Adele exclaims in shock, "Black sword, sword totality." He analyzes with a tense expression. This is a form of sword energy, a level only master human knights can reach. Normally, one would channel magic into a weapon or body to activate a skill. But seeing Renee's growing breakthrough, Adele couldn't help but marvel. To use the hack sword, you have to refine magic as thin as paper, and she's doing it, truly a descendant of the 7 deadly sins. Her current quality is too prominent. He saw the imperfections and said, "Even so, it's not perfect." Renee didn't deny it, replying, "Yes, I have to focus to the extreme." Hearing this, Adele drew a dagger, saying, "Let's test each other out." She excitedly replied, "Okay." Not knowing the extent of her new power, he cautiously thought, "I don't know the power of the dark sword, so I'll just use a dagger to test it out." Then, Adele moved quickly towards Renee, launching the first attack. As their weapons clashed, sparks flew from the friction, and Renee stepped back, gaining momentum for her next strike. She swung her sword decisively at Adele, who barely managed to dodge. Another second, and he would have been cut in two. He quickly retreated, Adele now confident in her abilities, thinking, "With my enhanced vision, I can see Ren's every move. I can do this." Then, Renee activated her dark mode. Her eyes flashed, and her aura intensified. Before they even made contact, the dagger in his hand shattered into pieces. Adele mutters in surprise, wondering how she mastered the dark sword so quickly, admitting defeat. Scratching his head in embarrassment, he says it's amazing that the dark sword has such power, to which she proudly replies, "Of course." Just then, Diana stepped forward, saying that it's not every day you see a noble lady stronger than her own guards. Looking at Renee, she said, "Ren, you're truly amazing, aren't you?" Seeing her avoid him, she chuckled teasingly, "What's this? Are you blushing?" Not very Ren-like. Suddenly, the Demon King's eyes flashed, his voice becoming eerie. "But the more I look, the stranger it seems. She's done something to Wado's body, an indiscernible color." Diana speaks cryptically, saying it seems ordinary, but it's anything but. A strange aura emanates from the Demon King, a smile too eerie. What could it be? He mutters suspiciously, "Diana." After her cryptic remark, Diana crossed her arms, watching Ode with a serious expression. Looking into her eyes, he tensed, realizing that one of Diana's powers was insight, the ability to observe every minute detail of a person's body. Wado felt flustered. To be cared for this much by someone who will become a demon king is too much. How should he react? Then he also revealed a trace of bloodlust, muttering, could she become his greatest enemy? Best to keep a distance. Seeing Odo's reaction, the demon queen couldn't help but smile, which confused him. A smile? Most would be fearful or wary when sensing ill intent. This composure could only come from a powerful being. Renee turns to her and asks what she's curious about, and Diana continues to tease her, saying that Ren's swordsmanship is getting stranger and stranger. So she's just curious. Seeing this, Aed feels that Renee is gullible and thinks, she's so easily deceived. He asks, intrigued, I'm curious, how did you execute that sword technique? She hesitates, touching the blade. Well, you have to grasp the secret, feeling like you're pouring energy into the sword. Hearing that, Odeon replied, Is that so? But in his heart, he thought, only geniuses could think like that. He then said that he had to study for the exam and would stop the sparring there. Hearing that, Renee let him off the hook, saying, okay. As she was about to leave, he asked with concern, Len, how are the midterm preparations going? Renee turned back, a confident smile on her face, radiating self-assurance. Odeon chuckled softly, muttering to himself, his eyes full of confidence. The timing of the first midterm exam and when the main characters received the Eye of Pride don't overlap. Seeing Renee grow stronger puts his mind at ease, knowing she'll survive the exam, but his Class A students will likely be wiped out. He wishes her good luck. The young lady waves goodbye, saying, Yes, you be careful too. Diana turns to him with a knowing smile, then softly says, See you later. Hearing her words, Edo felt a chill, muttering in helpless resignation that he'd been targeted again. The scene shifts to the next morning at the resting place, where Edo is outside feeding a bird, his patience wearing thin. The midterms finally start today. Is Ares working me to the bone? I have to take the exam, so hurry up and eat. He lamented that despite studying all night, he still couldn't grasp the first subject. Human knowledge. He doubted himself, thinking it was ridiculous for an author to not understand this subject, but he figured he could scrape by with some points, having crammed in his student days. Cut to Odeo in class, but the words he studied have flown from his mind, dark circles under his eyes. He despairs. Damn it, I've forgotten everything I studied as soon as I sat down. Luna, seeing his pale face, rushed over, worried. Eodeo, you're pushing yourself too hard. Your face... Eodeo retorted, I'm fine, Luna. Are you ready? She smiled brightly. Yeah, I'm a little hazy, but I don't think I'll fail. Hearing Luna's confidence, he quietly said, I see. Eodeo then turned to Proan. As for Proan, she confidently says, why would I need to try hard with these theoretical subjects, as long as I do well in the practical part? To increase the chances of survival, even by 1%, I can't neglect any part. She laughed, arrogantly declaring that first place would be hers no matter what. The instructor entered the classroom as the exam began, and everyone took their seats, putting their books and notebooks away. The instructor warned that anyone caught cheating would be immediately expelled. As the exam began, he focused intently, muttering that his accelerated learning must have paid off, as he was breezing through the test. The first question, what do you think of humans? No points, and it's an essay question. Odell was a bit flustered. What do I think of humans? If it were the old Odell, the answer would be obvious, since humans destroyed his clan. At this point, he began to hesitate. But he, who created both humans and the demon race, was also their father. How should he write this? Odell put pen to paper, muttering, and despite his discomfort, he wrote his answer, thinking, for an enemy, just write the answer, sight and wants. As the bell rang, the instructor announced that time was up and to hand in the papers, as the second period would begin. Cut to everyone heading outside for the next exam, as Arex waited with a menacing aura for the weapon skills test. The instructor explained the rules. Today, they would fight each other, showing their true strength with magic or weapons, giving it their all. Arex added that no one should avoid fighting out of fear, and they would be called out in order. After hearing the rules for the next test, Odell felt tense from the instructor's intensity, while Brune broke out in a sweat. Meanwhile, the white-haired contestant was sent flying in under a second. Observing this, he muttered, he's not holding back at all. Arex scoffed. How pathetic. Is that all they've got? The instructor clenched his fist in frustration. No one lasts more than a few seconds. They're all getting taken down. Arex isn't even using a weapon, and they can't even touch him. Arex calls out the next fighter. Samuel, you're up. The master says, fight with all your strength. Hearing this, Samuel unleashes his power. The others respond, okay. Samuel shouts, unleashing his power, and with a great cry, Samuel's eyes flash as blue monsters rise from the earth. Immediately, he unleashed them upon Jiang Shi. Arex grits his teeth, gripping his sword, and says, I'll have to use some strength. Jiangshu's eyes suddenly changed, his aura intensified, and he declared he would respond in earnest. Witnessing Erex's power, Trinkeen gaped in astonishment, muttering about a sword style different from his own, perhaps fire-based. With just a few basic moves, the instructor slashes down the monster Samuel controlled, seeing his attack nullified in an instant. Tension mounts, teeth clench, and fear flickers in his eyes. Overwhelmed by Erex's might, Samuel marvels inwardly. So powerful, truly Instructor Erex, unwavering even with such force. Not wanting to fail, he unleashes all his power with a mighty roar. Seeing him recover so quickly, Erex smiles with satisfaction, praising him. Back to your old self, I see. Well done. But in a flash, Erex eliminates them and appears before him with a sinister smile, delivering a devastating blow to Samuel's stomach before he can react. With just one punch from Erex, Samuel collapses, clutching his stomach in agony. Erex asks, "Do you want to continue?" Refusing to surrender, despite his body's agony, Samuel unleashes his technique, a surprise monster attack from behind, biting down hard on Erex's shoulder, causing a significant wound. Immediately, Erex's eyes intensified as he grabbed the monster's head, tearing it apart, and said in a low voice, "My shoulder's been acting up lately. A surprise counterattack, huh? Good choice." At the same moment, Samuel, completely exhausted, collapsed face first onto the floor, unconscious. Seeing this, Erex called out for someone to take Samuel out of the exam room, then shouted, "Next, Odell, come out here!" Hearing his name, Odell opened a sinister eye, but a hint of caution remained on his face. Rx. In the aftermath of the previous events, Odell slowly emerged, a touch of trepidation in the face of Erex's imposing presence. Master Zhang raises his sword, radiating a powerful aura of death, and says in a deep voice, "Begin!" Sensing the terrifying aura, Odell's face tightens as he mutters, "That's a terrifying aura. Even if he doesn't kill me, he's planning to take at least an arm or a leg." Erex points his sword at him, saying, "Give it your all." But then, Odell suddenly speaks up. "Wait a moment." Hearing this, the instructor is curious. "What more do you need to prepare?" He replied that there was something he wanted to see. Jiang lowered his sword, looking displeased, and said impatiently, "To make such a request of a test proctor, what is it you want me to show you?" After the previous match, Odell wants to see it again. He wants to see the sword aura envelop the blade from the start. Hearing this, Erex sternly says that sword aura isn't something that can be imitated with just one look. You have to truly understand it. He confidently replied, "No, if you just show me once, I think I can feel it." Hearing that, Instructor Zhang accepted Odell's request, saying, "You're bold. Fine, I'll show you once, so watch closely." Once again, Erex repeats the initial stance for Odell, showcasing the dense aura enveloping his blade. He observes Jiangshu performing it flawlessly, compressing and covering the blade in an instant, truly astonishing. After showing Rx, Jiangshu asks, "Do you think you can do this?" He drew his dagger, smiled faintly, and said, "Thank you for showing me." Odell's lips curled slightly as his aura began to radiate. This wasn't something you could learn with your head. He exhaled a breath of purplish-black aura, and Odell began to focus on replicating Erex's teachings, deciding to stop thinking and entrust everything to his talent. Seeing his dagger transform, he was elated. It worked. It's turning black. The fangs of darkness. Even though the blade was already black, I can feel the difference. Odell muttered, slightly disappointed. Too bad I still can't infuse chaotic attributes. If I could, it would have turned gray. Having copied nearly 90% of Erex's consciousness, he smirked, "What do you think?" The lecturer is even more interested in Odell now. "I acknowledge your talent." Hearing that, he suddenly notices the aura blade fading away. Odell mutters nervously, "This is still too much. It only lasted 5 seconds. He wasn't about to waste any effort. Odell was going all in, but it was worth a shot. Here we go. Odell is ready to advance. Here I come. Erex was even more excited to see his willingness to fight to the end, saying, "All right, come on." Meanwhile, Samuen was being treated for the wounds inflicted by the instructor, thinking with some difficulty, if he moves like that. Odell leaps, delivering a blow like a thunderbolt upon Erex, who lowers his sword, preparing for the next attack. His eyes gleam, a strange smile spreads across his face, and Odell channels his power into a copycat attack. As their weapons collide, sparks fly, and the sound of metal echoes. Seeing this, Erex mocked him, saying his sword was like a performance. But Odell retorted, thanking him for the compliment, before the instructor roared and swung a deadly blow. He reacted quickly, dodging in time. Odell switched modes, changed positions, and locked onto his target, his eyes like a predator's as he smirked at Eric's. He launched a surprise attack, catching the instructor off guard, though Eric's managed to dodge it. Unexpectedly, the instructor kicked out at Odell, the force of which sent him flying. Odell noticed the sword had fallen from his hand. Now was the moment. He unleashed his dark shadow fang, striking Rx head-on. The instructor unleashes a skill, prompting a grim observation. It's not working. Rx generates a protective barrier, deflecting the attack. Witnessing such a terrifying sight, Odell muttered in astonishment. That massive body, yet its reflexes are unbelievable, and a shield that even my dark shadow couldn't penetrate. He's practically a monster. The lecturer clenched his fist, his expression hardening as he prepared a decisive blow. Just one more glove, and Eric's sky-rending fist would connect with his face. Odell immediately shouts that he surrenders, throwing the impassioned Eric's for a loop. The instructor shouts in frustration before all the students, saying he forbade running away. Odell then makes an excuse, saying both arms used to block the attack are injured, and he's out of mana, so he can't continue fighting. Getting injured before the practical exam is a disadvantage, and I only surrendered to provoke him. Hearing this, the lecturer turned away coldly, saying, "Fine, return to your seat." Odell gratefully replied, "Thank you for understanding." Hearing that, Eric snapped back, "Stop talking nonsense." Odell thought to himself, "I'm too scared to even open my mouth." Observing how things ended, the students whispered amongst themselves, the class president and even the proctor, "Impossible." Even as a half-demon, the class president is still the class president. He smirked to himself, muttering, "Everything went according to plan." I grabbed their attention with flashy moves, while Eric's looked like he couldn't do anything. During the practical exam, I have to be the clear center of the class. If Fran leads as in the original story, Class A will be wiped out. Seeing the results, Samuel steps forward, angrily questioning, "What the heck?" Seeing him running around so healthy, he relaxed his guard, saying, "You recovered so quickly, but what are you talking about?" Samuel is furious, asking why, to which Odell calmly replies that he ran out of magic and emotions, so he had to surrender, but Samuel retorts that's not what he's asking. Samuel clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage as he demanded, "Why are you so strong?" Odell chuckled, teasing, "Maybe I was just born this way." Hearing such a lame excuse, he couldn't accept it. "Is that all? Do I need another reason?" He chuckled, saying it was hard to believe someone like him was so strong. The more Samuel whined, the more annoyed he became, muttering, "That guy." He retorted, "Weren't you born into a privileged family with that gluttonous ability?" Hearing this, he exploded with rage, threatening, "What? You little bastard, watch your mouth." Samuel's aura darkens, his eyes burning as he threatens. But something stops him, forcing him to swallow his anger. He turns and leaves, muttering, "Trash," showing up out of nowhere to cause trouble. "I'm worried you won't listen during the midterms." As Barone watched from behind, she questioned him, "Why are you acting like this?" He turned to retort that Samuel started it, but Barone countered, "That's not the point." She's confused, asking why he keeps provoking Samuel's family, even though Samuel treated him poorly. Adul retorts, full of anger, asking why she's making a big deal out of him mentioning Samuel's family, when Samuel looks down on him for being a half-demon. Hearing this, she hinted, "So you really didn't know?" Baroness E informed him that Samuel was the head of the Gluttony family, and Samuel left with a sorrowful expression. Eldo frowned, lost in thought. A freshman already a family head? Meanwhile, Roan confirmed his suspicions. His family was annihilated. Upon hearing this, Adul was stunned into silence, lost in thought. So that's how it is. No wonder he reacts that way whenever his family is mentioned. She knew all this and recounted everything. In the war between humans and demons, his entire bloodline was wiped out by humans. Only Adu survived, making him the head of the family. Now do you understand why I blame you? Hearing this, he pondered even more. Edel was also a victim of genocide, but because he inhabited Edel, he couldn't truly feel the rage or sorrow. Edel, however, witnessed and experienced that tragic scene firsthand. However, E stared into the distance, a bit worried. He thought things like wiping out a clan were just part of the story, never imagining the characters in his novel would be so alive. After a moment, he turned back and smiled at PR owner E, saying he'd be more careful from now on. She didn't think anything of it and simply left, telling him to do so as she departed. He also wished her good luck on the exam, which made PR owner E burst out laughing, asking if a slave was actually worried about her. She confidently promises, "This is a piece of cake. Just sit back and watch." As she speaks, she's called away, and Aide smiles knowingly, thinking, "I thought she was just bragging." Little did he know, there was also a serious side to her. As he pondered, a voice startled him. "Get up now." The words left Adia in a bind. "Forgive me. I should go prepare for the next exam." The day of the school's crucial exam arrived, and he seriously considered everything. The third test, stealth and magical theory. Invisibility is my specialty. And the magic theory was mostly stuff I already knew, so it wasn't too bad. But there were some tricky parts. "All right, everyone, you've worked hard, so get some rest before the practical exam." After the test, he collapsed at his desk, thinking that this was the easiest exam, and perhaps his magic score would be near perfect. But the real problem was the practical exam. No matter how well he did before, death during the practical exam would render it all meaningless. After all that, Ejol grew even more worried, wondering if he could do it. The thought of the practical exam alone made him anxious. As he pondered, a figure approached, and he realized it was PR owner E, asking how his magic exam went. He calmly replied and inquired, So. What about you, PR owner E?" But she teased, "Guess." Seeing that, E already knew. Looks like magic is her forte, so she must have done well. If I don't humor her, I'll be bothered all day. He hazarded a guess that she aced it, then playfully thought to himself that she always brags, even after failing the weapon proficiency test. After that statement, the two just stood there, smiling at each other, which only confused everyone more. Until she finally snapped out of it, grabbed his collar and yelled, "What did you say, you jerk?" E quickly backtracked. I misspoke." He took the punch with a smile, knowing it was coming. He'd been babbling from worrying about the practical exam. The PR owner, E, didn't hold back, punching him square in the face, telling him to drop dead. Just then, someone cheerfully entered the classroom, greeting them, "Hello, Class A." I immediately recognized the newcomer, Bantan. He approaches him, asking how he's been. Out of courtesy, he replies that it's been a while, but E-level secretly despises Bantan, wondering why he's here. After being greeted, he confidently replies, "You remember me?" I'm flattered. He then unleashes his oppressive power, adding, "You seem to have gotten stronger." On the surface, E had to return the compliment, but inwardly he cursed the man. He didn't want to fight, so he stated his purpose. "Well, I would like to test my strength against you, but I have other matters to attend to today." PRO Ni, who was watching, finally spoke up. "You're a descendant of the fighting spirit, aren't you? I remember you from the entrance exam. It's been a while." And Bantan recognized her, asking if she was PRO Ni, to which she happily replied yes. After the greetings, Bantan stated his purpose. He had something to do and asked her to come along, but she retorted with a question. "You dare order me around?" he asks, patiently explaining that this is a meeting between class representatives and the headmaster will be there, so she must attend. ODL. Having been silent, ODL considers this, while Prone answers honestly, "But I'm not the class president." He's shocked to hear this. "Huh? You're not?" And Prone confirms it again. "Yes, the class president is indeed one of my subordinates." She turns to look at ODL, but he reveals that this guy is the class president. The news shocks the homeroom teacher. "What?" Suddenly, he snaps and asks if she's the class president, wanting to fight right then and there, asking if she's free, while the other guy just stares blankly. What a madman. But not forgetting his mission, he says they must hold the class leader meeting and invites them to go first. Bantan then invites her as well, so she agrees to go, saying that Pironi should come too, since as the class leader's master, he must follow her. As they walked, he said jealously, "You guys seem to have a lot of fun together." "All right, let's go." PRO Anio happily said, "Follow me." But ODL was annoyed, thinking, "Oh man." The three of them walked together through the corridors to the meeting place. Suddenly feeling uneasy, he asks why they agreed to gather the class leaders, and Bantan explains that the midterm exam will involve invading the human realm. Hearing this, he reveals his insight, so the meeting is to decide which areas each class will attack. Bantan is impressed, noting his quick thinking and affirming his selection as class president. And he couldn't resist taking a jab, saying even a half-demon class president is better than you blockheads. He announced their arrival as he opened the door, revealing Len, class president of Class C. Seeing him, she wondered, "Odell?" What's he doing here? Next is Class D's leader, Gur, Class B's leader, Iron, and the one speaking is Class E's leader, Bantan. Everyone's here. Headmaster, the person who turned around said to everyone, Headmaster Lucian, come in. Class A's leader, Odell. Hearing this, Ren looked up in surprise, and Iron, who was sleeping, woke up and said, What? That guy's a leader? But Odell, unbothered, simply smiled and greeted them. Yes, thank you for calling me. Diana teased, What's this? Ren's bodyguard is quite something. He realized with some embarrassment that he hadn't told Ren he was class president. This was going to be difficult to explain later. Just then, with everyone present, Luciana began, Now that we're all here, let's begin. Everyone, please sit. But Gyur steps up to object, finding it laughable that a half-demon is class president, and he insults PR owner E, as well as the fool behind him, stripped of his title as class president for his sins. Unwilling to accept this, Gur turns back to argue, but even Cerberus can't help but laugh at the thought of sitting in a meeting with these lowlifes. And Iron, still asleep, chimes in with his agreement. She's humiliated. Odell doesn't know what to do. What is this atmosphere? This isn't a meeting, it's a trap. He relentlessly pursues, demanding that Odell disappear from his sight, calling him a wretched mongrel. Odell's transformation is unexpected. Is he courting humiliation? At this point, he stood firm, facing him without fear, pondering the absurdity of the situation. He'd only followed the team into the meeting. What bothered Odell most was that even the principal tacitly approved, deliberately orchestrating this to test his worthiness. He steels himself, resolving to show them what he's capable of, while Gyur, enraged, demands if he's gone deaf. Seeing no response, he angrily grabs Odell's head, realizing words are useless. But Odell isn't so easily caught and manages to evade. Immediately, he retaliates, holding a knife to his neck, finally activating his power, though unspoken. Odell shows no mercy, slicing across his neck. Gyur is enraged by the counterattack, cursing Lai Kong. Not to be outdone, he immediately countered with his own power, but Odell fearlessly pressed closer, unaware of what was coming. I'll crush your head. But Odell was far from weak, unleashing even more power as he charged forward, landing a slash across Gyur's arm. The blow sends him reeling in pain, and the sight of the technique surprises the onlookers, a sword aura. Odell then lifts his face, preparing to continue the assault. He immediately unleashed his power, and seeing that the spectacle was entertaining enough, Luciana finally spoke up. Enough. She orders Odell to stop and return to his position. Receiving the order, he sheathes his sword, asking if she's satisfied. Having seen enough, Luciana smiles and declares it's sufficient, then orders Odell to sit next to Iron, a command he acknowledges. Ro and Gore were defeated and could only curse under their breath. Damn it, Bantan compliments the battle, saying he's stronger than he thought, and PR owner E is happily proud, saying, My slave is different. Ren, on the other hand, was annoyed, thinking, Another skill I don't know. Diana chimed in, Impressive, as expected of Ren's guardian. Luciana began, Okay, now that we're settled, let's begin the meeting. Without further ado, the reason I've gathered you all here is to divide you into groups, each responsible for invading a section of the human realm as a practical exam. Luciana then revealed a treasure, saying that seeing it directly would be better than hearing about it, and a map suddenly unfurled, surprising everyone. She unveils the map, confirming its nature, but clarifies that it's no ordinary map. It's a map of the human continent, she happily adds, with Luciana seemingly eager about what's to come. Actually, I was hoping Class A would attack here, but I underestimated the class leader. Everyone understands that it's the Royal Academy. I didn't expect her to reveal a different objective, so I've decided to give you an even harder mission. Upon learning the mission, he grew concerned. Attacking the Royal Academy was perhaps the most dangerous task in the human realm, and she intended to give them something even harder. Was there something he didn't know? And she didn't forget to offer more hints. According to information from our spy snakes, one of the weakest classes in the human realm will have an outdoor lesson, attacking a secret realm. Odell felt a bit relieved by the suggestion. So it's just attacking the weakest class away from the school, which she thinks will be easier. But his headache didn't stop there. Fundamentally, the weakest class is the weakest, but the problem is, just as he was thinking, she suddenly spoke, Wouldn't it be better for Class A to attack the city area instead of the Royal Academy? Braun was excited and said, That's right, those flies are nothing. Our class should attack the capital. However, Odell still had his own thoughts and continued to ponder. The spy doesn't know the timing yet, but the main character's group surpasses the children of the 7 deadly sins. Their true nature will be revealed in the midterm Royal Academy intermediate battle. He clenched his fist, unsure of what to do, thinking about which class they should attack. Another of the main character's comrades speaks up, saying that if they have to fight, any class besides Ren and Bantans will be annihilated. Odell, still grim, continues to ponder where the best outcome would come from if chosen. Their class area? No, the area he has to go to is... After making his choice, Odell confidently announces that Class A will attack one of the Royal Academy's first-year classes, prompting an outburst. What the hell? We should be going after King Do. Ji Auror, though beaten, retorts, A Lai Kong is still just a Lai Kong, cowering in fear of ordinary humans. Odell rises, threatening him. I should have gouged out your eye earlier, so you couldn't look me in the face. He was threatened and enraged. Bastard! But Lucian interrupted. Hold on. She stopped him to hear the reason. Why did you choose the easy way out? I thought you'd say you were going to attack King Do. But before explaining, he thinks, they don't know that in that class is a main character's teammate and his worst enemy. Even so, he has to take the risk because Odell chose that place for a very good reason. It has the divine elixir. Normally, the main character's comrade would absorb it, but I have to get it at all costs. But he didn't want to reveal the truth because of his special ability. His special ability. And he added, yes, first, you have the ability to assassinate, but there's no reason to cause a stir in a city full of humans. Furthermore, Odell gave a convincing reason. The capital is densely populated, so leading dozens of people to assassinate would be too dangerous. More importantly, he pointed out that killing all the witnesses would solve the problem. Lucian, convinced, happily replied, I see, even more than I expected, you understand both the human realm and your own strengths. She agrees to his plan, and there's no reason to stop him. Class A will be assigned the Royal Academy's first-year students. With approval granted, he politely says thank you, and Odell immediately rises to his feet. Well, I'll go ahead and inform my teammates. I'm a bit worried, so I'm in a hurry. We have to go before the headmaster changes his mind. Let's go, Fran. Everyone watched them leave without a word, until Iron finally spoke up. Impressive. You're a Varese family guardian, right? You've found yourself quite the talent. Ren remained silent, thinking to herself. What Odell just displayed was definitely Aura Kiem. But not long ago he couldn't even convert Aura Kiem. How did he do it? The thought made her sad, and she lowered her head. Odell has always been good at hiding things. What is this twinge in my heart? Tan expresses his confusion, noting that Odell was only slightly strong during the entrance exam, but his growth has been rapid. This piques his interest, making him want to fight Odell. Luciana watched on, lost in thought, finally understanding why the instructor warned them about Odell. He defeated one of the 7 deadly sins' offspring, so to prove his strength, he could have chosen a difficult area, but instead, he acted cautiously. After serious thought, she smiles. His judgment and skill are extraordinary. He's too promising to eliminate just because of Ares' warning. Luciana begins to hatch her own plan. If nurtured, he could become the perfect hunting dog for House Azen. But if he can't be tamed, the only option is the same as the 6 human families. Thinking of Odell, she calmly waited for the right moment. And finally, tomorrow is practice day, so she needs to prepare carefully. As the morning light gently spread, Odell and his companions gathered. Whispers filled the air. I heard we're going to kill human heroes, one said, while another claimed, I was told our target is the enemy's family. How exciting. Suddenly someone shouted, let's show those humans the power of Class A. Odell stood nearby, silently contemplating, we've spread false information that will attack Dorm 3. Therefore, the Imperial Academy's instructors will be stationed nearby, meaning only one will escort the male lead. If I'm right, that instructor will be a level 5 magic swordsman, and my goal is to hunt and eliminate him. Facing the protagonist's companion is already difficult, so we must deal with that instructor first and then obtain the elixir from the secret chamber. Now, the headmaster will say a few words. Ares stood on the large podium. Silence, cadets. As A Solution steps forward, she coldly gazes down in her black dress, hands clasped behind her back. Lucian declares to the cadets below, Cadets, war begins now. You will face the very people who murdered your parents, siblings, and friends. No one in this camp has escaped that pain, and every one of you has witnessed it. This scene has forever divided us from those we once knew, while you could only hold your loved ones and weep. Those wretched humans mocked us and defiled the deaths of your families, she declared. But now, Headmaster Ko's eyes glow crimson with resolve. It's our turn to hunt them down. The students roar in response. Odell marvels at the scene, feeling the madness in the air as the headmaster's speech ignites the students' morale. Lucian adds, "I bless you all," as a blue aura envelops the students below. Odell was stunned, thinking to himself that blessing so many people at once was monstrous. Facing him as an enemy would be terrifying. Adia instructs from the platform. "Instructors, lead your classes. We'll be boarding that train, so please line up and avoid crowding." Cut to a train preparing to depart as an announcement rings out, "This train is bound for the space station. Passengers, please brace for impact." Adia, at the head of the compartment, says she hopes they arrive in an hour and to rest comfortably until then. Odell raises an eyebrow, analyzing that warping space to transport so many students must cost hundreds of sacred stones. But later, more portals to humanity appeared, and eventually, both worlds were reborn as one. Suddenly, someone offered him food. "Odell, want some?" It was Luna sitting in front, and Kuhn, "It's delicious." Odell took it and hesitated. "Thank you, let me eat." He chewed and told himself, "That's right. Forget about the merging and everything else. The present is what matters." Luna asked if it was good, and Odell agreed that it was. Then he realized he should check his status. Half-demon race, chaotic link, position swap talent level 2, traits of pleasure, focus, murderous intent, darkness, mana control, arrogant eyes, object manipulation, and 1381 mana. He read it over, criticizing himself. His mana was still terrible. Even though he'd been training intensely every night before bed, this was all he'd achieved. He really needed that elixir. Sitting next to Odell, who had dozed off, Luna leaned forward, curiously asking, "What are you thinking so deeply about?" He remained lost in thought. "Perhaps my object manipulation has improved a bit." Then Mana gathered around Luna, leaving her stunned and confused. She was bewildered, exclaiming, "Oh, my body suddenly—" After Odell dispelled the magic, he continued to ponder, having only lifted Luna a few centimeters. But that's still usable in actual combat. Telekinesis. Above all, I must never neglect it, and must continue to master it, while she still doesn't understand anything. He understands that because it ultimately became a transcendent power, people naturally regard it as a planet, because it allows control of gravity. More or less, the test is over. But one thing still bothers me. The knights of the great families. I might run into the same knights who tried to kill me before. In the original story, Pence reported to his superiors that Odell had fallen off a cliff and died, but I didn't fall off any cliff. I went to the demon world under the identity of the traitorous Azen family. So Pence had no choice but to assume I died there. And of course, Headmaster Lucian would believe it through his spy. But caution is never a bad thing. I should at least find a mask to cover my face. Suddenly, the train rumbled, waking Odell and the napping man as an announcement declared they would soon arrive at their destination. The train then came to a halt, and everyone disembarked to find a stone block filled with magic stones and guarded by several people. Odell approached and marveled, "These are all magic stones. Selling just one would earn enough gold to live for a year. Using so much for a gate in one go is such a waste. If they had waited a little longer, they could have teleported by bending space for much cheaper. Now, Idea announces, "All right, you all probably have some idea of where this is, right?" The lecturer then picked up a wooden box, adding that each of them should take an item before they departed. Someone handed Odell a mask, half white and cheerful, half black and melancholic. He reached out, taking it, and wondered, "This is a mask?" Perfect timing. I was wondering where to find one. Idea put on her mask and continued. "This mask has been imbued with magic to reduce recognition. It will help keep your identity secret." He looked up, and almost all of the instructor's face was obscured, save for the mask, which shone brightly. Idea explained that those wearing the masks would still be able to recognize each other, so they shouldn't worry. The head student tries it on, and he replies, "Yes." The lecturer reminds him, and all the other students as well. Everyone, including Odell, puts on a mask. He happily remarks, "My vision is better than I thought. I really like it." They both laugh, removing their masks, and Idea asks, "Can you see clearly?" He replied that it was more effective than he thought. Suddenly, the instructor smiled, offering him several small, rectangular packets. Odell tilted his head, curious, and asked what they were. Idea replies that it's rations. 1 bar a day is enough to replace all meals. I used to eat them all the time during battles. He hesitated, then added, "I understand." Suddenly, Idea approached and whispered, This tastes like a mixture of dirt and insect guts. Odell was stunned. The lecturer stepped back, reminding them to eat 1 bar a day. Understood? He cheerfully replied yes, but inwardly grumbled about the awful taste. Idea approaches the magic stone and announces, "Now, before you enter that gate, I'll explain the exam process. First, the instructors will not be accompanying you on this test." The students murmured with worry. No instructors? How could that be? Who would lead them? The lecturer continued, explaining that this was a test for the students, so they had assigned them appropriate goals. If we went with you, it wouldn't be much of a test, would it? After that, the instructors must prepare to reopen the gate for your return. From this moment on, each class leader will assume the authority of an instructor, and all students must prioritize their orders. Sunlight gently illuminates Odeo, accentuating his red hair as Idea pins something to his chest. The instructor explained that this Enzer flower is a symbol of Satan, and it represents the team leader. Then, handing over a piece of paper, he added, "Take this map with you. I heard from the headmaster that you can read maps." He hesitantly replies. "Yes, ma'am," she replied as the instructor turned to leave. "I hope it's of some use to you," he added. "Thank you, miss." Idea loudly announces that she will now open the gate. "All right, good luck to you all." A purple spatial gate appears beneath the magic stone ore. A light shines to the sky, drawing energy from the stones. As he puts on his mask, he tells himself, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. For them, that world is a mystery, but for me, it's a living hell. I'll get back alive no matter what." From the twisted void, his people emerged, clad in dark purple robes, their faces hidden behind masks. A steady stream, slow and deliberate. Din and Raina barely emerged before they were vomiting, while Odeo cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Being in another dimension can be difficult to adjust to, and I can't hold out for long. Suddenly, he noticed a brightly lit path ahead. What was that exit? Fortunately, we're almost there. Odeo turned around and shouted, "They're almost there, everyone. The exit is in sight. Let's get out of here." Suddenly, the door behind them swirled, creating a powerful vortex, and he shouted in a panic, drenched in sweat, "The gate is closing. Run!" They frantically rushed forward, their panicked cries echoing. "Hurry!" Their hurried footsteps echoed on the ground. "Oh no!" He quickly turned back and grabbed her hand. "Mr. Luna, hurry!" She cried out in fear, and Ode fell to the ground as soon as Luna let go. He quickly rushes out as well, just as the door is about to close behind him. They stood in the vast prairie, Odeo landing behind, his eyes scanning the boundless scenery. Floating mountains dotted the sky, and at the center, the majestic Royal Academy, a sky island, stood tall as white birds soared around it. He stared intently, as if assessing everything around him, the Royal Academy even more majestic in person. Now I understand why it's called the pinnacle of human magic and technology. The wide-eyed amazement is clear on their faces. "What is that? You're telling me that island is a school?" From the start, a floating island in the sky sounds unbelievable. Compared to this, the Saitan fortress is nothing but a sandcastle. Standing beside him, she grimaced, unable to hide her displeasure. "Just what was that thing?" Odeo shrugs. But as anyone can see, this academy is different from Saitan. This is a place that trains humans. Fran crossed his arms, marveling. "Even seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe." Luna looks worried. "We have to go in there?" He smiles reassuringly at the two girls. "We don't need to go in, nor can we, because it's covered by a powerful barrier that even the flow can't break." She clapped her hands together, exclaiming that even the flow couldn't break it, while Odeo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Actually, if it were just me, I could use position swap to get in, but then I'd be slaughtered by the main character's party." After a moment's thought, he smiled cheerfully and clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, gather around." Odeo gathers everyone and pulls a map from within his robes, revealing that the target lies in the opposite direction of the Royal Academy. "We need to move quickly, so let's set off at once." At his word, the group readily heads deeper into the dense forest. Odeon leads the group for a while, then stops, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "But I've had the feeling we're being watched in this forest." Samuel grits his teeth, displeased. Why is that guy causing trouble even here? It's a life or death situation, yet he still grates on my nerves. He glared at the man's back, his hands clenched. However, in the plan I've laid out, Samuel's role is crucial. His magical talent is undeniable. As he pondered this, Odeon suddenly turned back, saying, "This time I'll be patient." Watching his hand reach out, Samuel was perplexed. In a fit of anger, he roared, "What are you doing?" Odeon shrugged. "You see it as it is." He gave a wry smile. "I know very well that you hate me, Samuel, and I'm not fond of you either." He eyed Udell suspiciously. "What are you suddenly saying?" Without waiting for Samuel to finish, he interrupted, But this time, we have no choice but to join forces. He scoffed, finding it laughable. Why would he cooperate with someone like him? Udell hesitated, then his expression shifted from a smile to seriousness. Everyone here will die, and it will be because of the two of us. Observing Samuel's reaction, Udell continued, humans are not an easy opponent to defeat without cooperation, and you of all people should know that. He remained silent, his eyes fixed on the outstretched hand. Samuel approached, coldly swatting Udell's hand aside. A detestable one indeed, but for once, I'll take that as a compliment for making a wise decision. Seeing the situation improve, he smiled contentedly. Good. I've resolved the conflict with Samuel. Now, I just need to find the secret realm, which must be somewhere around here. Udell stood with him before a door, announcing they'd found it. After careful observation, he nodded, confirming the map location, and shape matched his descriptions perfectly. The crowd behind them whispered with curiosity, wondering what was happening. First the island, then their school, and now even the gate was floating. Udell turned to the group and explained, "This is a gate to a man-made secret realm. From here on out, we will be entering it." Suddenly, one man steps forward, volunteering to go first. "Let me try," he says. Udell nods. "Please, be my guest." His hand touches the cold doorknob. Is that all there is to it? In a flash, electricity surged through his body, causing him to cry out in pain. Udell, watching from the side, smiled. He's being electrocuted. Serves him right, since only the Academy's instructors can open it. He felt uneasy as the man glanced at him, wondering why he was being stared at. Udell calmly stated, "Sir Samuel needs to step in," leaving him shocked and asking, "What?" Pointing to the door, he explained that mana must be channeled into the handle to force it open, something Samuel didn't understand. And Udell's smile made him frown, thinking, a mongrel who can't even do this is the captain? He stepped back, smiling inwardly. Just as I thought, that mouth of his. Samuel focused his green energy, enveloping his hand before placing it on the doorknob. The door absorbed the magic, creating a powerful aura. In seconds, the door burst open with a loud bang. Udell, satisfied, said, "After you." Turning back, he looked at the group and warned them, "Looks like there are no traps ahead, so let's proceed with caution." Stepping inside, the scene changed to a vast cave, and she couldn't hide her surprise, exclaiming, "It's bigger than I imagined, and the atmosphere is very similar to our demon realm's secret realm." Udell, however, wasn't surprised, as this secret realm was where an entire class had to undergo trials. Samuel followed behind him, then spoke up. "There's something I don't understand. If this is a place for trials, shouldn't it be filled with traps and monsters?" He nodded. "That's right." He raised his eyebrows, a clear look of suspicion in his eyes. "Wouldn't it be better to ambush them outside and attack them by surprise when they come out?" Udell turned to him and replied with a chuckle. "Oh, that's a sharp question." After a moment, he spoke. "You're right. The best time to strike is when they're exhausted and let their guard down after the trial." Udell slowed down, explaining to Samuel, "First, I know how to avoid all the traps here without triggering them. That way, the humans will fall into the traps and suffer losses as planned. Besides, we'll be gone before they even arrive. If we're leaving anyway, was it even necessary to come here in the first place?" He chuckled, and Samuel, annoyed at being mocked by someone he hated, snapped, "Stop laughing. It's irritating." Ignoring his anger, Udell explained that this place not only resembled a demon realm's secret dungeon and atmosphere, but was created to test how humans would conquer such a place. After walking for a while, they finally arrived. They were close. Ahead, the mountain range had many caves, requiring careful selection before entering. They had arrived at a crossroads. Samuel froze, stunned by the 6 different paths, as the girl beside him wondered which way to go. Udell shook his head, his eyes serious, and started forward, but Franz stopped him, saying that path was a dead end. He placed his hand on the chosen stone, a smile spreading across his face. "Don't go in any direction." Suddenly, the door shuddered violently and burst open, startling everyone. She and he watched this scene in awe as Udell laughed. "If we go this way, we'll arrive right away. Follow me." Samuel looked visibly annoyed. "How do you know this way?" He didn't answer, turning away. "How could I not know? I'm the one who wrote this setting." The sun slowly faded in the sky, casting a long sunset all around. They venture through the mystical landscape, and after some time, Udell's group discovers a chest before them. He approaches, eyes gleaming, a smile spreading across his face. Is this the chest? Bro looked at Udell with curious eyes, wondering what was inside. He shook his head, saying he was also new to this place and didn't know either, leaving Franz speechless with wide eyes. I see, that must be it, he said, bending down to open the lid. Or should I try opening it first? Upon opening it, only 2 items appeared, shocking everyone: a sandbag and a canteen of water. Seeing the items in Udell's hands, Samuel inhaled slightly, finding them ordinary, wondering what use such mundane things could be. He didn't think so. The sandbag seemed useless, but the water bottle seemed extremely effective. As he spoke, he opened the lid, and the water flowed out, sparkling in the light. Watch this. Surprised by the unexpected sight, his eyes widened. So much water from such a small canteen. Udell, seemingly 1 step ahead, remained unfazed. This canteen holds enough water for dozens of people. With this, we won't have to risk our lives searching for water. Without another word, he quickly stowed the treasures away. We've got everything, let's go. There's about to be a fight here, so keep your eyes open. The group retreated from the cave back into the forest, exchanging silent glances. Odell broke the silence, explaining their roles. Samuel, I want you to scout ahead, he protested. Why me? Despite the tension, Odell remained calm, stating that he was the most suitable person for the job. He shook his head, replying, shouldn't the captain do it himself? He disagreed, continuing to persuade him, saying, no, you, Sir Samuel, are the only one fit for this task. Your stealth and magical power are outstanding, and I trust you with this mission. Hearing Odell's praise, Samuel's eyes widened with pride, which made Odell suspicious. Was he actually excited to be a scout? Odell stroked his chin, his gaze falling on Samuel as he sank into deep thought. At first, he was supposed to stay behind to observe the situation and command, unable to leave his post. Now that Samuel has taken on this responsibility, it's much more reassuring. Seeing that he said nothing more, Samuel spoke up. You've pleaded to that extent, I have no choice. He snaps out of it, clenching his fist. You won't be scouting alone. He puts his hands on his hips, confused. So another student is coming with me? Odell shakes his head, reaching into his back pocket and pulling something out. No, not a student. A small falcon with sleek feathers and keen eyes appears on his hand. Could this be? When PRO owner E sees Shizu, her eyes light up with excitement. Isn't that a falcon, and one known for its information-gathering abilities? It looks like a sparrow, but in the demon world, it's called a falcon. Odell smirked, playfully lifting Shizu into the air. This is the falcon that Instructor Ari's raised. I borrowed it this time. I've gotten quite close to it and even gave it the name Shizu. The falcon's wings fluttered lightly as it soared through the air and landed on Instructor Ari's hand, Samuel. The one who acted like he wanted to kill people? I'll try it once, see if he has any reason to be nice to people. Seeing him and it joking around makes him thoughtful. I only fed it for a while, so we got a little closer, but I'm not sure if I have Shizu's trust like Ares does. Seeing Odell standing still, he calls out, "Hey!" He stared intently at Shizu, a dark magic erupting around Adid-Del and the bird, just as he'd expected. Shizu's fiery red eyes locked onto him, and Odell sighed. It still doesn't value me as much as its true master. Suddenly, an invisible pressure weighed down on him, immobilizing Samuele. Odell's face appeared in the sky. This is my face. Looking into Shizu's crimson eyes, he realized he was sharing information through them. Odell approached, head held high, and smirked, "Shizu, you'll be accompanying him for now." It understood and chirped in response. Without hesitation, it landed directly on his head. Samuele, eyes wide with anger, immediately tried to shoo it away, yelling, "Get down here, you low-life creature, how dare you!" Without hesitation, Shizu perched its sharp beak upon his head. He cleared his throat, saying Shizu could share information with him, and Samuele only needed to protect Shizu. Samuele, still trying to shoo it away, agreed. With that, he turned to Pro-Ni, who had her arms crossed, and asked her to take command of the students in his stead. Pro-Ni's ability is charm, isn't it? Speaking of her power, she nods proudly. Yes, it allows me to make allies stronger for a moment, but for some reason, it doesn't work on you. But Odell immediately raises a finger and shakes it, pouring cold water on her. That's because your charm isn't strong enough. Pro-Ni, feeling slighted, retorts coldly. That's impossible. She calms down slightly, raising an eyebrow. But why would you leave your post? He smiles fearlessly. The Royal Academy students will be here. And of course, the instructor will come along and I'll be the one to face him. Now let Siso Dao do as he pleases. Even for a machine, facing an instructor alone would be difficult. Odell teases, Are you worried about me? How rare. Samuel frowned, his eyes showing clear annoyance. Then just die already. He chuckled. Just kidding. What I mean is, if they don't show up when the instructor does, I'm joining you guys. Despite Odell's calm demeanor, a sliver of worry begins to creep in. In truth, he's definitely coming. No, he has to, if only to increase my total mana. He put a hand on his hip, his eyes still calm, so now everyone's roles are clearly defined. She crossed her arms, a curious look in her eyes. So, what do we do now? Odell paused, lost in thought, while the other two exchanged glances. After a moment of silence, he spoke. First, let's eat something, since I'm hungry, and I think we should camp here for the night. His emotions surged, exploding. Is that all you can do right now? Odell still wore a smile, but Samuel must set out immediately to check the Royal Academy's pathways for classes on field trips. Though annoyed, he agrees, and the other man waves, saying, Good luck, PR Owner E. Realizing he was being ignored, Samuel fell silent, helpless, and unsure of what to do. In the bright light, his breath echoed, In the end. Is it just me? Odell took a bite of the rations while Luna ate behind him. But as soon as she tasted it, her face twisted in disgust, and the others swallowed hard. Amidst the chaos, he calmly sat cross-legged, chewing each bite. Skitska, the privileged are all the same. Despite the awful taste, in this situation, there's no choice but to eat, because to prepare for battle, replenishing nutrients is essential. After just a few bites, Odell's face clearly contorts. The food doesn't suit his palate. But still, could dung beetles really taste like this? His eyes fell on Luna, who seemed to be savoring every bite. Noticing his stare, Luna turned to him. Why are you staring at me? Odell forced a smile. It's nothing. After a moment's thought, she smiled brightly. It's too bland. Should I add some braised meat? He stood up and shook his head. No, the other trainees are suffering too. How can I eat alone? Let's save it. We might need it later. Luna stared intently, her mouth slightly open in admiration. Odell seemed gentler than she thought. He smirked. I've always been gentle. Odell chuckled to himself, looking up. Just because he looked sinister, he was misunderstood to this extent. He wondered if Samuel was doing well on his mission. In the sky, a space opened up, revealing a panoramic view of Lodaikat. From his vantage point, he watched as Odell pointed towards Lodaikat. So Saizo is tailing Samuel to observe the Royal Academy. It seems they're both doing well. Following his finger, Odell sees a flash of light, and a carriage procession begins to descend. Above the white horses, flames flickered as they galloped valiantly, pulling a carriage that... Odell paused to consider. A carriage that could travel between the Imperial Academy and the surface world. Majestic and awe-inspiring, like something out of mythology, Samuel looked tense, mouth agape in anger. He thought... Samuel seemed to be saying something as well, but unable to communicate, he was getting frustrated. Was he just going to have to hope he'd cleverly find his way back? Odell looks down at the speeding carriage, annoyed that Beth Sahar has arrived sooner than expected. A gleaming gold bird crest. Beth Sahar solemnly steps down from the carriage, hands clasped behind her back. Odell tensed. Beth Sahar, the first target he absolutely had to kill. His eyes narrowed, emitting a blue light. A powerful wind magic instructor who had reached the 5th circle. However, since he's more theoretical like Robothon, actual combat should be manageable. He hesitated as the son of Count Leon Terias sent him a playful nudge. His figure was tall, with platinum hair. He was one of the main character's companions and also an important figure in the main storyline, stronger than even instructor Beth Sahar. Odell pondered, realizing the male student would join the female cadets group in about 30 minutes. That was his moment to strike. If those two team up, no one in Class A will survive. Suddenly, a figure soars into the air, and Odell is shocked to see Samuel retreating. He turned around, his voice urgent. Everyone, we have to act now. Cadet Fran approached, asking, What's going on? Odell confirms that the target is approaching, causing her to panic. Is that so? It's finally beginning. Odell coldly ordered, Erase all traces and check your weapons. I'll deal with the human instructor outside the secret realm. You all enter and attack the human students when they're exhausted. Luna asks worriedly if that instructor is really coming, and he responds with a gentle smile. Moreover, someone even stronger than Instructor Ares, I'm not even sure I could win. Fear crept across her face, but he remained unchanged. Long thought to himself, if someone stronger than Beth Sahar is coming, then this is truly terrifying. Odell turned and said, Fran, I trust you'll lead the students well. she replied. Don't worry, but couldn't hide her anxiety. A sound echoes, beep, and before Samuel can land, he frantically says, the humans are advancing this way. You've arrived just in time. I've just confirmed it with the progenitor. Odell looked at the person in front of him and said, Samuel should go into the secret realm as well. Oh, and take the progenitor with you. Samuel simply replied, all right. He worried about Odell, who would face the instructor alone, but Odell remained calm. Yes, it's what I have to do. There's no time to waste. I'd better open the gate to the secret realm first. Samuel turned to leave, but still worried, turned back to warn him, don't die on me. To which Odell replied, I'll try, and be careful of the blonde human. As Samuel walked away, he acknowledged, understood, I'll keep that in mind. He yelled, stand back, I'm opening the gate. Meanwhile, Odell closed his eyes, clenching his fist, hoping the kids could hold out until he dealt with Beth Sahar and returned, though he wasn't even sure he could beat Terrius. He had to prepare his position, regardless. With that, he used Position Swap 2, teleporting with a sinister grin. Odell smirked. All necessary preparations were complete. Now he just needed to wait for them to arrive. A foot landed on the lush green grass. Beth Sahar raised a hand to signal, stop, everyone, halt. He announces that this will be their training ground for the day as Odell furrows his brow, sensing their arrival. Everyone, listen up. Terrius arrogantly puts his arm around Sylvia, but she, disgusted, shrugs him off, saying his filthiness will end today. Prepare to pay the price for your gamble. He laughs. Terrius says arrogantly, meaning Sylvia will be mine. Beth Sahar appears, saying, enough with the nonsense. Focus. He crosses his arms as Wing Yem instructs, you all know what to do once you're inside, right? The first team to conquer it will receive a special reward, so give it your all. This made everyone excited, and they answered in unison. Yes, Odell silently observed from a high branch. All right, enter the secret realm one by one. He thought, the human students look so bright and full of life. Of course, we're just trained as pawns on a chessboard of war. The atmosphere will naturally be different, but in the end, it's always the Saitan students who are defeated. He glanced at Terrius, especially since he was engrossed in his little love game. Arrogantly, he thought, Sylvia, as promised, I'll start my conquest in 30 minutes, so try to put on a good show. You'll be mine no matter what. She loathed it. It would never happen. Stop, she thought. He persisted. We'll see. She approached Beth Sahar, who scolded, what are you two waiting for? Get inside. Sylvia bowed, apologizing, while he remained nonchalant. All right, I get it. Idea collapsed. Finally, the instructor was alone. He glanced around, making sure everyone was inside. Then, under Theo's watchful gaze, Beth Sahar turned and left, meticulously checking his surroundings. The blue light radiating from him suddenly made him dizzy. It was too powerful. After a while, Odeon had to hang on and grip a branch tightly, his hand trembling with fatigue. He hangs suspended in the air, even using mana to double-check. A slower move, and he would have been caught. He thinks to himself, well, it seems there's no one here after all, so let's try going over there. As Beth Sahar's figure disappeared, Odeon thought to himself, he's finally headed back to the secret chamber. Once I've created enough distance, I'll follow him. Under the clear sky, Beth Sahar walked alone through the forest. Suddenly he sensed something and stopped, wondering if someone was nearby, or if it was just his imagination. He irritably places his hand on the tree, wondering what those demons are up to, making someone as noble as him come to this place. He should have killed them all back then. Mana emanates from his hand, thinking that good things will bring good things for his great experiment. Mana quickly covers the entire space, spreading to the large tree. He realizes that the tree is a defense mechanism. Touching it blindly would have erased him without a trace. There's no sign of anyone else having been here. He just needs to check. Just check. Saha focused intently when a surge of energy from afar startled him. Saha cried out, what is that? As Ode quickly landed, surrounded by a purple mana. He reaches out, smirking. What a shame, I almost had him. Saha turns around sharply, warily demanding, who are you? Without a word, Odeon draws a small knife, using stealth to move quickly, a wisp of smoke rushing toward his target. Saha immediately retaliates, scoffing at the petty tricks, and unleashes his power, commanding the winds to tear the enemy apart. He shouted an order, Winds of the forest, find him for me! The energy surged through the air. Seeing the situation, Odeon had no choice but to use Position Swap 2 to move. He He jumped up and hid on a large branch as the wind continued to sweep everywhere below. He knew that if he kept being pushed back like this, there was no hope. He had to get close, no matter what. Using swap position 2, he teleports right in front of him, catching him off guard, a look of panic on his face. What? Odil gripped his dagger, a fierce look on his face, as the fangs of darkness restrained him. He plunged it straight into the top of his head. Suddenly, Ode's face darkens. Damn it, another shield. Saha is enraged, that scum, and a massive explosion echoes across the green land. After a moment, Aido landed on the ground, thinking to himself that Saha had layered about 10 magic shields on himself. Enraged, Saha roared, unleashing a fierce wind, telling him not to hide like a rat. He emerges, silently pondering. If not for his swordsmanship, the shield's backlash would have torn him to shreds. Luckily, his opponent is Saha. If it were a combat mage, there would be dozens of layers. Having attacked twice, only 8 layers remain. Suddenly, his wind carries large, dry branches, striking Odeao directly. He staggers, thinking, "This madman." Odeao collapses, using his powers. The wind is so strong he has to use his powers to brace himself, knowing he's done for if he's blown away. The dry branches continue to hurtle through the air. Moments later, they lay still on the ground. Struggling, Odion crawled from the wreckage of the fallen trees, gasping for breath. Coughing, he slowly tells himself that he's alive, looking up to see Saha standing tall with a leg raised high. He gritted his teeth, finally revealing himself. A Diak grabbed his knife and flew forward, shocking the man. But Saha was quick, using his wind energy to blow him away, roaring, "You damned half-demon," as the energy surrounded and protected him. Suspended in midair, Ao Dayak wondered why they were targeting him so intently when their plan was to attack Class 3's dorm. Then, in a flash, he realized, could it be the kids in my class? Saha laughs, declaring he's a fool who dug his own grave. He's out of power, thinking eliminating her would win, but she'll show them her true strength. "Die, you soul of the pass!" Saha is instantly frozen as a feather gently falls. One by one, more feathers descend before Saha's outstretched hand. He froze, dazed and confused, wondering what was happening. He was clearly fighting the attacker. Attacked? Was he? Attacked? But how? Questions raced through his mind. Attacked by whom? Odell's figure suddenly appeared before him, flickering in and out of sight, with only the dark mana emanating from him visible. They attacked him in turn, and a horrified Saha stammered, "Who are you?" Odell smirked silently, counting to himself, 4, 5, 6. He could only scream, "What? What is this?" Under the relentless assault, 7. Saha was furious. "This is absurd." He swung his hand, using his mana to counterattack. But as he focused on the attack, Odell appeared from the side, leaving Saha sputtering in disbelief. You are," before he coldly stated, "poisonous insect." Thinking it's over, Saha unleashes the final blow, one that forces his opponent to grit his teeth in defense. With a surge of thought, Odell flew in and stabbed him in the chest, causing him to gasp. Am I being humiliated by a half-demon? Absurd. Ah, great mage, creator of masterpieces comparable to the gods. It was Odell who stole his life in an instant before he could even finish his sentence, causing Saha to collapse. After that grueling fight, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief and sit down, realizing that was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He quickly removed his mask and inhaled deeply, relieved that he hadn't lost his vital senses after using that technique. The thought of damaging his eyes alone sent shivers down his spine. First, I need to restore my mana. I drank the mid-grade elixir after dispelling concealment, but now I only have the high-grade one left. Odell then took a swig, thinking there's no reason to save it, since he'll have to face Tarius soon anyway. He was annoyed that he couldn't taste anything, wondering if he'd lost his sense of taste altogether. Now, to find that elixir. But first, he glances at the corpses and takes a badge. With this, people will believe Beth Sahar is dead. Entering the vault, he looks around. Mana lamps light the entrance. Convenient. He'll have to take them later. But the further down I go, the worse the stench gets. Eventually, Odell reaches the very bottom, where he finds all of Beth Sahar's experimental materials and equipment. Looking around, he realizes Beth Sahar also used it to experiment on humans, a crude dissection room, a biology lab used to study demon bodies. I never imagined they'd go this far. I always thought demons were evil incarnate, so experimenting on them was justified. But are humans truly good and demons evil? Once we step inside our own stories, we can no longer be so sure. But there must have been a reason why humans conducted these experiments. Suddenly, something catches his eye. The homunculus, which Beth Sahar had tried to create. An artificial being created by crushing countless demons. Possessing a homunculus could temporarily cheat death, so he must have wanted to create it at all costs. But ultimately, the research failed. Even if it's incomplete, Lowball would love this. In exchange, maybe I can get a mid-grade aquavitae. Suddenly, his inventory bag began to stir violently. It turned out the worm he had stored inside had suddenly crawled out, startling Odell. What the heck was that? Then, it burrowed into the precious test tube, instantly devouring the creature inside. What is this person doing? Unexpectedly, the necklace around his neck also resonates with it. Odell wondered, what about this necklace? As the homunculus was consumed, the missing piece glowed brightly, as if reacting to something other than himself. So, is there a connection between the homunculus and the demon god, or could it be related to an entirely different entity? If only I could see the magic tome detailing the creation of the homunculus, perhaps I'd understand better. But Beth Sahar memorized the entire crafting tome and then burned it. Then, he noticed something about the man. He then noticed his pet had suddenly turned into a snake-like human. Something was definitely off. It used to be a worm, but now it looked just like a snake. He was skeptical, could it be? Then he used transposition to confirm. The body was clearly inanimate, but after swallowing the homunculus, it was reborn as a living being. It actually reacted successfully to me, who is no longer human. Realizing this, Odell suddenly understood. If Griff discovered this transformation, it would be best to ignore it and leave quickly after drinking the elixir. After some searching, Odell finally found it. It looked just like ginseng. He decided to try using mana while absorbing it. As he swallowed it, a surge of heat coursed through his body. It was terrifying, like his blood vessels were about to burst. After focusing his inner energy to absorb it, Odell finally completed the process, breathing a tired sigh of relief. Status window: Demonic Insectoid, Dark Attribute, mana from 1381 to 2017. Finally, my mana has exceeded 2,000. The unstable murderous intent has stabilized, and both my bloodlust and darkness have increased. Odell then tested it, releasing it outward. In the darkness, I can completely conceal my existence. Everything I need is here, he thought. Should I head back to Class B? I probably have about 10 minutes to spare. I wonder how they're doing. Odell summoned the screen amidst his thoughts. In the aftermath of the battle, that woman, Sylvia, I think, Matthiatarius hasn't appeared yet. He stared intently at him. It was indeed Samuel, holding his own admirably, when suddenly the necklace on his person lit up once more, startling Odell. What was happening? The necklace was reacting more violently. Odell began to suspect. Was it transmitting information this time? Displaying the most recent memory, he read the words on the paper with doubt. Last time, it just repeated, "Abandon the gods." What could it mean? These two are reacting together, so there's clearly a connection. I don't have a pen, so blood will have to do. He then wrote on the paper, "Tell me the true nature of this conduit," but it still displayed, "Fear, abandon God." Odell was exasperated. Abandon God again? Does he have to break into the human temple and steal a sacred relic? Only hopeless answers. Infuriating. Meanwhile, the screen continues to show the students. Another connection? Suddenly, a surge of electricity courses through Odell, leaving him momentarily stunned. My head is about to explode. When the necklace lights up again, Odell realizes, "You want me to use this necklace? Fine, activate it."